The Virginians, William Makepeace Thackeray, Chapter 41 Rake's Progress. People were still very busy in Harry Warrington's time, not that our young gentleman took much heed of the controversy, in determining the relative literary merits of the ancients and the moderns, and the learned, and the world with them, indeed, pretty generally pronounced in favor of the former. The moderns of that day are the ancients of ours, and we speculate upon them in the present year of grace, as our grandchildren, 100 years hence, will give their judgment about us. As for your book learning, O respectable ancestors, though, to be sure, you have the mighty Gibbon with you, I think you will own that you are beaten, and could point to a couple of professors at Cambridge and Glasgow who know more Greek than was to be had in your time in all the universities of Europe, including that of Athens, if such an one existed. As for science, you are scarce more advanced than those he and to whom in literature you owned yourselves inferior. And in public and private morality, which is the better, this actual year 1858, or its predecessor a century back? Gentlemen of Mr. Disraeli's House of Commons, has every one of you his price, as in Walpole's or Newcastle's time, or, and that is the delicate question, have you almost all of you had it? Ladies, I do not say that you are a society of Vestals, but the chronicle of 100 years since contains such an amount of scandal, that you may be thankful you did not live in such dangerous times. Number on my conscience, I believe that men and women are both better, not only that the Susannas are more numerous, but that the elders are not nearly so wicked. Did you ever hear of such books as Clarissa, Tom Jones, Roderick Random, paintings by contemporary artists, of the men and women, the life and society, of their day? Suppose we were to describe the doings of such a person as Mr. Lovelace or my Lady Beston, or that wonderful lady of quality who lent her memoirs to the author of Peregrine Pickle. How the pure and outraged 19th century would blush, scream, run out of the room, call away the young ladies, and order Mr. Moody never to send one of that odious author's books again. You are 58 years old, madame, and it may be that you are too squeamish, that you cry out before you are hurt, and when nobody had any intention of offending your ladyship. Also, it may be that the novelist's art is injured by the restraints put upon him, as many an honest, harmless statue at St. Peter's and the Vatican is spoiled by the tin draperies in which ecclesiastical old women have swaddled the fair limbs of the marble. But in your prudery there is reason. So there is in the state censorship of the press. The page may contain matter dangerous to bonos mores. Out with your scissors, censor, and clip off the prurient paragraph. We have nothing for it but to submit. Society, the despot, has given his imperial decree. We may think the statue had been seen to greater advantage without the tin drapery, we may plead that the moral were better, might we recite the whole fable. Away with him, not a word. I never saw the pianofortes in the United States with the frilled muslin trousers on their legs, but, depend on it, the muslin covered some of the notes as well as the mahogany, muffled the music, and stopped the player. To what does this prelude introduce us? I am thinking of Harry Warrington, Esquire, in his lodgings in Bond Street, London, and of the life which he and many of the young bucks of fashion led in those times, and how I can no more take my fair young reader into them, than Lady Screams can take her daughter to Cremorne Gardens on an ordinary evening. My dear Miss Diana, sure. I know you are 38, although you are so wonderfully shy, and want to make us believe you have just left off schoolroom dinners and a pinafore, when your grandfather was a young man about town, and a member of one of the clubs at White's, and dined at Pontax off the feasts provided by Brown and Lebec, and rode to Newmarket with March and Rockingham, and toasted the best in England with Gilly Williams and George Selwyn, and didn't understand George's jokes, of which, indeed, the flavour has very much evaporated since the bottling. The old gentleman led a life of which your noble aunt, author of Legends of the Squeamses, or Fair Fruits of a Family Tree, has not given you the slightest idea. It was before your grandmother adopted those serious views for which she was distinguished during her last long residence at Bath, and after Colonel Tybalt married Miss Lye, the rich soap boiler's heiress, that her ladyship's wild oats were sown. When she was young, she was as giddy as the rest of the genteel world. At her house in Hill Street, she had 10 card tables on Wednesdays and Sunday evenings, except for a short time when Ranelagh was open on Sundays. Every night of her life she gambled for 8, 9, 10 hours. Everybody else in society did alike. She lost, she won, she cheated, she pawned her jewels, who knows what else she was not ready to pawn, so as to find funds to supply her fury for play. What was that after-supper duel at the Shakespeare's Head in Covent Garden, between your grandfather and Colonel Tybalt, where they drew swords and engaged only in the presence of Sir John Scrooby, who was drunk under the table? They were interrupted by Mr. John Fielding's people, and your grandfather was carried home to Hill Street wounded in a chair. I tell you, those gentlemen in powder and ruffles, who turned out the toes of their buckled pumps so delicately, were terrible fellows. Swords were perpetually being drawn. Bottles after bottles were drunk, oaths roared unceasingly in conversation, tavern drawers and watchmen were pinked and maimed, chairmen belabored, citizens insulted by reeling pleasure hunters. You have been to Cremorne with proper vouchers, of course? Do you remember our great theatres 30 years ago? You were too good to go to a play. Well, you have no idea what the playhouses were, or what the green boxes were, when Garrick and Mrs. Pritchard were playing before them. And I, for my children's sake, thanked that good actor in his retirement who was the first to banish that shame from the theatre. No, madame, you are mistaken. I do not plume myself on my superior virtue. I do not say you are naturally better than your ancestress in her wild, rouged, gambling, flaring tearing days, or even than poor Polly Foggle, who was just taken up for shoplifting, and would have been hung for it 100 years ago. Only, I am heartily thankful that my temptations are less, having quite enough to do with those of the present century. So, if Harry Warrington rides down to Newmarket to the October meeting, and loses or wins his money there, if he makes one of a party at the Shakespeare or Bedford Head, if he dines at White's Ordinary, and sits down to Mucko and Lansquenet afterwards, if he boxes the Watch, and makes his appearance at the Roundhouse, if he turns out for a short space a wild dissipated, harum-scarum young Harry Warrington, I, knowing the weakness of human nature, am not going to be surprised, and, quite aware of my own shortcomings, don't intend to be very savage at my neighbours. Mr. Sampson was, in his chapel in Long Acre he whipped vice tremendously, gave sin no quarter, outcursed blasphemy with superior anathemas, knocked drunkenness down, and trampled on the prostrate brute wallowing in the gutter, dragged out conjugal infidelity, and pounded her with endless stones of rhetoric and, after service, came to dinner at the Star and Garter, made a bowl of punch for Harry and his friends at the Bedford Head, or took a hand at whist at Mr. Warrington's lodgings or my Lord March's, or wherever there was a supper and good company for him. I often think, however, in respect of Mr. Warrington's doings at this period of his coming to London, that I may have taken my usual degrading and uncharitable views of him, for, you see, I have not uttered a single word of virtuous indignation against his conduct, and if it was not reprehensible, have certainly judged him most cruelly. Oh the truthful, oh the beautiful, oh modesty, oh benevolence, oh pudor, oh mores, oh blushing shame, oh namby-pamby, each with your respective capital letters to your honoured names. Oh Nymene, oh Pymene. How shall I dare for to go for to say that a young man ever was a young man? No doubt, dear young lady, I am calumniating Mr. Warrington according to my heartless custom. As a proof, here is a letter out to the Warrington collection, from Harry to his mother, in which there is not a single word that would lead you to suppose he was leading a wild life. And such a letter from an only son to a fond and exemplary parent, we know must be true. Bond Street, London, October 25, 1756. Honoured Madam, I take up my pen to acknowledge your honoured favour of 10 July per lively Virginia packet, which has duly come to hand, forwarded by our Bristol agent, and rejoiced to hear that the prospect of the crops is so good. 'Tis Tully who says that agriculture is the noblest pursuit. How delightful when that pursuit is also profitable. Since my last, dated from Tunbridge Wells, 1 or 2 incidents have occurred of which it is necessary. This word has been much operated upon with the penknife, but is left sick, no doubt to the writer's satisfaction. I should advise my honoured mother. Our party that broke up end of August, the partridge shooting commencing. Baroness Bernstein, whose kindness to me has been most invariable, has been to Bath, her usual winter resort, and has made me a welcome present of a £50 bill. I rode back with Reverend Mr. Sampson, whose instruction I find most valuable, and my cousin, Lady Maria, to Castlewood. Could Parson Sampson have been dictating the above remarks to Mr. Warrington? I paid a flying visit on the way to my dear kind friends Cole and Mrs. Lambert, Oakhurst House, who send my honoured mother their most affectionate remembrances. The youngest Miss Lambert, I grieve to say, was delicate, and her parents in some anxiety. At Castlewood I lament to state my stay was short, owing to a quarrel with my cousin William. He is a young man of violent passions, and alas, addicted to liquor, when he has no control over them. In a trifling dispute about a horse, high words arose between us, and he aimed a blow at me or its equivalent which my honoured mother's child could not brook. I rejoined, and felled him to the ground, whence he was carried almost senseless to bed. I sent to inquire after his health in the morning, but having no further news of him, came away to London, where I have been ever since with brief intervals of absence. knowing you would wish me to see my dear grandfather's University of Cambridge, I rode thither lately in company with some friends, passing through part of Herts, and lying at the famous bed of Ware. The October meeting was just begun at Cambridge when I went. I saw the students in their gowns and caps, and rode over to the famous Newmarket Heath, where there happened to be some races. My friend Lord Mark's horse Marrowbones by Cleaver coming off winner of a large stake. It was an amusing day. The jockeys, horses, etc., very different to our poor races at home. The betting awful. The richest noblemen here mix with the jocks, and bet all round. Cambridge pleased me, especially King's College Chapel, of a rich but elegant Gothic. I have been out into the world, and am made member of the club at White's, where I meet gentlemen of the first fashion. My Lords Rockingham, Carlisle, Orford, Bolingbroke, Coventry are of my friends, introduced to me by my Lord March, of whom I have often wrote before. Lady Coventry is a fine woman, but thin. Every lady paints here, old and young, so, if you and Mountain and Fanny wish to be in fashion, I must send you out some rouge pots. Everybody plays 8, 10, card tables at every house on every receiving night. I am sorry to say all do not play fair, and some do not pay fair. I have been obliged to sit down, and do as Rome does, and have actually seen ladies whom I could name take my counters from before my face. One day, his regiment the 20th being paraded in St. James's Park, a friend of mine, Mr. Wolfe, did me the honour to present me to His Royal Highness the Captain General, who was most gracious, a fat, jolly prince, if I may speak so without disrespect, reminding me in his manner of that unhappy General Braddock, whom we knew to our sorrow last year. When he heard my name, and how dearest George had served and fallen in Braddock's unfortunate campaign, he talked a great deal with me, asked why a young fellow like me did not serve too, why I did not go to the King of Prussia, who was a great general, and see a campaign or two, and whether that would not be better than dawdling about at routs and card parties in London. I said, I would like to go with all my heart, but was an only son now, on leave from my mother, and belonged to our estate in Virginia. His Royal Highness said, Mr. Braddock had wrote home accounts of Mrs. Esmond's loyalty, and that he would gladly serve me. Mr. Wolfe and I have waited on him since, at His Royal Highness's house in Pall Mall. The latter, who is still quite a young man, made the Scots campaign with His Highness, whom Mr. Dempster loves so much at home. To be sure, he was too severe, if anything can be top severe against rebels in arms. Mr. Draper has had half the stock, my late papa's property, transferred to my name. Until there can be no doubt of that painful loss in our family which I would give my right hand to replace, the remaining stock must remain in the trustee's name in behalf of him who inherited it. Ah, dear mother! There is no day, scarce any hour, when I don't think of him. I wish he were by me often. I feel like as if I was better when I am thinking of him, and would like, for the honor of my family, that he was representing of it here instead of honored Madam, your dutiful and affectionate son, Henry Esmond Warrington. P.S. I am like your sex, who always, they say, put their chief news in a postscript. I had something to tell you about a person to whom my heart is engaged. I shall write more about it, which there is no hurry. Suffice she is a nobleman's daughter, and her family as good as our own. Clarges Street, London, October 23, 1756. I think, my good sister, we have been all our lives a little more than kin and less than kind, to use the words of a poet whom your dear father loved dearly. When you were born in our western principality, my mother was not as old as Isaac's, but even then I was much more than old enough to be yours. And though she gave you all she could leave or give, including the little portion of love that ought to have been my share, yet, if we can have goodwill for one another, we may learn to do without affection, and some little kindness you owe me, for your son's sake, as well as your father's, whom I loved and admired more than any man I think ever I knew in this world. He was greater than almost all, though he made no noise in it. I have seen very many who have, and, believe me, have found but few with such good heads and good hearts as Mr. Esmond. Had we been better acquainted, I might have given you some advice regarding your young gentleman's introduction to Europe, which you would have taken or not, as people do in this world. At least you would have staffed afterwards. What she counselled me was right, and had Harry done as Madame Beatrix wished, it had been better for him. My good sister, it was not for you to know, or for me to whom you never wrote to tell you, but your boy in coming to England and Castlewood found but ill friends there, except one, an old aunt, of whom all kind of evil hath been spoken in these 50 years past, and not without cause too, perhaps. Now, I must tell Harry's mother what will doubtless scarce astonish her, that almost everybody who knows him loves him. He is prudent of his tongue, generous of his money, as bold as a lion, with an imperious domineering way that sets well upon him. You know whether he is handsome or not, my dear. I like him none the less for not being over-witty or wise, and never cared for your set the Thames Affair gentlemen, who are so much more clever than their neighbours. Your father's great friend, Mr. Addison, seemed to me but a supercilious prig, and his follower, Sir Dick Steele, was not pleasant in his cups, nor out of 'em. And, revenons a Louis, your master Harry will certainly, pot burn the river up with his wits. Of book learning he is as ignorant as any lord in England, and for this I hold him none the worse. If heaven have not given him a turn that way, 'tis of no use trying to bend him. Considering the place he is to hold in his own colony when he returns, and the stock he comes from, let me tell you, that he hath not means enough allowed him to support his station, and is likely to make the more dependence from the narrowness of his income from sheer despair breaking out of all bounds, and becoming extravagant, which is not his turn. But he likes to live as well as the rest of his company, and, between ourselves, has fell into some of the thinnest and the most rakish in England. He thinks 'tis for the honour of the family not to go back, and many a time calls for ortolans and champagne when he would as lief dine with a steak and a mug of beer. And in this kind of spirit I have no doubt from what he hath told me in his talk, which is very naif, as the French say, that his mamma hath encouraged him in his high opinion of himself. We women like our belongings to have it, however little we love to pay the cost. Will you have your lad make a figure in London? Treble his allowance at the very least, and his Aunt Bernstein, with his honoured mamma's permission, will add a little more on to whatever sum you give him. Otherwise he will be spending the little capital I learn he is in this country, which, when a lad once begins to manger, there is very soon an end to the loaf. Please God, I shall be able to leave Henry Esmond's grandson something at my death, but my savings are small, and the pension with which my gracious sovereign hath endowed me dies with me. As for Fem. de Bernstein, he left only debt at his decease. The officers of His Majesty's Electoral Court of Hanover are but scantily paid. A lady who is at present very high in His Majesty's confidence hath taken a great fancy to your lad, and will take an early occasion to bring him to the sovereign's favourable notice. His Royal Highness the Duke he hath seen. If live in America he must, why should not Mr. Esmond Warrington return as Governor of Virginia, and with a title to his name? That is what I hope for him. Meanwhile, I must be candid with you, and tell you I fear he hath entangled himself here in a very silly engagement. Even to marry an old woman for money is scarce pardonable. The game ne valant gears la chandelle. Mr. Bernstein, when alive, more than once assured me of this fact, and I believe him, poor gentleman. To engage yourself to an old woman without money, and to marry her merely because you have promised her, this seems to me a folly which only very young lads fall into, and I fear Mr. Warrington is one. How, or for what consideration, I know not, but my niece Maria Esmond hath escamote a promise from Harry. He knows nothing of her antecedents, which I do. She hath laid herself out for 20 husbands these 20 years past. I care not how she hath got the promise from him. 'Tis a sin and a shame that a woman more than 40 years old should surprise the honour of a child like that, and hold him to his word. She is not the woman she pretends to be. A horse jockey, he saith, cannot take him in, but a woman. I write this news to you advisedly, displeasant as it must be. Perhaps 'twill bring you to England, but I would be very cautious, above all, very gentle, for the bit will instantly make his high spirit restive. I fear the property is entailed, so that threats of cutting him off from it will not move Maria. Otherwise I know her to be so mercenary that, though she really hath a great fancy for this handsome lad, without money she would not hear of him. All I could, and more than I ought, I have done to prevent the match. What and more I will not say in writing, but that I am, for Henry Esmond's sake, his grandson's sincerest friend, and madam, your faithful sister and servant, Beatrix Baroness de Bernstein, to Mrs. Esmond Warrington of Castlewood, in Virginia. On the back of this letter is written, in Madam Esmond's hand, my sister Bernstein's letter, received with Henry's December 24th, on receipt of which it was determined my son should instantly go home. Chapter 42. Fortunatus Nimium. Though Harry Warrington persisted in his determination to keep the dismal promise which his cousin had extracted from him, we trust no benevolent reader will think so ill of him as to suppose that the engagement was to the young fellow's taste, and that he would not be heartily glad to be rid of it. Very likely the beating administered to poor Will was to this end, and Harry may have thought, a boxing match between us is sure to bring on a quarrel with the family. In the quarrel with the family, Maria may take her brother's side. I, of course, will make no retraction or apology. Will, in that case, may call me to account, when I know which is the better man. In the midst of the feud, the agreement may come to an end, and I may be a free man once more. So honest Harry laid his train, and fired it, but, the explosion over, no harm was found to be done, except that William Esmond's nose was swollen, and his eye black for a week. He did not send a challenge to his cousin, Harry Warrington, and, in consequence, neither killed Harry, nor was killed by him. Will was knocked down, and he got up again. How many men of sense would do the same? Could they get their little account settled in a private place, with nobody to tell how the score was paid? Maria by no means took her family's side in the quarrel, but declared for her cousin, as did my lord, when advised of the disturbance. Will had struck the first blow, Lord Castlewood said, by the chaplain's showing. It was not the first or the 10th time he had been found quarrelling in his cups. Mr. Warrington only showed a proper spirit in resenting the injury, and it was for Will, not for Harry, to ask pardon. Harry said he would accept no apology as long as his horse was not returned or his bet paid. The chronicler has not been able to find out, from many of the papers which have come under his view, how that affair of the bet was finally arranged, but 'tis certain the cousins presently met in the houses of various friends, and without mauling each other. Maria's elder brother had been at first quite willing that his sister, who had remained unmarried for so many years, and on the train of whose robe, in her long course over the path of life, so many briars, so much mud, so many rents and stains had naturally gathered, should marry with any bridegroom who presented himself, and if with a gentleman from Virginia, so much the better. She would retire to his wigwam in the forest, and there be disposed of. In the natural course of things, Harry would survive his elderly bride, and might console himself or not, as he preferred, after her departure. But, after an interview with Aunt Bernstein, which his lordship had on his coming to London, he changed his opinion, and even went so far as to try and dissuade Maria from the match, and to profess a pity for the young fellow who was made to undergo a life of misery on account of a silly promise given at 21. Misery, indeed. Maria was at a loss to know why he was to be miserable. Pity, forsooth. My lord at Castlewood had thought it was no pity at all. Maria knew what pity meant. Her brother had been with Aunt Bernstein. Aunt Bernstein had offered money to break this match off. She understood what my lord meant, but Mr. Warrington was a man of honor, and she could trust him. Away, upon this, walks my lord to White's, or to whatever haunts he frequented. It is probable that his sister had guessed too accurately what the nature of his conversation with Madame Bernstein had been. And so, thinks he, the end of my virtue is likely to be that the Mohawk will fall a prey to others, and that there is no earthly use in my sparing him. Quem dares vault, what was that schoolmaster's adage? If I don't have him, somebody else will, that is clear. My brother has had a slice, my dear sister wants to swallow the whole of him bodily. Here have I been at home respecting his youth and innocence forsooth, declining to play beyond the value of a sixpence, and acting guardian and mentor to him. Why, I am but a fool to fatten a goose for other people to feed off. Not many a good action have I done in this life, and here is this one, that serves to benefit whom ? Other folks. Talk of remorse. By all the fires and furies, the remorse I have is for things I haven't done and might have done. Why did I spare Lucretia? She hated me ever after, and her husband went the way for which he was predestined. Why have I let this lad off ? That March and the rest, who don't want him, may pluck him. And I have a bad repute, and I am the man people point at, and call the wicked lord, and against whom women warn their sons. Pardie, I'm not a penny worse, only a great deal more unlucky than my neighbors, and 'tis only my cursed weakness that has been my greatest enemy. Here, manifestly, in setting down a speech which a gentleman only thought, a chronicler overdraws his account with a patient reader, who has a right not to accept this draft on his credulity. But have not Livy, and Thucydides, and a score more of historians, made speeches for their heroes, which we know the latter never thought of delivering? How much more may we then, knowing my Lord Castlewood's character so intimately as we do, declare what was passing in his mind, and transcribe his thoughts on this paper? What? A whole pack of the wolves are on the hunt after this lamb, and will make a meal of him presently, and one hungry old hunter is to stand by, and not have a single cutlet. Who has not admired that noble speech of my Lord Clive, when reproached on his return from India with making rather too free with jagires, lacs, gold mockers, diamonds, pearls, and what not? Upon my life, said the hero of Plassey, when I think of my opportunities, I am surprised I took so little. To tell disagreeable stories of a gentleman, until one is in a manner forced to impart them, is always painful to a feeling mind. Hence, though I have known, before the very first page of this history was written, what sort of a person my Lord Castlewood was, and in what esteem he was held by his contemporaries. I have kept back much that was unpleasant about him, only allowing the candid reader to perceive that he was a nobleman who ought not to be at all of our liking. It is true that my Lord March, and other gentlemen of whom he complained, would have thought no more of betting with Mr. Warrington for his last shilling, and taking their winnings, than they would scruple to pick the bones of a chicken, that they would take any advantage of the game, or their superior skill in it, of the race, and their private knowledge of the horses engaged. In so far, they followed the practice of all gentlemen, but when they played fair, and when they lost, they paid. Now Madame Bernstein was loath to tell her Virginian nephew all she knew to his family's discredit. She was even touched by my lord's forbearance in regard to Harry on his first arrival in Europe, and pleased with his lordship's compliance with her wishes in this particular. But in the conversation which she had with her nephew Castlewood regarding Maria's designs on Harry, he had spoken his mind out with his usual cynicism, voted himself a fool for having spared a lad whom no sparing would eventually keep from ruin, pointed out Mr. Harry's undeniable extravagances and spendthrift associates, his nights at Faro and Hazard, and his rides to Newmarket, and asked why he alone should keep his hands from the young fellow. In vain Madame Bernstein pleaded that Harry was poor. Bah! He was heir to a principality which ought to have been his, Castlewood's, and might have set up their ruined family. Indeed Madame Bernstein thought Mr. Warrington's Virginian property much greater than it was, were there not money-lenders in the town who would give him money on poster bits in plenty. Castlewood knew as much to his cost. He had applied to them in his father's lifetime, and the cursed crew had eaten up 2/3 of his miserable income. He spoke with such desperate candor and ill humor, that Madame Bernstein began to be alarmed for her favorite, and determined to caution him at the first opportunity. That evening she began to pen a billet to Mr. Warrington, but all her life long she was slow with her pen, and disliked using it. I never knew any good come of writing more than bonjour or business, she used to say. What is the use of writing ill, when there are so many clever people who can do it well? And even then it were best left alone. So she sent one of her men to Mr. Harry's lodgings, bidding him come and drink a dish of tea with her next day, when she proposed to warn him. But the next morning she was indisposed, and could not receive Mr. Harry when he came, and she kept her chamber for a couple of days, and the next day there was a great engagement, and the next day Mr. Harry was off on some expedition of his own. In the whirl of London life, what man sees his neighbor, what brother his sister, what schoolfellow his old friend? Ever so many days passed before Mr. Warrington and his aunt had that confidential conversation which the latter desired. She began by scolding him mildly about his extravagance and madcap frolics, though, in truth, she was charmed with him for both. He replied that young men will be young men, and that it was undutifully waiting in attendance on his aunt. He had made the acquaintance with whom he mostly lived at present. She then with some prelude, began to warn him regarding his cousin, Lord Castlewood, on which he broke into a bitter laugh, and said the good-natured world had told him plenty about Lord Castlewood already. To say of a man of his lordship's rank, or of any gentleman, "Don't play with him," is more than I like to do, continued the lady. But, oh, you may say on, aunt, said Harry, with something like an imprecation on his lips. And have you played with your cousin already? Asked the young man's worldly old monitress. And lost and won, madame, answers Harry, gallantly. It don't become me to say which. If we have a bout with a neighbor in Virginia, a bottle, or a pack of cards, or a quarrel, we don't go home and tell our mothers. I mean no offense, aunt. And, blushing, the handsome young fellow went up and kissed the old lady. He looked very brave and brilliant, with his rich lace, his fair face and hair, his fine new suit of velvet and gold. On taking leave of his aunt he gave his usual sumptuous benefaction to her servants, who crowded round him. It was a rainy wintry day, and my gentleman, to save his fine silk stockings, must come in a chair. To White's. He called out to the chairman, and away they carried him to the place where he passed a great deal of his time. Our Virginian's friends might have wished that he had been a less sedulous frequenter of that house of entertainment, but so much may be said in favor of Mr. Warrington that, having engaged in play, he fought his battle like a hero. He was not flustered by good luck, and perfectly calm when the chances went against him. If fortune is proverbially fickle to men at play, how many men are fickle to fortune, run away frightened from her advances, and desert her, who, perhaps, had never thought of leaving them but for their cowardice. By George, Mr. Warrington, said Mr. Selwyn, waking up in a rare fit of enthusiasm, you deserve to win. You treat your luck as a gentleman should, and as long as she remains with you, behave to her with the most perfect politeness. Cecilia's quaint pen, as you know the rest. No? Well, you are not much the worse off. You will call her ladyship's coach, and make her a bow at the step. Look at Lord Castlewood yonder, passing the box. Did you ever hear a fellow curse and swear so at losing 5 or 6 pieces? She must be a jade indeed, if she long give her favours to such a niggardly canaille as that. We don't consider our family canaille, sir, says Mr. Warrington, and my Lord Castlewood is one of them. I forgot, and ask your pardon. And I make you my compliment upon my lord, and Mr. Will Esmond, his brother, says Harry's neighbour at the hazard table. The box is with me. 5's the main. Deuce ace. My usual luck. Virtute mea me in volvo. And he sinks back in his chair. Whether it was upon this occasion of taking the box, that Mr. Harry threw the 15 mains mentioned in one of those other letters of Mr. Walpole's, which have not come into his present learned editor's hands, I know not, but certain it is, that on his first appearance at White's, Harry had 5 or 6 evenings of prodigious good luck, and seemed more than ever the fortunate youth. The £500 withdrawn from his patrimonial inheritance had multiplied into thousands. He bought fine clothes, purchased fine horses, gave grand entertainments, made handsome presents, lived as if he had been as rich as Sir James Lothair, or his Grace of Bedford, and yet the £5,000 never seemed to diminish. No wonder that he gave where giving was so easy, no wonder that he was generous with Fortunatus's purse in his pocket. I say no wonder that he gave, for such was his nature. Other Fortunati tie up the endless purse, drink small beer, and go to bed with a tallow candle. During this vein of his luck, what must Mr. Harry do, but find out from Lady Maria what her ladyship's debts were, and pay them off to the last shilling. Her stepmother and half-sister, who did not love her, he treated to all sorts of magnificent presents. Had you not better get yourself arrested, Will? My lord sardonically said to his brother. Although you bit him in that affair of the horse, the Mohawk will certainly take you out of pawn. It was then that Mr. William felt a true remorse, although not of that humble kind which sent the repentant prodigal to his knees. Confound it, he groaned, to think that I have let this fellow slip for such a little matter as £40. Why, he was good for 1,000 at least. As for Maria, the generous creature accepted the good fortune sent her with a grateful heart, and was ready to accept as much more as you pleased. Having paid off her debts to her various milliners, tradesmen, and purveyors, she forthwith proceeded to contract new ones. Mrs. Betty, her ladyship's maid, went round informing the tradespeople that her mistress was about to contract a matrimonial alliance with a young gentleman of immense fortune, so that they might give my lady credit to any amount. Having heard the same story twice or thrice before, the tradesfolk might not give it entire credit, but their bills were paid, even to Mrs. Pincott, of Kensington. My lady showed no rancour, and affably ordered fresh supplies from her, and when she drove about from the mercer to the toy shop, and from the toy shop to the jeweller in a coach, with her maid and Mr. Warrington inside, they thought her a fortunate woman indeed, to have secured the fortunate youth, though they might wonder at the taste of this latter in having selected so elderly a beauty. Mr. Sparks, of Tavistock Street, Covent Garden, took the liberty of waiting upon Mr. Warrington at his lodgings in Bond Street, with the pearl necklace and the gold etui which he had bought in Lady Maria's company the day before, and asking whether he, Sparks, should leave them at his honour's lodging, or send them to her ladyship with his honour's compliments. Harry added a ring out of the stock which the jeweller happened to bring with him, to the necklace and the etui, and sumptuously bidding that individual to send him in the bill, took a majestic leave of Mr. Sparks, who retired, bowing even to Gumbo, as he quitted his honour's presence. Nor did his bounties end here. Ere many days the pleased young fellow drove up in his phaeton to Mr. Sparks' shop, and took a couple of trinkets for 2 young ladies, whose parents had been kind to him, and for whom he entertained a sincere regard. Ah, thought he, how I wish I had my poor George's wit, and genius for poetry. I would send these presents with pretty verses to Hetty and Theo. I am sure, if goodwill and real regard could make a poet of me, I should have no difficulty in finding rhymes. And so he called in Parson Sampson, and they concocted a billet together. Chapter 43, in which Harry flies high. So Mr. Harry Warrington, of Virginia, had his lodgings in Bond Street, London, England, and lived upon the fat of the land, and drank bumpers of the best wine thereof. His title of fortunate youth was pretty generally recognized. Being young, wealthy, good-looking, and fortunate, the fashionable world took him by the hand and made him welcome. And don't, my dear brethren, let us cry out too loudly against the selfishness of the world for being kind to the young, handsome, and fortunate, and frowning upon you and me, who may be, for argument's sake, old, ugly, and the miserablest dogs under the sun. If I have a right to choose my acquaintance, and at the club, let us say prefer the company of a lively, handsome, well-dressed, gentlemanlike young man, who amuses me, to that of a slouching, ill-washed, misanthropic murderer, a ceaselessly prating coxcomb, or what not, has not society the aggregate you and I a right to the same choice? Harry was liked because he was likable, because he was rich, handsome, jovial, well-born, well-bred, brave, because, with jolly topers, he liked a jolly song and a bottle, because, with gentlemen sportsmen, he loved any game that was afoot or a horseback, because, with ladies, he had a modest blushing timidity which rendered the lad interesting, because, to those humbler than himself in degree he was always magnificently liberal, and anxious to spare annoyance. Our Virginian was very grand, and high and mighty, to be sure, but, in those times, when the distinction of ranks yet obtained, to be high and distant with his inferiors, brought no unpopularity to a gentleman. Remember that, in those days, the Secretary of State always knelt when he went to the king with his dispatches of a morning, and the Under-Secretary never dared to sit down in his chief's presence. If I were Secretary of State, and such there have been amongst men of letters since Addison's days, I should not like to kneel when I went into my audience with my dispatch bog. If I were Under-Secretary, I should not like to have to stand, whilst the Right Honourable Benjamin or the Right Honourable Sir Edward looked over the papers. But there is a modus in rebus, there are certain lines which must be drawn, and I am only half pleased for my part, when Bob Bowstreet, whose connection with letters is through policemen X and Y, and Tom Garbage, who is an esteemed contributor to the Kennel Miscellany, propose to join fellowship as brother literary men, slap me on the back, and call me old boy, or by my Christian name, as much pleasure as the town could give in the winter season of 1756-57, Mr. Warrington had for the asking. There were operas for him, in which he took but moderate delight. A prodigious deal of satire was brought to bear against these Italian operas, and they were assailed for being foolish, popish, unmanly, unmeaning, but people weren't. Nevertheless, there were the theatres, with Mr. Garrick and Mrs. Pritchard at one house, and Mrs. Clive at another. There were masquerades and ridottos frequented by all the fine society, there were their lordships' and ladyships' own private drums and assemblies, which began and ended with cards, and which Mr. Warrington did not like so well as White's, because the play there was neither so high nor so fair as at the club table. One day his kinsman, Lord Castlewood, took him to court, and presented Harry to his Majesty, who was now come to town from Kensington. But that gracious sovereign neither did not like Harry's introducer, or had other reasons for being sulky. His Majesty only said, "Oh, heard of you from Lady Yarmouth." The Earl of Castlewood, turning to his lordship, and speaking in German, shall tell him that he plays too much. And so saying, the defender of the faith turned his royal back. Lord Castlewood shrank back quite frightened at this cold reception of his august master. "What does he say?" asked Harry. "His Majesty thinks they play too high at White's, and is displeased," whispered the nobleman. "If he does not want us, we had better not come again, that is all," said Harry, simply. "I never, somehow, considered that German fellow a real king of England." "Hush! For heaven's sake, hold your confounded colonial tongue!" cries out my lord. "Don't you see the walls here have ears, and what then?" asks Mr. Warrington. "Why, look at the people. Hang me, if it is not quite a curiosity. They were all shaking hands with me, and bowing to me, and flattering me just now, and at present they avoid me as if I were the plague." "Shake hands, nephew," said a broad-faced, broad-shouldered gentleman, in a scarlet-laced waistcoat, and a great old-fashioned wig. "I heard what you said. I have ears like the wall, look you. And, now, if other people show you the cold shoulder, I'll give you my hand," and so saying, the gentleman put out a great brown hand, with which he grasped Harry's. "Something of my brother about your eyes and face. Though I suppose in your island you grow more wiry and thin like. I am thine uncle, child. My name is Sir Miles Warrington. My lord knows me well enough." My lord looked very frightened and yellow. "Yes, my dear Harry. This is your paternal uncle, Sir Miles Warrington. Might as well have come to see us in Norfolk, as dangle about playing the fool at Tunbridge Wells, Mr. Warrington, or Mr. Esmond, which do you call yourself?" said the baronet. "The old lady calls herself Madam Esmond, don't she? My mother is not ashamed of her father's name, nor am I, uncle," said Mr. Harry, rather proudly. "Well said, lad. Come home and eat a bit of mutton with Lady Warrington, at 3, in Hill Street, that is if you can do without your White's kickshaws. You need not look frightened, my Lord Castlewood. I shall tell no tales out of school. I am sure Sir Miles Warrington will act as a gentleman," says my lord, in much perturbation. "Belike, he will," growled the baronet, turning on his heel. "And thou wilt come, young man, at 3, and mind, good roast mutton waits for nobody. Thou hast a great look of thy father. Lord bless us, how we used to beat each other. He was smaller than me, and in course younger, but many a time he had the best of it. Take it he was handpicked when he married, and Madam Esmond took the spirit out of him when she got him in her island. Virginia is an island. Ain't it an island?" Harry laughed, and said no. And the jolly baronet, going off, said, "Well, island or not, thou must come and tell all about it to my lady. She'll know whether 'tis an island or not." "My dear Mr. Warrington," said my lord, with an appealing look, "I need not tell you that, in this great city, every man has enemies, and that there is a great deal of detraction and scandal. I never spoke to you about Sir Miles Warrington, precisely because I did know him, and because we have had differences together. Should he permit himself remarks to my disparagement, you will receive them cum grano, and remember that it is from an enemy they come." And the pair walked out of the king's apartments and into St. James's Street. Harry found the news of his cold reception at court had already preceded him to White's. The king had turned his back upon him. The king was jealous of Harry's favour with the favourite. Harry was oh my eux with Lady Yarmouth. A score of gentlemen wished him a compliment upon his conquest. Before night it was a settled matter that this was amongst the other victories of the fortunate youth. Sir Miles told his wife and Harry as much, when the young man appeared at the appointed hour at the baronet's dinner table, and he rallied Harry in his simple rustic fashion. The lady, at first a grand and stately personage, told Harry, on their further acquaintance, that the reputation which the world had made for him was so bad, that at first she had given him but a frigid welcome. With the young ladies, Sir Miles's daughters, it was "How do ye do, cousin?" and "No, thank you, cousin," and a number of prim curtsies to the Virginian, as they greeted him and took leave of him. The little boy, the heir of the house, dined at table, under the care of his governor, and, having his glass of port by papa after dinner, gave a loose to his innocent tongue, and asked many questions of his cousin. At last the innocent youth said, after looking hard in Harry's face, "Are you wicked, cousin Harry?" "You don't look very wicked, my dear Master Miles," expostulates the tutor, turning very red. "But you know you said he was wicked," cried the child. "We are all miserable sinners, Miley," explains papa. "Haven't you heard the clergyman say so every Sunday?" "Yes, but not so very wicked as cousin Harry." "Is it true that you gamble, cousin, and drink all night with wicked men, and frequent the company of wicked women?" "You know you said so, Mr. Walker, and Mamma said so, too, that Lady Yarmouth was a wicked woman, and you are a little pitcher," cries papa, "and my wife, nephew Harry, is a staunch Jacobite. You won't like her the worse for that. Take Miles to his sisters, Mr. Walker, and Topsham shall give thee a ride in the park, child, on thy little horse." The idea of the little horse consoled Master Miles, for, when his father ordered him away to his sisters, he had begun to cry bitterly, bawling out that he would far rather stay with his wicked cousin. "They have made you a sad reputation among nephew," says the jolly baronet. "My wife, you must know, of late years, and since the death of my poor eldest son, has taken to Cometu, to Tottenham Court Road and Mr. Whitfield's preaching, and we have had one ward about the house, a friend of Mr. Walker's yonder, who has recounted sad stories about you and your brother at home, about me, Sir Miles, as much as he pleases," cries Harry, warm with port, "but I'll break any man's bones who dares say a word against my brother. Why, sir, that fellow was not fit to buckle my dear George's shoe, and if I find him repeating at home what he dared to say in our house in Virginia, I promise him a second caning." "You seem to stand up for your friends, nephew Harry," says the baronet. "Fill thy glass, lad, thou art not as bad as thou hast been painted. I always told my lady so. I drink Madam Esmond Warrington's health, of Virginia, and will have a full bumper for that toast." Harry, as in duty bound, emptied his glass, filled again, and drank Lady Warrington and Master Miles. "Thou wouldst be heir to 4,000 acres in Norfolk." "Did he die, though?" said the baronet. "God forbid, sir, and be praised that I have acres enough in Virginia of my own," says Mr. Warrington. He went up presently and took a dish of coffee with Lady Warrington. He talked to the young ladies of the house. He was quite easy, pleasant, and natural. There was one of them somewhat like Fanny Mountain, and this young lady became his special favorite. When he went away, They all agreed their wicked cousin was not near so wicked as they had imagined him to be. At any rate, my lady had strong hopes of rescuing him from the pit. She sent him a good book that evening, whilst Mr. Harry was at White's, with a pretty note, praying that Law's call might be of service to him, and, this dispatched, she and her daughters went off to a rout at the house of a minister's lady. But Harry, before he went to White's, had driven to his friend Mr. Sparks, in Tavistock Street, and purchased more trinkets for his female cousins from their aunt in Virginia, he said. You see, he was full of kindness, he kindled and warmed with prosperity. There are men on whom wealth hath no such fortunate influence. It hardens base hearts, it makes those who are mean and servile, mean and proud. If it should please the gods to try me with 10,000 a year, I will, of course, meekly submit myself to their decrees, but I will pray them to give me strength enough to bear the trial. All the girls in Hill Street were delighted at getting the presents from Aunt Warrington in Virginia and addressed a collective note, which must have astonished that good lady when she received it in springtime, when she and Mountain and Fanny were on a visit to grim deserted Castlewood, when the snows had cleared away and 1,000 beech trees flushed with blossoms. Poor boy. The mother thought this is some present he gave his cousins in my name, in the time of his prosperity, nay, of his extravagance and folly. How quickly his wealth has passed away. But he ever had a kind heart for the poor Mountain, and we must not forget him in his need. It behoves us to be more than ever careful of our own expenses, my good people. And so, I dare say, they warmed themselves by one log, and ate of one dish, and worked by one candle. And the widow's servants, whom the good soul began to pinch more and more, I fear, lied, stole, and cheated more, and what was saved in one way, was stole in another. One afternoon, Mr. Harry sate in his Bond Street lodgings, arrayed in his dressing gown, sipping his chocolate, surrounded by luxury, encased in satin, and yet enveloped in care. A few weeks previously, when the luck was with him, and he was scattering his benefactions to and fro, he had royally told Parson Sampson to get together a list of his debts which he, Mr. Warrington, would pay. Accordingly Sampson had gone to work, and had got together a list, not of all his debts, no man ever does set down all, but such a catalogue as he thought sufficient to bring in to Mr. Warrington, at whose breakfast table the divine had humbly waited until his honour should choose to attend it. Harry appeared at length, very pale and languid, in curl papers, and scarce any appetite for his breakfast, and the chaplain, fumbling with his schedule in his pocket, humbly asked if his patron had had a bad night. He had been brought home from White's by 2 chairmen at 5 o'clock in the morning, had caught a confounded cold, for one of the windows of the chair would not shut, and the rain and snow came in, finally, was in such a bad humour, that all poor Sampson's quirks and jokes could scarcely extort a smile from him. At last, to be sure, Mr. Warrington burst into a loud laugh. It was when the poor chaplain, after a sufficient discussion of muffins, eggs, tea, the news, the theatres, and so forth, pulled a paper out of his pocket and in a piteous tone said, "Here is that schedule of debts which your honour asked for £243 every shilling I owe in the world, thank heaven! That is a hem! Every shilling of which the payment will in the least inconvenience me, and I need not tell my dearest patron that I shall consider him my saviour and benefactor." It was then that Harry, taking the paper and eyeing the chaplain with rather a wicked look, burst into a laugh, which was, however, anything but jovial. Wicked execrations, moreover, accompanied this outbreak of humour, and the luckless chaplain felt that his petition had come at the wrong moment. "Confound it, why didn't you bring it on Monday?" Harry asked. "Confound me, why did I not bring it on Monday?" echoed the chaplain's timid soul. "It is my luck, my usual luck." "Have the cards been against you, Mr. Warrington?" "Yes, a plague on them. Monday night, and last night, have both gone against me." "Don't be frightened, chaplain, there's money enough in the locker yet." "But I must go into the city and get some." "What, sell out, sir?" asks his reverence, with a voice that was reassured, though it intended to be alarmed. "Sell out, sir?" "Yes. I borrowed 100 off Macrath in counters last night, and must pay him at dinner time. I will do your business for you nevertheless, and never fear, my good Mr. Sampson. Come to breakfast tomorrow, and we will see and deliver your reverence from the Philistines." But though he laughed in Sampson's presence, and strove to put a good face upon the matter, Harry's head sank down on his chest when the parson quitted him, and he sate over the fire, beating the coals about with a poker, and giving utterance to many disjointed naughty words, which showed, but did not relieve, the agitation of his spirit. In this mood, the young fellow was interrupted by the appearance of a friend, who, on any other day, even on that one when his conscience was so uneasy, was welcome to Mr. Warrington. This was no other than Mr. Lambert, in his military dress, but with a cloak over him, who had come from the country, had been to the Captain General's levee that morning, and had come thence to visit his young friend in Bond Street. Harry may have thought Lambert's greeting rather cold, but being occupied with his own affairs, he put away the notion. How were the ladies of Oakhurst, and Miss Hetty, who was ailing when he passed through in the autumn? Purely? Mr. Warrington was very glad. They were come to stay a while in London with their friend, Lord Wrotham. Mr. Harry was delighted, though it must be confessed his face did not exhibit any peculiar signs of pleasure when he heard the news. And so you live at White's, and with the great folks, and you fare sumptuously every day, and you pay your court at St. James's, and make one at my Lady Yarmouth's routs, and at all the card parties in the court end of the town? Asks the Colonel. My dear Colonel, I do what other folks do, says Harry, with rather a high manner. Other folks are richer folks than some folks, my dear lad, sir. Says Mr. Warrington, I would thank you to believe that I owe nothing for which I cannot pay. I should never have spoken about your affairs, said the other, not noticing the young man's haughty tone, but that you yourself confided them to me. I hear all sorts of stories about the fortunate youth. Only at His Royal Highness's even today, they were saying how rich you were already, and I did not undeceive them. Colonel Lambert, I cannot help the world gossiping about me, cries Mr. Warrington, more and more impatient. And what prodigious sums you had won. 1,800 one night, 2,000 another, 6 or 8,000 in all. Oh, there were gentlemen from White's at the levee too, I can assure you, and the army can fling a main as well as you civilians. I wish they would meddle with their own affairs, says Harry, scowling at his old friend. And I, too, you look as if you were going to say. Well, my boy, it is my affair, and you must let Theo's father and Hetty's father, and Harry Warrington's father's old friend say how it is my affair. Here the Colonel drew a packet out of his pocket, whereof the lappets and the coat-tails and the general pocket accommodations were much more ample than in the scant military garments of present warriors. Look you, Harry. These trinkets, which you sent with the kindest heart in the world to people who love you, and would cut off their little hands to spare you needless pain, could never be bought by a young fellow with 200 or 300 a year. Why, a nobleman might buy these things, or a rich city banker, and send them to his daughters. Let us say, sir, as you say, I meant only kindness, says Harry, blushing burning red, but you must not give them to my girls, my boy. Hester and Theodosia Lambert must not be dressed up with the winnings off the gaming table, saving your presents. It goes to my heart to bring back the trinkets. Mrs. Lambert will keep her present, which is of small value, and sends you her love and a God bless you, and so say I, Harry Warrington, with all my heart. Here the good Colonel's voice was much moved, and his face grew very red, and he passed his hand over his eyes ere he held it out, but the spirit of rebellion was strong in Mr. Warrington. He rose up from his seat, never offering to take the hand which his senior held out to him. Give me leave to tell Colonel Lambert, he said, that I have had somewhat too much advice from him. You are forever volunteering it, sir, and when I don't ask it, you make it your business to inquire about my gains at play, and about the company I keep. What right have you to control my amusements or my companions? I strive to show my sense of your former kindness by little presents to your family, and you bring them back. I can't do otherwise, Mr. Warrington, says the Colonel, with a very sad face. Such a slight may mean nothing here, sir, but in our country it means war, sir, cries Mr. Warrington. God forbid I should talk of drawing a sword against the father of ladies who have been as mother and sister to me. But you have wounded my heart, Colonel Lambert, you have, I won't say insulted, but humiliated me, and this is a treatment I will bear from no man alive. My servants will attend you to the door, sir. Saying which, and rustling in his brocade dressing gown, Mr. Warrington, with much state, walked off to his bedroom. Chapter 44 contains what might, perhaps, have been expected. On the rejection of his peace offerings, our warlike young American chief chose to be in great wrath not only against Colonel Lambert, but the whole of that gentleman's family. He has humiliated me before the girls, thought the young man. He and Mr. Wolfe, who were forever preaching morality to me, and giving themselves airs of superiority and protection, have again been holding me up to the family as a scapegrace and prodigal. They are so virtuous that they won't shake me by the hand, forsooth, and when I want to show them a little common gratitude, they fling my presents in my face. Why, sir, the things must be worth a little fortune, says Parson Sampson, casting an eye of covetousness on the 2 morocco boxes, in which, on their white satin cushions, reposed Mr. Sparks's golden gewgaws. "They cost some money, Sampson," says the young man. "Not that I would grudge 10 times the amount to people who have been kind to me. No, faith, sir, not if I know your honor," interjects Sampson, who never lost a chance of praising his young patron to his face. "The repeater, they told me, was a great bargain, and worth £100 at Paris. Little Miss Hetty, I remember saying that she longed to have a repeating watch." "Oh, what a love!" cries the chaplain, with a little circle of pearls on the back, and a diamond knob for the handle. "Why, to win any woman's heart, sir, the purse is an apple woman with a basket. I have a mind to fling the thing out to her," cries Mr. Warrington, fiercely. When Harry went out upon business, which took him to the City and the Temple, his parasite did not follow him very far into the Strand, but turned away, owning that he had a terror of Chancery Lane, its inhabitants, and precincts. Mr. Warrington went then to his broker, and they walked to the bank together, where they did some little business, at the end of which, and after the signing of a trifling signature or two, Harry departed with a certain number of crisp bank notes in his pocket. The broker took Mr. Warrington to one of the great dining houses for which the city was famous then as now, and afterwards showed Mr. Warrington the Virginian walk upon 'Change, through which Harry passed rather shamefacedly. What would a certain lady in Virginia say, he thought, if she knew that he was carrying off in that bottomless gambler's pocket a great portion of his father's patrimony? "Those are all Virginia merchants," thinks he, "and they are all talking to one another about me, and all saying, that is young Esmond, of Castlewood, on the Potomac, Madam Esmond's son, and he has been losing his money at play, and he has been selling out so much, and so much, and so much." His spirits did not rise until he had passed under the traitors' heads of Temple Bar, and was fairly out of the city. From the Strand Mr. Harry walked home, looking in at St. James's Street by the way, but there was nobody there as yet. The company not coming to the chocolate house till a later hour. Arrived at home, Mr. Harry pulls out his bundle of bank notes, puts 3 of them into a sheet of paper, which he seals carefully, having previously written within the sheet the words, "Much good may they do you. H.E.W." And this packet he directs to the Reverend Mr. Sampson, leaving it on the chimney glass, with directions to his servants to give it to the divine when he should come in. And now his honour's phaeton is brought to the door, and he steps in, thinking to drive round the park, but the rain coming on, or the east wind blowing, or some other reason arising, his honour turns his horses' heads down St. James's Street, and is back at White's at about 3 o'clock. Scarce anybody has come in yet. It is the hour when folks are at dinner. There, however, is my cousin Castlewood, lounging over the Public Advertiser. Having just come off from his duty at court hard by, Lord Castlewood is yawning over the Public Advertiser. What shall they do? Shall they have a little piquet? Harry has no objections to a little piquet. "Just for an hour," says Lord Castlewood. "I dine at Arlington Street at 4. "Just for an hour," says Mr. Warrington, "and they call for cards. "Or shall we have in upstairs?" says my lord. "Out of the noise?" "Certainly, out of the noise," says Harry. At 5 o'clock a half-dozen of gentlemen have come in after their dinner, and are at cards, or coffee, or talk. The folks from the ordinary have not left the table yet. There the gentlemen of White's will often sit till past midnight. One toothpick points over the coffee-house blinds into the street. "Whose phaeton?" asks toothpick 1 of toothpick 2. "The fortunate youths," says number 2, "not so fortunate the last 3 nights. Luck confoundedly against him. Lost, last night, 1,300 to the table. Mr. Warrington been here today, John?" "Mr. Warrington is in the house now, sir. In the little tea-room with Lord Castlewood since 3 o'clock. "They are playing at piquet," says John. "What fun for Castlewood," says number 1, with a shrug. The second gentleman growls out an execration. "Curse the fellow," he says. "He has no right to be in this club at all. He doesn't pay if he loses. Gentlemen ought not to play with him. Sir Miles Warrington told me at court the other day, that Castlewood has owed him money on a bet these 3 years. "Castlewood," says number 1, "don't lose if he plays alone. A large company flurries him, you see that's why he doesn't come to the table." And the facetious gentleman grins, and shows all his teeth, polished perfectly clean. "Let's go up and stop him," growls number 2. "Why?" asks the other. "Much better look out a window. Lamplighter going up the ladder, famous sport. Look at that old putt in the chair. Did you ever see such an old quiz? Who is that just gone out of the house? As I live, it's Fortunatus. He seems to have forgotten that his phaeton has been here, waiting all the time. I bet you 2 to 1 he has been losing to Castlewood. "Jack, do you take me to be a fool?" asks the one gentleman of the other. Pretty pair of horses the youth has got. How he is flogging 'em. And they see Mr. Warrington galloping up the street, and scared coachman and chairman clearing before him. Presently my Lord Castlewood is seen to enter a chair, and go his way. Harry drives up to his own door. It was but a few yards, and those poor horses have been beating the pavement all this while in the rain. Mr. Gumbo is engaged at the door in conversation with a countrified-looking lass, who trips off with a curtsy. Mr. Gumbo is always engaged with some pretty maid or other. "Gumbo, has Mr. Sampson been here?" asks Gumbo's master from his driving seat. "No, sir. Mr. Sampson have not been here," answers Mr. Warrington's gentleman. Harry bids him to go upstairs and bring down a letter addressed to Mr. Sampson. "Addressed to Mr. Sampson?" "Oh yes, sir," says Mr. Gumbo, who can't read. "A sealed letter, stupid. On the mantelpiece, in the glass," says Harry, and Gumbo leisurely retires to fetch that document. As soon as Harry has it, he turns his horses' heads towards St. James's Street, and the two gentlemen, still yawning out of the window at White's, behold the fortunate youth, in an instant, back again. As they passed out of the little tea-room where he and Lord Castlewood had had their piquet together, Mr. Warrington had seen that several gentlemen had entered the playroom, and that there was a bank there. Some were already steadily at work, and had their gaming jackets on. They kept such coats at the club, which they put on when they had a mind to sit down to a regular night's play. Mr. Warrington goes to the clerk's desk, pays his account of the previous night, and, sitting down at the table, calls for fresh counters. This has been decidedly an unlucky week with the fortunate youth, and tonight is no more fortunate than previous nights have been. He calls for more counters, and more presently. He is a little pale and silent, though very easy and polite when talked to. But he cannot win. At last he gets up. "Hang it. Stay and mend your luck," says Lord March, who is sitting by his side with a heap of counters before him, green and white. "Take 100 of mine, and go on. I have had enough for tonight, my lord," says Harry, and rises and goes away, and eats a broiled bone in the coffee-room, and walks back to his lodgings some time about midnight. A man after a great catastrophe commonly sleeps pretty well. It is the waking in the morning which is sometimes queer and unpleasant. Last night you proposed to Miss Brown, you quarrelled over your cups with Captain Jones, and valorously pulled his nose. You played at cards with Colonel Robinson, and gave him how many IOUs. These thoughts, with a fine headache, assail you in the morning watches. What a dreary, dreary gulf between today and yesterday. It seems as if you are years older. Can't you leap back over the chasm again, and is it not possible that yesterday is but a dream? There you are, in bed. No daylight in at the windows yet. Pull your nightcap over your eyes, the blankets over your nose, and sleep away yesterday. Sure, man, it was but a dream. Oh no, no. The sleep won't come. The watchman bulls some hour. What hour? Harry minds him that he has got the repeating watch under his pillow which he had bought for Hester. Ding, ding, ting. The repeating watch sings out 6 times in the darkness, with a little supplementary performance indicating the half hour. Poor dear little Hester! So bright, so gay, so innocent. He would have liked her to have that watch. What will Maria say? Oh, that old Maria. What a bore she is beginning to be. He thinks, what will Madame Esmond at home say when she hears that he has lost every shilling of his ready money of his patrimony? All his winnings, and £5,000 besides, in 3 nights. Castlewood could not have played him false. No. My lord knows piquet better than Harry does, but he would not deal unfairly with his own fleshes and blood. No, no. Harry is glad his kinsman, who wanted the money, has got it. And for not 1 more shilling than he possessed, would he play. It was when he counted up his losses at the gaming table, and found they would cover all the remainder of his patrimony, that he passed the box and left the table. But, oh cursed bad company! Oh extravagance and folly! Oh humiliation and remorse! Will my mother at home forgive me? Thinks the young prodigal. Oh, that I were there, and had never left it. The dreary London dawn peeps at length through shutters and curtains. The housemaid enters to light his honour's fire and admit the dun morning into his windows. Her Mr. Gumbo presently follows, who warms his master's dressing-gown and sets out his shaving plate and linen. Then arrives the hairdresser to curl and powder his honour, whilst he reads his morning's letters, and at breakfast time comes that inevitable Parson Sampson, with eager looks and servile smiles, to wait on his patron. The parson would have returned yesterday according to mutual agreement, but some jolly fellows kept him to dinner at the St. Albans, and, faith, they made a night of it. "Oh, parson," groans Harry, "'twas the worst night you ever made in your life. Look here, sir, here is a broken envelope with the words, 'Much good may it do,' written within," says the chaplain, glancing at the paper. "Look on the outside, sir," cries Mr. Warrington. "The paper was directed to you." The poor chaplain's countenance exhibited great alarm. "Has someone broke it open, sir?" he asks. "Someone, yes. I broke it open, Sampson. Had you come here as you proposed yesterday afternoon, you would have found that envelope full of bank notes. As it is, they were all dropped at the infernal Makepeace table last night." "What, all?" says Sampson. "Yes, all, with all the money I brought away from the city, and all the ready money I have left in the world. In the afternoon I played piquet with Mike's with a gentleman at White's, and he eased me of all the money I had about me. Remembering that there was still some money left here, unless you had fetched it, I came home and carried it back and left it at the Makepeace table, with every shilling besides that belongs to me. And great heaven, Sampson, what's the matter, man? It's my luck, it's my usual luck," cries out the unfortunate chaplain, and fairly burst into tears. "What? You are not whimpering like a baby at the loss of a loan of a couple of £100? Cries out Mr. Warrington, very fierce and angry. "Leave the room, Gumbo. Confound you. Why are you always poking your woolly head in at that door? Someone below wants to see master with a little bill," says Mr. Gumbo. "Tell him to go to Jericho," roars out Mr. Warrington. "Let me see nobody. I am not at home, sir, at this hour of the morning." A murmur or two, a scuffle is heard on the landing place, and silence finally ensues. Mr. Warrington's scorn and anger are not diminished by this altercation. He turns round savagely upon unhappy Sampson, who sits with his head buried in his breast. "Hadn't you better take a bumper of brandy to keep your spirits up, Mr. Sampson?" he asks. "Hang it, man. Don't be snivelling like a woman." "Oh, it's not me," says Sampson, tossing his head. "I am used to it, sir, not you." "Who, then? Are you crying because somebody else is hurt, pray?" asks Mr. Warrington. "Yes, sir," says the chaplain, with some spirit, "because somebody else is hurt, and through my fault. I have lodged for many years in London with a bootmaker, a very honest man, and, a few days since, having a perfect reliance upon a friend who had promised to accommodate me with a loan, I borrowed £60 from my landlord, which he was about to pay to his own. I can't get the money. My poor landlord's goods will be seized for rent. His wife and dear young children will be turned into the street, and this honest family will be ruined through my fault. But, as you say, Mr. Warrington, I ought not to snivel like a woman. I will remember that you helped me once, and will bid you farewell, sir," and, taking his broad-leafed hat, Mr. Chaplain walked out of the room. An execration and a savage laugh, I am sorry to say, burst out of Harry's lips at this sudden movement of the chaplain's. He was in such a passion with himself, with circumstances, with all people round about him, that he scarce knew where to turn, or what he said. Sampson heard the savage laughter, and then the voice of Harry calling from the stairs, "Sampson, Sampson. Hang you. Come back. It's a mistake. I beg your pardon." But the chaplain was cut to the soul, and walked on. Harry heard the door of the street as the parson slammed it. It thumped on his own breast. He entered his room, and sank back on his luxurious chair there. He was prodigal, amongst the swine his foul remorses, they had tripped him up, and were wallowing over him. Gambling, extravagance, debauchery, dissolute life, reckless companions, dangerous women, they were all upon him in a herd, and were trampling upon the prostrate young sinner. Prodigal was not, however, yet utterly overcome, and had some fight left in him. Dashing the filthy importunate brutes aside, and, as it were, kicking his ugly remembrances away from him, Mr. Warrington seized a great glass of that fire water which he had recommended to poor humiliated Parson Sampson, and, flinging off his fine damask robe, rang for the trembling Gumbo, and ordered his coat. "Not that!" roars he, as Gumbo brings him a fine green coat with plated buttons and a gold cord. A plain suit, the plainer the better. The black clothes. And Gumbo brings the morning coat which his master had discarded for some months past. Mr. Harry then takes colon 1, his fine new gold watch, 2, his repeater, that which he had bought for Hetty, which he puts into his other fob, 3, his necklace, which he had purchased for Theo, 4, his rings, of which my gentleman must have half a dozen at least, with the exception of his grandfather's old seal ring, which he kisses and lays down on the pincushion again, 5, his 3 gold snuff boxes, and 6, his purse, knitted by his mother, and containing 3 shillings and 6pence and a pocket piece brought from Virginia, and, putting on his hat, issues from his door. At the landing he is met by Mr. Ruff, his landlord, who bows and cringes and puts into his honour's hand a strip of paper a yard long. Much obliged if Mr. Warrington will settle. Mrs. Ruff has a large account to make up today. Mrs. Ruff is a milliner. Mr. Ruff is one of the head waiters and aide-de-camp of Mr. McCrath, the proprietor of White's Club. The sight of the landlord does not add to the lodger's good humour. Perhaps his honour will have the kindness to settle the little account? Asks Mr. Ruff. Of course I will settle the account, says Harry, glumly looking down over Mr. Ruff's head from the stair above him. Perhaps Mr. Warrington will settle it now? No, sir, I will not settle it now, says Mr. Warrington, bullying forward. I'm very much in want of money, sir, pleads the voice under him. Mrs. Ruff is, hang you, sir, get out of the way, cries Mr. Warrington, ferociously, and driving Mr. Ruff backward to the wall, sending him almost topsy-turvy down his own landing. He tramps down the stair, and walks forth into Bond Street. The guards were at exercise at the King's Mews at Charing Cross, as Harry passed, and he heard their drums and fifes, and looked in at the gate, and saw them at drill. I can shoulder a musket at any rate, thought he to himself gloomily, as he strode on. He crossed St. Martin's Lane, where he transacted some business, and so made his way into Long Acre, and to the bootmaker's house where friend Sampson lodged. The woman of the house said Mr. Sampson was not at home, but had promised to be at home at 1, and, as she knew Mr. Warrington, showed him up to the parson's apartments, where he sat down, and, for want of occupation, tried to read an unfinished sermon of the chaplain's. The subject was the prodigal son. Mr. Harry did not take very accurate cognizance of the sermon. Presently he heard the landlady's shrill voice on the stair, pursuing somebody who ascended, and Sampson rushed into the room, followed by the sobbing woman. At seeing Harry, Sampson started, and the landlady stopped. Absorbed in her own domestic cares, she had doubtless forgot that a visitor was awaiting her lodger. There's only £13 in the house, and he will be here at 1, I tell you, she was bawling out, as she pursued her victim. Hush, hush, my good creature, cries the gasping chaplain, pointing to Harry, who rose from the window seat. Don't you see Mr. Warrington? I've business with him, most important business. It will be all right, I tell you. And he soothed and coaxed Mrs. Landlady out of the room, with the crowd of anxious little ones hanging at her coats. Sampson, I have come to ask your pardon again, says Mr. Warrington, rising up. What I said today to you was very cruel and unjust, and unlike a gentleman. Not a word more, sir, says the other, coldly and sadly, bowing and scarcely pressing the hand which Harry offered him. I see you are still angry with me, Harry continues. Nay, sir, an apology is an apology. A man of my station can ask for no more from one of yours. No doubt you did not mean to give me pain. And what if you did? And you are not the only one of the family who has, he said, as he looked piteously round the room. I wish I had never known the name of Esmond or Castlewood, he continues, or that place yonder of which the picture hangs over my fireplace, and where I have buried myself these long years. My lord, your cousin, took a fancy to me, said he would make my fortune, has kept me as his dependent till fortune has passed by me, and now refuses me my due. How do you mean your due, Mr. Sampson? Asks Harry. I mean 3 years' salary which he owes me as chaplain of Castlewood. Seeing you could give me no money, I went to his lordship this morning and asked him. I fell on my knees, and asked him, sir. But his lordship had none. He gave me civil words, at least, saving your presence, Mr. Warrington, but no money, that is, 5 guineas, which he declared was all he had and which I took. But what are 5 guineas amongst so many? Oh, those poor little children. Those poor little children. Lord Castlewood said he had no money? Cries out Harry. He won £1,100, yesterday, of me at piquet, which I paid him out of this pocket-book. I dare say, sir, I dare say, sir. One can't believe a word his lordship says, sir, says Mr. Sampson, but I am thinking of execution in this house, and ruin upon these poor folks tomorrow. That need not happen, says Mr. Warrington. Here are 80 guineas, Sampson. As far as they go, God help you. 'Tis all I have to give you. I wish to my heart I could give more as I promised, but you did not come at the right time, and I am a poor devil now until I get my remittances from Virginia. The chaplain gave a wild look of surprise, and turned quite white. He flung himself down on his knees and seized Harry's hand. Great powers, sir, says he, are you a guardian angel that heaven hath sent me? You quarreled with my tears this morning, Mr. Warrington. I can't help them now. They burst, sir, from a grateful heart. A rock of stone would pour them forth, sir, before such goodness as yours. May heaven eternally bless you, and give you prosperity. May my unworthy prayers be heard in your behalf, my friend, my best benefactor. Nay. Get up, friend, get up, Samson, says Harry, whom the chaplain's adulation and fine phrases rather annoyed. I am glad to have been able to do you a service, sincerely glad. There. Don't be on your knees to me, to heaven who sent you to me, sir, cries the chaplain. Mrs. Weston, what is it, sir? Says the landlady, instantly, who, indeed, had been at the door the whole time. We are saved, Mrs. Weston. We are saved, cries the chaplain. Kneel, woman, and thank our benefactor. Raise your innocent voices, children, and bless him. A universal whimper arose round Harry, which the chaplain led off, whilst the young Virginian stood, simpering and well pleased, in the midst of this congregation. They would worship, do what he might. One of the children, not understanding the kneeling order, and standing up, the mother fetched her a slap on the ear, crying, "Drat it, Jane, kneel down, and bless the gentleman, I tell ye." We leave them performing this sweet benedictory service. Mr. Harry walks off from Longacre, forgetting almost the griefs of the former 4 or 5 days, and tingling with the consciousness of having done a good action. The young woman with whom Gumby had been conversing on that evening when Harry drove up from White's to his lodging, was Mrs. Molly, from Oakhurst, the attendant of the ladies there. Wherever that fascinating Gumbo went, he left friends and admirers in the servants' hall. I think we said it was on a Wednesday evening he and Mrs. Molly had fetched to walk together, and they were performing the amiable courtesies incident upon parting, when Gumbo's master came up, and put an end to their twilight whisperings and what not. For many hours on Wednesday, on Thursday, on Friday, a pale little maiden sate at a window in Lord Rotham's house, in Hill Street, her mother and sister wistfully watching her. She would not go out. They knew whom she was expecting. He passed the door once, and she might have thought he was coming, but he did not. He went into a neighbouring house. Papa had never told the girls of the presents which Harry had sent, and only whispered a word or two to their mother regarding his quarrel with a young Virginian. On Saturday night there was an opera of Mr. Handel's, and Papa brought home tickets for the gallery. Hetty went this evening. The change would do her good, Theo thought, and perhaps there might be somebody amongst the fine company, but somebody was not there, and Mr. Handel's fine music fell blank upon the poor child. It might have been Signor Bonancini's, and she would have scarce known the difference. As the children are undressing and taking off those smart new satin sacks in which they appeared at the opera, looking so fresh and so pretty amongst all the tawdry rouged folks, Theo remarks how very sad and woebegone Mrs. Molly their maid appears. Theo is always anxious when other people seem in trouble, not so Hetty, now, who is suffering, poor thing, one of the most selfish maladies which ever visits mortals. Have you ever been amongst insane people, and remarked how they never think of any but themselves? What is the matter, Molly? Asks kind Theo, and indeed, Molly has been longing to tell her young ladies. Oh, Miss Theo. Oh, Miss Hetty. She says. However can I tell you? Mr. Gumby have been here, Mr. Warrington's coloured gentleman, miss, and he says Mr. Warrington have been took by 2 bailiffs this evening, as he comes out of Sir Miles Warrington's house 3 doors off. Silence, cries Theo, quite sternly. Who is it that gives those 3 shrieks? It is Mrs. Molly, who chooses to scream, because Miss Hetty has fallen fainting from her chair. Chapter 45, in which Harry finds 2 uncles. We have all of us, no doubt, had a fine experience of the world, and a vast variety of characters have passed under our eyes, but there is one sort of men not an uncommon object of satire in novels and plays, of whom I confess to have met with scarce any specimens at all in my intercourse with this sinful mankind. I mean, mere religious hypocrites, preaching for ever, and not believing a word of their own sermons, infidels in broad brims and sables, expounding, exhorting, comminating, blessing, without any faith in their own paradise, or fear about their pandemonium. Look at those candid troops of hobnails clumping to church on a Sunday evening, those rustling maidservants in their ribbons whom the young apprentices follow, those little regiments of schoolboys, those trim young maidens and staid matrons, marching with their glistening prayer books, as the chapel bell chinks yonder, passing Ebenezer, very likely, where the congregation of umbrellas, great bonnets, and pattens, is by this time assembled under the flowering gas lamps. Look at those. How many of them are hypocrites, Thank you. Very likely the maidservant is thinking of her sweetheart, the grocer is casting about how he can buy that parcel of sugar, and whether the county bank will take any more of his paper. The head schoolboy is conning Latin verses for Monday's exercise. The young scapegrace remembers that after his service and sermon, there will be Papa's exposition at home, but that there will be pie for supper. The clerk who calls out the psalm has his daughter in trouble, and drones through his responses scarcely aware of their meaning. The very moment the parson hides his face on his cushion, he may be thinking of that bill which is coming due on Monday. These people are not heavenly minded, they are of the world, worldly, and have not yet got their feet off of it, but they are not hypocrites. Look you. Folks have their religion in some handy mental lockup, as it were a valuable medicine, to be taken in ill health, and a man administers his nostrum to his neighbor, and recommends his private cure for the other's complaint. My dear madam, you have spasms. You will find these drops infallible. You have been taking too much wine, my good sir. By this bill you may defy any evil consequences from too much wine, and take your bottle of port daily. Of spiritual and bodily physic, who are more fond and eager dispensers than women. And we know that, especially 100 years ago, every lady in the country had her still room, and her medicine chest, her pills, powders, potions, for all the village round. My Lady Warrington took charge of the consciences and the digestions of her husband's tenants and family. She had the faith and health of the servants' hall in keeping. Heaven can tell whether she knew how to doctor them rightly, but, was it pill or doctrine, she administered one or the other with equal belief in her own authority, and her disciples swallowed both obediently. She believed herself to be one of the most virtuous, self-denying, wise, learned women in the world, and, dinning this opinion perpetually into the ears of all round about her, succeeded in bringing not few persons to join in her persuasion. At Sir Miles's dinner there was so fine a sideboard of plate, and such a number of men in livery, that it required some presenter of mind to perceive that a beer was of the smallest which the butler brought round in a splendid tankard, and that there was but one joint of mutton on the grand silver dish. When Sir Miles called the king's health, and smacked his jolly lips over his wine, he eyed it and the company as if the liquor was ambrosia. He asked Harry Warrington whether they had port like that in Virginia. He said that was nothing to the wine Harry should taste in Norfolk. He praised the wine so, that Harry almost believed that it was good, and winked into his own glass, trying to see some of the merits which his uncle perceived in the ruby nectar. Just as we see in many a well-regulated family of this present century, the Warringtons had their two paragons. Of the two grown daughters, the one was the greatest beauty, the other the greatest genius and angel of any young lady then alive, as Lady Warrington told Harry. The eldest, the beauty, was engaged to dear Tom Claypole, the fond mother informed her cousin Harry in confidence. But the second daughter, the genius and angel, was forever set upon our young friend to improve his wits and morals. She sang to him at the harpsichord rather out of tune for an angel, Harry thought. She was ready with advice, instruction, conversation with almost too much instruction and advice, thought Harry, who would have far preferred the society of the little cousin who reminded him of Fanny Mountain at home. But the last-mentioned young maiden after dinner retired to her nursery commonly. Beauty went off on her own avocations, Mamma had to attend to her poor or write her voluminous letters, Papa dozed in his armchair, and the genius remained to keep her young cousin company. The calm of the house somehow pleased the young man, and he liked to take refuge there away from the riot and dissipation in which he ordinarily lived. Certainly no welcome could be kinder than that which he got. The doors were open to him at all hours. If Flora was not at home, Dora was ready to receive him. Ere many days' acquaintance, he and his little cousin Miles had been to have a galloping match in the park, and Harry, who was kind and generous to every man alive who came near him, had in view the purchase of a little horse for his cousin, far better than that which the boy rode, when the circumstances occurred which brought all our poor Harry's coaches and horses to a sudden breakdown. Though Sir Miles Warrington had imagined Virginia to be an island, the ladies were much better instructed in geography, and anxious to hear from Harry all about his home and his native country. He, on his part, was not averse to talk about it. He described to them the length and breadth of his estate, the rivers which it coasted, the produce which it bore. He had had with a friend a little practice of surveying in his boyhood. He made a map of his county, with some fine towns here and there, which, in truth, were but log huts, but, for the honor of his country, he was desirous that they should wear as handsome a look as possible. Here was Potomac, here was James River, here were the wharves whence his mother's ships and tobacco were brought to the sea. In truth, the estate was as large as a county. He did not brag about the place overmuch. to see the handsome young fellow, in a fine suit of velvet and silver lace, making his draft, pointing out this hill and that forest or town. You might have imagined him a travelling prince describing the realms of the queen his mother. He almost fancied himself to be so at times. He had miles where gentlemen in England had acres. Not only Dora listened but the beauteous Flora about her fair head and heard him with attention. Why, what was young Tom Claypole, their brother baronet's son in Norfolk, with his great boots, his great voice, and his eardom to a poor 5,000 acres, compared to this young American prince and charming stranger? Angel as she was, Dora began to lose her angelic temper, and to twit Flora for a flirt. Claypole in his red waistcoat, would sit dumb before the splendid Harry in his ruffles and laces, talking of March and Chesterfield, Selwyn and Bolingbroke, and the whole company of macaronis. Mama began to love Harry more and more as a son. She was anxious about the spiritual welfare of those poor Indians, of those poor Negroes in Virginia. What could she do to help dear Madame Esmond, a precious woman, she knew, in the good work? She had a serious butler and housekeeper. They were delighted with the spiritual behavior and sweet musical gifts of Gumbo. Ah! Harry, Harry! You have been a sad wild boy. Why did you not come sooner to us, sir, and not lose your time amongst the spendthrifts and the vain world? But 'tis not yet too late. We must reclaim thee, dear Harry. Mustn't we, Sir Miles? Mustn't we, Dora? Mustn't we, Flora? The three ladies all look up to the ceiling. They will reclaim the dear prodigal. It is which shall reclaim him most. Dora sits by and watches Flora. As for Mama, when the girls are away, she talks to him more and more seriously, more and more tenderly. She will be a mother to him in the absence of his own admirable parent. She gives him a hymn book. She kisses him on the forehead. She is actuated by the purest love, tenderness, religious regard, towards her dear, wayward, wild, amiable nephew. Whilst these sentimentalities were going on, it is to be presumed that Mr. Warrington kept his own counsel about his affairs out of doors, which we have seen were in the very worst condition. He who had been favoured by fortune for so many weeks was suddenly deserted by her, and a few days had served to kick down all his heap of winnings. Do we say that my Lord Castlewood, his own kinsman, had dealt unfairly by the young Virginian, and in the course of a couple of afternoons' closet practice had robbed him? We would insinuate nothing so disrespectful to his lordship's character, but he had won from Harry every shilling which properly belonged to him, and would have played him for his reversions, but that the young man flung up his hands when he saw himself so far beaten, and declared that he must continue the battle no more. Remembering that there still remained a spar out of the wreck, as it were that portion which he had set aside for poor Sampson, Harry ventured it at the gaming table, but that last resource went down along with the rest of Harry's possessions, and fortune fluttered off in the storm, leaving the luckless adventurer almost naked on the shore. When a man is young and generous and hearty, the loss of money scarce afflicts him. Harry would sell his horses and carriages, and diminish his train of life. If he wanted immediate supplies of money, would not his Aunt Bernstein be his banker, or his kinsman who had won so much from him, or his kind Uncle Warrington and Lady Warrington who were always talking virtue and benevolence, and declaring that they loved him as a son? He would call upon these, or any one of them whom he might choose to favour, at his leisure. Meanwhile, Sampson's story of his landlord's distress touched the young gentleman, and, in order to raise a hasty supply for the clergyman, he carried off all his trinkets to a certain pawnbroker's shop in St. Martin's Lane. Now this broker was a relative or partner of that very Mr. Sparks of Tavistock Street, from whom Harry had purchased did we say ? No, taken the trinkets which he had intended to present to his Oakhurst friends, and it chanced that Mr. Sparks came to visit his brother tradesman very soon after Mr. Warrington had disposed of his goods. Recognizing immediately the little enamel diamond-handled repeater which he had sold to the fortunate youth, the jeweller broke out into expressions regarding Harry which I will not mention here, being already accused of speaking much too plainly. A gentleman who is acquainted with a pawnbroker, we may be sure, has a bailiff or two amongst his acquaintances, and those bailiffs have followers who, at the bidding of the impartial law, will touch with equal hand the fiercest captain's epaulette or the finest macaroni's shoulder. The very gentleman who had seized upon Lady Maria at Tunbridge was set upon her cousin in London. They easily learned from the garrulous Gumbo that his honour was at Sir Miles Warrington's house in Hill Street, and whilst the black was courting Mrs. Lambert's maid at the adjoining mansion, Mr. Costigan and his assistant lay in wait for poor Harry, who was enjoying the delights of intercourse with a virtuous family circle assembled round his aunt's table. Never had Uncle Miles been more cordial, never had Aunt Warrington been more gracious, gentle, and affectionate. Flora looked unusually lovely, Dora had been more than ordinarily amiable. At parting, my lady gave him both her hands, and called benedictions from the ceiling down upon him. Papa had said in his most jovial manner, "Hang it, nephew. When I was thy age I should have kissed two such fine girls as do and flow ere this, and my own flesh and blood too." "Don't tell me." "I should, my Lady Warrington." "Odds fish. 'Tis the boy blushes, and not the girls. I suppose they are used to it." He, Papa!" cry the virgins, "Sir Miles!" says the august mother at the same instant. There, says Papa. "A kiss won't do no harm, and won't tell no tales, will it, nephew Harry?" I suppose, during the utterance of the above three brief phrases, the harmless little osculatory operation has taken place, and blushing Cousin Harry has touched the damask cheek of Cousin Flora and Cousin Dora. As he goes downstairs with his uncle, Mamma makes a speech to the girls, looking, as usual, up to the ceiling, and saying, "What precious qualities your poor dear cousin has! What shrewdness mingled with his simplicity, and what a fine genteel manner, though upon mere worldly elegance I set little store. What a dreadful pity to think that such a vessel should ever be lost. We must rescue him, my loves. We must take him away from those wicked companions, and those horrible Castlewoods. Not that I would speak ill of my neighbors. But I shall hope, I shall pray, that he may be rescued from his evil courses." And again Lady Warrington eyes the cornice in a most determined manner, as the girls wistfully look towards the door behind which their interesting cousin has just vanished. His uncle will go downstairs with him. He calls "God bless you, my boy." Most affectionately, he presses Harry's hand, and repeats his valuable benediction at the door. As it closes, the light from the hall within having sufficiently illuminated Mr. Warrington's face and figure, two gentlemen, who have been standing on the opposite side of the way, advance rapidly, and one of them takes a strip of paper out of his pocket, and putting his hand upon Mr. Warrington's shoulder, declares him his prisoner. A hackney coach is in attendance, and poor Harry goes to sleep in Chancery Lane. Oh, to think that a Virginian prince's back should be slapped by a ragged bailiff's follower! That Madame Esmond's son should be in a sponging house in Cursitor Street. I do not envy our young prodigal his rest on that dismal night. Let us hit him now he is down, my beloved young friends. Let us imagine the stings of remorse keeping him wakeful on his dingy pillow, the horrid jollifications of other hardened inmates of the place ringing in his ears from the room hard by, where they sit boozing. The rage and shame and discomfiture. No pity on him, I say, my honest young gentleman, for you, of course, have never indulged in extravagance or folly, or paid the reckoning of remorse. Chapter 46 Chains and Slavery. Remorse for past misdeeds and follies Harry sincerely felt, when he found himself a prisoner in that dismal lock-up house, and wrath and annoyance at the idea of being subjected to the indignity of arrest, but the present unpleasantry he felt sure could only be momentary. He had 20 friends who would release him from his confinement. To which of them should he apply, was the question. Mr. Draper, the man of business, who had been so obsequious to him, his kind uncle the baronet, who had offered to make his house Harry's home, who loved him as a son, his cousin Castlewood, who had won such large sums from him, his noble friends at the Chocolate House, his good Aunt Bernstein. Any one of these Harry felt sure would give him a help in his trouble, though some of the relatives, perhaps, might administer to him a little scolding for his imprudence. The main point was, that the matter should be transacted quietly, for Mr. Warrington was anxious that as few as possible of the public should know how a gentleman of his prodigious importance had been subject to such a vulgar process as an arrest. As if the public does not end by knowing everything it cares to know. As if the dinner I shall have today, and the hole in the stocking which I wear at this present writing, can be kept a secret from some enemy or other who has a mind to pry it out, though my boots are on, and my door was locked when I dressed myself. I mentioned that hole in the stocking for sake of example merely. The world can pry out everything about us which it has a mind to know. But then there is this consolation, which men will never accept in their own cases, that the world doesn't care. Consider the amount of scandal it has been forced to hear in its time, and how weary and blasé it must be of that kind of intelligence. You are taken to prison, and fancy yourself indelibly disgraced? You are bankrupt under odd circumstances? You drive a queer bargain with your friends and are found out, and imagine the world will punish you? Sure. Your shame is only vanity. Go and talk to the world as if nothing had happened, and nothing has happened. Tumble down, brush the mud off your clothes, appear with a smiling countenance, and nobody cares. Do you suppose society is going to take out its pocket handkerchief and be inconsolable when you die? Why should it care very much, then, whether your worship graces yourself or disgraces yourself. Whatever happens, it talks, meets, jokes, yawns, has its dinner, pretty much as before. Therefore don't be so conceited about yourself as to fancy your private affairs of so much importance, Miles Philly. Whereas Mr. Harry Warrington chafed and fumed as though all the world was tingling with a touch of that hand which had been laid on his sublime shoulder. A pretty sensation my arrest must have created at the club, thought Harry. I suppose that Mr. Selwyn will be cutting all sorts of jokes about my misfortune, plague take him. Everybody round the table will have heard of it. March will tremble about the bet I have with him, and, faith, 'twill be difficult to pay him when I lose. They will all be setting up a whoop of congratulation at the savage, as they call me, being taken prisoner. How shall I ever be able to appear in the world again? Whom shall I ask to come to my help? No, thought he, with his mingled acuteness and simplicity, I will not send in the first instance to any of my relations or my noble friends at White's. I will have Sampson's counsel. He has often been in a similar predicament, and will know how to advise me. Accordingly, as soon as the light of dawn appeared, after an almost intolerable delay, for it seemed to Harry as if the sun had forgotten to visit Cursitor Street in his rounds that morning, and as soon as the inmates of the house of bondage were stirring, Mr. Warrington dispatched a messenger to his friend in Long Acre, acquainting the chaplain with the calamity just befallen him, and beseeching his reverence to give him the benefit of his advice and consolation. Mr. Warrington did not know, to be sure, that to send such a message to the parson was as if he said, I am fallen amongst the lions. Come down, my dear friend, into the pit with me. Harry very likely thought Sampson's difficulties were over, or, more likely still, was so much engrossed with his own affairs and perplexities, as to bestow little thought upon his neighbors. Having sent off his missive, the captive's mind was somewhat more at ease, and he condescended to call for breakfast, which was brought to him presently. The attendant who served him with his morning repast asked him whether he would order dinner, or take his meal at Mrs. Bailiff's table with some other gentleman. No. Mr. Warrington would not order dinner. He should quit the place before dinner time, he informed the chamberlain who waited on him in that grim tavern. The man went away, thinking no doubt that this was not the first young gentleman who had announced that he was going away ere 2 hours were over. Well, if your honour does stay, there is good beef and carrot at 2 o'clock, says the skeptic, and closes the door on Mr. Harry and his solitary meditations. Harry's messenger to Mr. Sampson brought back a message from that gentleman to say that he would be with his patron as soon as might be, but 10 o'clock came, 11 o'clock, noon, and no Sampson. No Sampson arrived, but about 12 Gumbo with a portmanteau of his master's clothes, who flung himself, roaring with grief, at Harry's feet, and with 1,000 vows of fidelity, expressed himself ready to die, to sell himself into slavery over again, to do anything to rescue his beloved master Harry from this calamitous position. Harry was touched with the lad's expressions of affection, and told him to get up from the ground where he was grovelling on his knees, embracing his master's. All you have to do, sir, is to give me my clothes to dress, and to hold your tongue about this business. Mind you, not a word, sir, about it to anybody, says Mr. Warrington, severely. Oh no, sir, never to nobody, says Gumbo, looking most solemnly, and proceeded to dress his master carefully, who had need of a change and a toilette after his yesterday's sudden capture, and night's dismal rest. Accordingly Gumbo flung a dash of powder in Harry's hair, and arrayed his master carefully and elegantly, so that he made Mr. Warrington look as fine and splendid as if he had been stepping into his chair to go to St. James's. Indeed, all that love and civility could do Mr. Gumbo faithfully did for his master, for whom he had an extreme regard and attachment. But there were certain things beyond Gumbo's power. He could not undo things which were done already, and he could not help lying and excusing himself when pressed upon points disagreeable to himself. The language of slaves is lies, I mean black slaves and white. The creature slinks away and hides with subterfuges, as a hunted animal runs to his cover at the sight of man, the tyrant and pursuer. Strange relics of feudality, and consequence of our ever so old social life. Our domestics, are they not men, too, and brethren? Are all hypocrites before us? They never speak naturally to us, or the whole truth. We should be indignant, we should say, confound their impudence, we should turn them out of doors if they did. But quo me rapis, oh my unbridled hobby? Well, the truth is, that as for swearing not to say a word about his master's arrest, such an oath as that was impossible to keep, for, with a heart full of grief, indeed, but with a tongue that never could cease wagging, bragging, joking, and lying, Mr. Gumbo had announced the woeful circumstance to a prodigious number of his acquaintances already, chiefly gentlemen of the shoulder knot and worsted lace. We have seen how he carried the news to Colonel Lambert's and Lord Rotham's servants. He had proclaimed it at the Footmen's Club to which he belonged, and which was frequented by the gentlemen of some of the first nobility. He had subsequently condescended to partake of a mug of ale in Sir Miles Warrington's butler's room, and they had repeated and embellished the story. Then he had gone off to Madame Bernstein's people, with some of whom he was on terms of affectionate intercourse, and had informed that domestic circle of his grief and his master being captured, and there being no earthly call for his personal services that evening. Gumbo had stepped up to Lord Castlewood's, and informed the gentry there of the incident which had just come to pass. So when, laying his hand on his heart, and with gushing floods of tears, Gumbo says, in reply to his master's injunction, "Oh no, master. Never to nobody. We are in a condition to judge of the degree of credibility which ought to be given to the lad's statement." The black had long completed his master's toilet. The dreary breakfast was over. Slow as the hours went to the prisoner, still they were passing one after another. But no Samson came in accordance with the promise sent in the morning. At length, some time after noon, there arrived, not Samson, but a billet from him, sealed with a moist wafer, and with the ink almost yet wet. The unlucky divine's letter ran as follows. "Oh, sir, dear sir, I have done all that a man can at the command and in the behalf of his patron. You did not know, sir, to what you were subjecting me. Did you? Else, if I was to go to prison, why did I not share yours, and why am I in a lock-up house 3 doors off? Yes. Such is the fact. As I was hastening to you, knowing full well the danger to which I was subject: but what danger will I not affront at the call of such a benefactor as Mr. Warrington hath been to me? I was seized by 2 villains who had a writ against me, and who have lodged me at Naboth's, hard by, and so close to your honour, that we could almost hear each other across the garden walls of the respective houses where we are confined. I had much and of importance to say, which I do not care to write down on paper regarding your affairs. May they mend. May my cursed fortunes, too, better themselves, is the prayer of your honour's afflicted chaplain and ordinary, J.S. And now, as Mr. Sampson refuses to speak, it will be our duty to acquaint the reader with those matters whereof the poor chaplain did not care to discourse on paper. Gumbo's loquacity had not reached so far as Long Acre, and Mr. Sampson was ignorant of the extent of his patron's calamity until he received Harry's letter and messenger from Chancery Lane. The divine was still ardent with gratitude for the service Mr. Warrington had just conferred on him, and eager to find some means to succour his distressed patron. He knew what a large sum Lord Castlewood had won from his cousin, had dined in company with his lordship on the day before, and now ran to Lord Castlewood's house, with a hope of arousing him to some pity for Mr. Warrington. Sampson made a very eloquent and touching speech to Lord Castlewood about his kinsman's misfortune, and spoke with a real kindness and sympathy, which, however, failed to touch the nobleman to whom he addressed himself. My lord peevishly and curtly put a stop to the chaplain's passionate pleading. "Did I not tell you, 2 days since, when you came for money, that I was as poor as a beggar, Sampson?" said his lordship, "and has anybody left me a fortune since? The little sum I won from my cousin was swallowed up by others. I not only can't help Mr. Warrington, but, as I pledge you my word, not being in the least aware of his calamity, I had positively written to him this morning to ask him to help me." And a letter to this effect did actually reach Mr. Warrington from his lodgings, whither it had been dispatched by the penny post. "I must get him money, my lord. I know he had scarcely anything left in his pocket after relieving me. Were I to pawn my cassock and bands, he must have money," cried the chaplain. "Amen. Go and pawn your bands, your cassock, anything you please. Your enthusiasm does you credit," said my lord, and resumed the reading of his paper, whilst, in the deepest despondency, poor Sampson left him. My Lady Maria meanwhile had heard that the chaplain was with her brother, and conjectured what might be the subject on which they had been talking. She seized upon the parson as he issued from out his fruitless interview with my lord. She drew him into the dining-room. The strongest marks of grief and sympathy were in her countenance. "Tell me, what is this has happened to Mr. Warrington?" she asked. "Your ladyship, then, knows?" asked the chaplain. "Have I not been in mortal anxiety ever since his servant brought the dreadful news last night?" asked my lady. "We had it as we came from the opera from my Lady Yarmouth's box, my lord. My Lady Castlewood, and I, his lordship, then, did know," continued Sampson. "Benson told the news when he came from the playhouse to our tea," repeats Lady Maria. The chaplain lost all patience and temper at such duplicity. "This is too bad," he said, with an oath. and he told Lady Maria of the conversation which he had just had with Lord Castlewood, and of the latter's refusal to succour his cousin, after winning great sums of money from him, and with much eloquence and feeling, of Mr. Warrington's most generous behaviour to himself. Then my Lady Maria broke out with a series of remarks regarding her own family, which were by no means complimentary to her own kith and kin. Although not accustomed to tell truth commonly, yet, when certain families fall out, it is wonderful what a number of truths they will tell about one another. With tears, imprecations, I do not like to think how much stronger language, Lady Maria burst into a furious and impassioned tirade, in which she touched upon the history of almost all her noble family. She complimented the men and the ladies alike, she shrieked out interrogatories to heaven, inquiring why it had made such, never mind what names she called her brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, parents, and, emboldened with wrath, she dashed at her brother's library door, so shrill in her outcries, so furious in her demeanour, that the alarmed chaplain, fearing the scene which might ensue, made for the street. My lord, looking up from the book or other occupation which engaged him, regarded the furious woman with some surprise, and selected a good strong oath to fling at her, as it were, and check her onset. But, when roused, we have seen how courageous Maria could be. Afraid as she was ordinarily of her brother, she was not in a mood to be frightened now by any language of abuse or sarcasm at his command. So, my lord, she called out, you sit down with him in private to cards, and pigeon him. You get the poor boy's last shilling, and you won't give him a guinea out of his own winnings now he is penniless, so that infernal chaplain has been telling tales. Says my lord. Dismiss him, do. Pay him his wages, and let him go, he will be glad enough. Cries Maria, I keep him to marry one of my sisters, in case he is wanted, says Castlewood, glaring at her. What can the women be in a family where there are such men? Says the lady, effectivement. Says my lord, with a shrug of his shoulder, what can we be, when our fathers and brothers are what they are? We are bad enough, but what are you? I say, you neither have courage nor honour, nor common feeling. As your equals won't play with you, my Lord Castlewood, you must take this poor lad out of Virginia, your own kinsman, and pigeon him. Oh, it's a shame, we are all playing our own game, I suppose. Haven't you played and won one, Maria? Is it you that are squeamish of a sudden about the poor lad from Virginia? Has Mr. Harry cried off, or has your ladyship got a better offer? Cried my lord. If you won't have him, one of the Warrington girls will, I promise you, and the old Methodist woman in Hill Street will give him the choice of either. Are you a fool, Maria Esmond? A greater fool, I mean, than in common. I should be a fool if I thought that either of my brothers could act like an honest man, Eugene. Said Maria. I am a fool to expect that you will be other than you are, that if you find any relative in distress you will help him, that if you can meet with a victim you won't fleece him. Fleece him? Sure. What folly are you talking? Have you not seen, from the course which the lad has been running for months past, how he would end? If I had not won his money, some other would? I never grudge thee thy little plans regarding him. Why shouldst thou fly in a passion, because I have just put out my hand to take what he was offering to all the world? I reason with you, I don't know why, Maria. You should be old enough to understand reason, at any rate. You think this money belonged of right to Lady Maria Warrington and her children? I tell you that in 3 months more every shilling would have found its way to White's Maco table, and that it is much better spent in paying my debts. So much for your ladyship's anger, and tears, and menaces, and naughty language. See, I am a good brother, and repay them with reason and kind words. My good brother might have given a little more than kind words to the lad from whom he has just taken hundreds, interposed the sister of this affectionate brother. Great heavens, Maria! Don't you see that even out of this affair, unpleasant as it seems, a clever woman may make her advantage, cries my lord. Maria said she failed to comprehend. As thus. I name no names, I meddle in no person's business, having quite enough to do to manage my own cursed affairs. But suppose I happen to know of a case in another family which may be applicable to ours. It is this. A green young lad of tolerable expectations, comes up from the country to his friends in town, never mind from what country, never mind to what town. An elderly female relative, who has been dragging her spinsterhood about these how many years shall we say, extort a promise of marriage from my young gentleman, never mind on what conditions, my lord. Do you want to insult your sister as well as to injure your cousin? Asks Maria. My good child, did I say a single word about fleecing or cheating, or pigeoning, or did I fly into a passion when you insulted me? I know the allowance that must be made for your temper, and the natural folly of your sex. I say I treated you with soft words. I go on with my story. The elderly relative extracts a promise of marriage from the young lad, which my gentleman is quite unwilling to keep. No, he won't keep it. He is utterly tired of his elderly relative. He will plead his mother's refusal. He will do anything to get out of his promise. Yes, if he was one of us Ismonds, my Lord Castlewood. But this is a man of honor we are speaking of, cried Maria, who, I suppose, admired truth in others, however little she saw it in her own family. I do not contradict either of my dear sister's remarks. One of us would fling the promise to the winds, especially as it does not exist in writing, my lord. Gasps out Maria, bah! I know all. That little coup of Tunbridge was played by the Aunt Bernstein with excellent skill. The old woman is the best man of our family. While you were arrested, your boxes were searched for the Mohawk's letters to you. When you were let loose, the letters had disappeared, and you said nothing, like a wise woman, as you are sometimes. You still hanker after your Cherokee. Swat! A woman of your mature experience knows the value of a husband. What is this little loss of £200 or £300? Not more than 300, my lord? Interposes Maria. Never mind 100 or 2, more or less. What is this loss at cards? A mere bagatelle. You are playing for a principality. You want your kingdom in Virginia, and if you listen to my opinion, the little misfortune which has happened to your swain is a piece of great good fortune to you. I don't understand you, my lord, cursed possible, but sit down, and I will explain what I mean in a manner suited to your capacity. And so Maria Esmond, who had advanced to her brother like a raging lion, now sate down at his feet like a gentle lamb. Madame de Bernstein was not a little moved at the news of her nephew's arrest, which Mr. Gumbo brought to Clarges Street on the night of the calamity. She would have cross-examined the black, and had further particulars respecting Harry's mishap, but Mr. Gumbo, anxious to carry his intelligence to other quarters, had vanished when her ladyship sent for him. Her temper was not improved by the news, or by the sleepless night which she spent. I do not envy the Dame de Compagnie who played cards with her, or the servant who had to lie in her chamber. An arrest was an everyday occurrence, as she knew very well as a woman of the world. Into what difficulties had her scapegrace of a nephew fallen? How much money should she be called upon to pay to release him? And had he run through all his own? Provided he had not committed himself very deeply, she was quite disposed to aid him. She liked even his extravagances and follies. He was the only being in the world on whom, for long, long years, that weary woman had been able to bestow a little natural affection. So, on their different beds, she and Harry were lying wakeful together, and quite early in the morning the messengers which each sent forth on the same business may have crossed each other. Madame Bernstein's messenger was dispatched to the chambers of her man of business, Mr. Draper, with an order that Mr. D. should ascertain for what sums Mr. Warrington had been arrested, and forthwith repair to the Baroness. Draper's emissaries speedily found out that Mr. Warrington was locked up close beside them, and the amount of detainers against him so far. Were there other creditors, as no doubt there were, they would certainly close upon him when they were made acquainted with his imprisonment. To Mr. Sparks, the jeweller, for those unlucky presents, so much; to the landlord in Bond Street, for board, fire, lodging, so much. These represent the only claims against Mr. Warrington. Mr. Draper found. He was ready, at a signal from her ladyship, to settle them at a moment. The jeweller's account ought especially to be paid, for Mr. Harry had acted most imprudently in taking goods from Mr. Sparks on credit, and pledging them with a pawnbroker. He must have been under some immediate pressure for money, intended to redeem the goods immediately, meant nothing but what was honourable of course, but the affair would have an ugly look, if made public, and had better be settled out of hand. There cannot be the least difficulty regarding £1,000 more or less, for a gentleman of Mr. Warrington's rank and expectations, said Madame de Bernstein. Not the least. Her ladyship knew very well that there were funds belonging to Mr. Warrington, on which money could be at once raised with her ladyship's guarantee, should he go that instant and settle the matter with Messrs. Amos. Mr. Harry might be back to dine with her at 2, and to confound the people at the clubs, who are no doubt rejoicing over his misfortunes, said the compassionate Mr. Draper. But the Baroness had other views. I think, my good Mr. Draper, she said, that my young gentleman has sown wild oats enough, and when he comes out of prison I should like him to come out clear, and without any liabilities at all. You are not aware of all his, no gentleman ever does tell all his debts. Madame, says Mr. Draper, no one I ever had to deal with. There is one which the silly boy has contracted, and from which he ought to be released, Mr. Draper. You remember a little circumstance which occurred at Tunbridge Wells in the autumn? about which I sent up my man case to you, when your ladyship pleases to recall it. I remember it not otherwise, says Mr. Draper, with a bow. A lawyer should be like a popish confessor, what is told him is a secret forever, and for everybody. So we must not whisper Madame Bernstein's secret to Mr. Draper, but the reader may perhaps guess it from the lawyer's conduct subsequently. The lawyer felt pretty certain that ere long he would receive a summons from the poor young prisoner in Cursitor Street, and waited for that invitation before he visited Mr. Warrington. 36 hours passed ere the invitation came, during which period Harry passed the dreariest 2 days which he ever remembered to have spent. There was no want of company in the lock-up house. The bailiff's rooms were nearly always full, but Harry preferred the dingy solitude of his own room to the society round his landlady's table, and it was only on the second day of his arrest, and when his purse was emptied by the heavy charges of the place, that he made up his mind to apply to Mr. Draper. He dispatched a letter then to the lawyer at the Temple, informing him of his plight, and desiring him, in an emphatic postscript, not to say one word about the matter to his aunt, Madame de Bernstein. He had made up his mind not to apply to the old lady except at the very last extremity. She had treated him with so much kindness that he revolted from the notion of trespassing on her bounty, and for a while tried to please himself with the idea that he might get out of durance without her even knowing that any misfortune at all had befallen him. There seemed to him something humiliating in petitioning a woman for money. No. He would apply first to his male friends, all of whom might help him if they would. It had been his intention to send Sampson to one or other of them as a negotiator, had not the poor fellow been captured on his way to succor his friend. Sampson gone, Harry was obliged to have recourse to his own negro servant, who was kept on the trot all day between Temple Bar and the court end of the town with letters from his unlucky master. Firstly, then, Harry sent off a most private and confidential letter to his kinsman, the Right Honourable the Earl of Castlewood, saying how he had been cast into prison, and begging Castlewood to lend him the amount of the debt. Please to keep my application, and the cause of it, a profound secret from the dear ladies, wrote poor Harry. Was ever anything so unfortunate? Wrote back Lord Castlewood, in reply. I suppose you have not got my note of yesterday? It must be lying at your lodgings, where I hope in heaven you will soon be, too. My dear Mr. Warrington, thinking you were as rich as Croesus, otherwise I never should have sate down to cards with you. I wrote to you yesterday, begging you to lend me some money to appease some hungry duns whom I don't know how else to pacify. My poor fellow. Every shilling of your money went to them, and but for my peer's privilege I might be hob and nob with you now in your dungeon. May you soon escape from it, is the prayer of your sincere Castlewood. This was the result of application number 1, and we may imagine that Mr. Harry read the reply to his petition with rather a blank face. Never mind. There was kind, jolly Uncle Warrington. Only last night his aunt had kissed him and loved him like a son. His uncle had called down blessings on his head, and professed quite a paternal regard for him. With a feeling of shyness and modesty in presence of those virtuous parents and family, Harry had never said a word about his wild doings, or his horse racings, or his gamblings, or his extravagances. It must all out now. He must confess himself a prodigal and a sinner, and ask for their forgiveness and aid. So Prodigal sate down and composed a penitent letter to Uncle Warrington, and exposed his sad case, and besought him to come to the rescue. Was not that a bitten nut to crack for our haughty young Virginian? Hours of mortification and profound thought as to the pathos of the composition did Harry pass over the letter. Sheet after sheet of Mr. Amos's sixpence-a-sheet letter paper did he tear up before the missive was complete, with which poor blubbering Gumbo, much vilified by the bailiff's followers and parasites, whom he was robbing, as they conceived, of their perquisites, went his way. At evening the faithful negro brought back a thick letter in his aunt's handwriting. Harry opened the letter with a trembling hand. He thought it was full of bank notes. Army. It contained a sermon, Daniel in the Lion's Den, by Mr. Whitfield, and a letter from Lady Warrington saying that, in Sir Miles's absence from London, she was in the habit of opening his letters, and hence, perforce, was become acquainted with a fact which she deplored from her inmost soul to learn, namely, that her nephew Warrington had been extravagant and was in debt. Of course, in the absence of Sir Miles, she could not hope to have at command such a sum as that for which Mr. Warrington wrote, but she sent him her heartfelt prayers, her deepest commiseration, and a discourse by dear Mr. Whitfield, which would comfort him in his present, alas, she feared not undeserved, calamity. She added profuse references to particular scriptural chapters which would do him good. If she might speak of things worldly, she said, at such a moment, she would hint to Mr. Warrington that his epistolary orthography was anything but correct. She would not fail for her part to comply with his expressed desire that his dear cousins should know nothing of this most painful circumstance, and with every wish for his welfare here and elsewhere, she subscribed herself his loving aunt, Margaret Warrington. Poor Harry hid his face between his hands, and sate for a while with elbows on the greasy table blankly staring into the candle before him. The bailiff's servant, who was touched by his handsome face, suggested a mug of beer for his honor, but Harry could not drink, nor eat the meat that was placed before him. Gumbo, however, could, whose grief did not deprive him of appetite, and who, blubbering the while, finished all the beer, and all the bread and the meat. Meanwhile, Harry had finished another letter, with which Gumbo was commissioned to start again, and away the faithful creature ran upon his errand. Gumbo ran as far as White's Club, to which house he was ordered in the first instance to carry the letter, and where he found the person to whom it was addressed. Even the prisoner, for whom time passed so slowly, was surprised at the celerity with which his negro had performed his errand. At least the letter which Harry expected had not taken long to write. My lord wrote it at the hall porter's desk, while I stood there then with Mr. Morris, said Gumbo, and the letter was to this effect: Dear sir, I am sorry I cannot comply with your wish. I'm short of money at present, having paid large sums to you as well as to other gentlemen. Yours obediently, Marchant R. Henry Warrington, Esquire. Did Lord March say anything? Asked Mr. Warrington, looking very pale. He say it was the coolest thing he ever knew. So did Mr. Morris. He showed him your letter, Master Harry. Yes, Mr. Morris say, damn his imperence, added Gumbo. Harry burst into such a yell of laughter that his landlord thought he had good news, and ran in alarm lest he was about to lose his tenant. But by this time poor Harry's laughter was over, and he was flung down in his chair gazing dismally in the fire. I should like to smoke a pipe of Virginia, he groaned. Gumbo burst into tears. He flung himself at Harry's knees. He kissed his knees and his hands. Oh, master, my dear master, what will they say at home? He sobbed out. The jailer was touched at the sight of the black's grief and fidelity, and at Harry's pale face as he sank back in his chair quite overcome and beaten by his calamity. Your honor ain't eat anything these 2 days, the man said, in a voice of rough pity. Pluck up a little, sir. You aren't the first gentleman who has been in and out of grief before this. Let me go down and get you a glass of punch and a little supper, my good friend, said Harry, a sickly smile playing over his white face. You pay ready money for everything in this house, don't you? I must tell you that I haven't a shilling left to buy a dish of meat. All the money I have I want for letter paper. Oh, master, my master, roared out Gumbo. Look here, my dear Master Harry. Here's plenty of money. Here's 23 5 guineas. Here's gold moidor from Virginia. Here, no, not that, that's keepsakes the girls gave me. Take everything, everything. I go sell myself tomorrow morning, but here's plenty for tonight, master. God bless you, Gumbo, Harry said, laying his hand on the lad's woolly head. You are free if I am not, and heaven forbid I should not take the offered help of such a friend as you. Bring me some supper, but the pipe too, mind the pipe too. And Harry ate his supper with a relish, and even the turnkeys and bailiff's followers, when Gumbo went out of the house that night, shook hands with him, and ever after treated him well. Chapter 47 Visitors in Trouble. Mr. Gumbo's generous and feeling conduct soothed and softened the angry heart of his master, and Harry's second night in the sponging house was passed more pleasantly than the first. Somebody at least there was to help and compassionate with him. Still, though softened in that one particular spot, Harry's heart was hard and proud towards almost all the rest of the world. They were selfish and ungenerous, he thought. His pious Aunt Warrington, his lordly friend March, his cynical cousin Castlewood, all had been tried, and were found wanting. Not to avoid 20 years of prison would he stoop to ask a favor of one of them again. Fool that he had been, to believe in their promises, and confide in their friendship. There was no friendship in this cursed, cold, selfish country. He would leave it. He would trust no Englishman, great or small. He would go to Germany, and make a campaign with the king, or he would go home to Virginia, bury himself in the woods there, and hunt all day, become his mother's factor and land steward, marry Polly Broadbent, or Fanny Mountain, turn regular tobacco grower and farmer, do anything, rather than remain amongst these English fine gentlemen. So he arose with an outwardly cheerful countenance, but an angry spirit, and at an early hour in the morning the faithful Gumbo was in attendance in his master's chamber, having come from Bond Street, and brought Mr. Harry's letters thence. I wanted to bring some more clothes, honest Gumbo said, but Mr. Ruff, the landlord, he wouldn't let me bring no more. Harry did not care to look at the letters. He opened 1, 2, 3, they were all bills. He opened a fourth. It was from the landlord, to say that he would allow no more of Mr. Warrington's things to go out of the house, that unless his bill was paid he should sell Mr. W.'s goods and pay himself, and that his black man must go and sleep elsewhere. He would hardly let Gumbo take his own clothes and portmanteau away. The black said he had found refuge elsewhere with some friends at Lord Rotham's house. With Colonel Lambert's people, says Mr. Gumbo, looking very hard at his master. And Miss Hetty she fall down in a faint, when she hear you taken up. And Mr. Lambert, he very good man, and he say to me this morning, he say, Gumbo, you tell your master if you want me he send to me, and I come to him. Harry was touched when he heard that Hetty had been afflicted by his misfortune. He did not believe Gumbo's story about their fainting. He was accustomed to translate his black's language and to allow for exaggeration. But when Gumbo spoke of the colonel the young Virginian's spirit was darkened again. I send to Lambert he thought, grinding his teeth, the man who insulted me, and flung my presents back in my face. If I were starving I would not ask him for a crust. And presently, being dressed, Mr. Warrington called for his breakfast, and dispatched Gumbo with a brief note to Mr. Draper in the Temple, requiring that gentleman's attendance. The note was as haughty as if he was writing to one of his negroes, and not to a free-born English gentleman, Draper said, whom indeed Harry had always treated with insufferable condescension. It's all very well for a fine gentleman to give himself airs, but for a fellow in a sponging house. Hang him. Says Draper, I've a great mind not to go. Nevertheless, Mr. Draper did go, and found Mr. Warrington in his misfortune even more arrogant than he had ever been in the days of his utmost prosperity. Mr. W. sat on his bed, like a lord, in a splendid gown with his hair dressed. He motioned his black man to fetch him a chair. Excuse me, madame, but such haughtiness and airs I ain't accustomed to, said the outraged attorney. Take a chair and go on with your story, my good Mr. Draper, said Madame de Bernstein, smiling, to whom he went to report proceedings. She was amused at the lawyer's anger. She liked her nephew for being insolent in adversity. The course which Draper was to pursue in his interview with Harry had been arranged between the Baroness and her man of business on the previous day. Draper was an able man, and likely in most cases to do a client good service. He failed in the present instance because he was piqued and angry, or, more likely still, because he could not understand the gentleman with whom he had to deal. I presume that he who casts his eye on the present page is the most gentle of readers. Gentlemen, as you unquestionably are, then, my dear sir, have you not remarked in your dealings with people who are no gentlemen, that you offend them not knowing the how or the why? So the man who is no gentleman offends you in 1,000 ways of which the poor creature has no idea himself. He does or says something which provokes your scorn. He perceives that scorn, being always on the watch, and uneasy about himself, his manners and behavior, and he rages. You speak to him naturally, and he fancies still that you are sneering at him. You have indifference towards him, but he hates you, and hates you the worse because you don't care. Gumbo, a chair to Mr. Draper, says Mr. Warrington, folding his brocaded dressing gown round his legs as he sits on the dingy bed. Sit down, if you please, and let us talk my business over. Much obliged to you for coming so soon in reply to my message. Had you heard of this piece of ill luck before? Mr. Draper had heard of the circumstance. Bad news travel quick, Mr. Warrington, he said, and I was eager to offer my humble services as soon as ever you should require them. Your friends, your family, will be much pained that a gentleman of your rank should be in such a position. I have been very imprudent, Mr. Draper. I have lived beyond my means. Mr. Draper bowed. I played in company with gentlemen who were much richer than myself, and a cursed run of ill luck has carried away all my ready money, leaving me with liabilities to the amount of £500, and more. 500 now in the office, says Mr. Draper. Well, this is such a trifle that I thought by sending to 1 or 2 friends, yesterday, I could have paid my debt and gone home without further to do. I have been mistaken, and will thank you to have the kindness to put me in the way of raising the money as soon as may be, Mr. Draper said, and pulled a very grave and long face. Why, sir, it can be done, says Mr. Warrington, staring at the lawyer. It not only could be done, but Mr. Draper had proposed to Madame Bernstein on the day before instantly to pay the money, and release Mr. Warrington. That lady had declared she intended to make the young gentleman her heir. In common with the rest of the world, Draper believed Harry's hereditary property in Virginia to be as great in money value as in extent. He had notes in his pocket, and Madame Bernstein's order to pay them under certain conditions. Nevertheless, when Harry said, "It can be done," Draper pulled his long face, and said, "It can be done in time, sir, but it will require a considerable time. To touch the property in England which is yours on Mr. George Warrington's death, we must have the event proved, the trustees released, and who is to do either? Lady Esmond Warrington in Virginia, of course, will not allow her son to remain in prison, but we must wait 6 months before we hear from her. Has your Bristol agent any authority to honor your drafts?" "He is only authorized to pay me £200 a year," says Mr. Warrington. "I suppose I have no resource, then, but to apply to my aunt, Madame de Bernstein. She will be my security. Her ladyship will do anything for you, sir. She has said so to me, often and often," said the lawyer, "and, if she gives the word at that moment you can walk out of this place. Go to her, then, from me, Mr. Draper. I did not want to have troubled my relations, but rather than continue in this horrible needless imprisonment, I must speak to her. Say where I am, and what has befallen me. Disguise nothing. And tell her, that I confide in her affection and kindness for me to release me from this disgrace." And Mr. Warrington's voice shook a little, and he passed his hand across his eyes. "Sir," says Mr. Draper, eyeing the young man, "I was with her ladyship yesterday, when we talked over the whole of this here most unpleasant, I won't say as you do, disgraceful business." "What do you mean, sir? Does Madame de Bernstein know of my misfortune?" asked Harry. "Every circumstance, sir, the pawning the watches, and all." Harry turned burning red. "It is an unfortunate business, the pawning them watches and things which you had never paid for," continued the lawyer. The young man started up from the bed, looking so fierce that Draper felt a little alarmed. "It may lead to litigation and unpleasant remarks being made, in court, sir. Them barristers respect nothing. And when they get a fella in the box, great heaven, sir, you don't suppose a gentleman of my rank can't take a watch upon credit without intending to cheat the tradesman?" cried Harry, in the greatest agitation. "Of course you meant everything that's honorable, only, you see, the law mayn't happen to think so," says Mr. Draper, winking his eye. "Hang the supercilious beast, I touch him there. Your aunt says it's the most imprudent thing ever she heard of to call it by no worse name. You call it by no worse name yourself, Mr. Draper?" says Harry, speaking each word very slow, and evidently trying to keep a command of himself. Draper did not like his looks. "Heaven forbid that I should say anything as between gentleman and gentleman, but between me and my client, it's my duty to say, sir, you are in a very unpleasant scrape, just as a doctor would have to tell his patient, sir, you are very ill, and you can't help me to pay this debt off, and you have come only to tell me that I may be accused of roguery?" says Harry. "Of obtaining goods under false pretenses?" "Most undoubtedly, yes. I can't help it, sir. Don't look as if you would knock me down. Curse him, I am making him wince, though, a young gentleman, who has only 200 a year from his ma, orders diamonds and watches, and takes M to a pawnbroker. You ask me what people will think of such behavior, and I tell you honestly. Don't be angry with me, Mr. Warrington." "Go on, sir," says Harry, with a groan. The lawyer thought the day was his own. "But you ask if I can't help to pay this debt off? And I say yes, and that here is the money in my pocket to do it now, if you like, not mine, sir, my honored client's, your aunt, Lady Bernstein. But she has a right to impose her conditions, and I've brought them with me." "Tell them, sir," says Mr. Harry. "They are not hard. They are only for your own good, and if you say yes, we can call a hackney coach, and go to Clarges Street together, which I have promised to go there, whether you will or no. Mr. Warrington, I name no names, but there was a question of marriage between you and a certain party." "Ah," said Harry, and his countenance looked more cheerful than it had yet done. "To that marriage my noble client, the Baroness, is most averse, having other views for you, and thinking it will be your ruin to marry a party of noble birth and title. It is true, but, excuse me, not of first-rate character, and so much older than yourself. You had given an imprudent promise to that party." "Yes, and she has it still," says Mr. Warrington. "It has been recovered." "She dropped it by an accident at Tunbridge," says Mr. Draper, "so my client informed me. Indeed her ladyship showed it me, for the matter of that. It was wrote in BL. "Never mind, sir," cries Harry, turning almost as red as the ink which he had used to write his absurd promise, of which the madness and folly had smote him with shame 1,000 times over. "At the same time letters, wrote to you, and compromising a noble family, were recovered," continues the lawyer. "You had lost M. It was no fault of yours. You were away when they were found again. You may say that that noble family, that you yourself, have a friend such as few young men have. "Well, sir, there's no earthly promise to bind you, only so many idle words said over a bottle, which very likely any gentleman may forget. Say you won't go on with this marriage. Give me and my noble friend your word of honor. Cry off, I say, Mr. W. Don't be such a d-fool, saving your presence, as to marry an old woman who has jilted scores of men in her time. Say the word, and I step downstairs, pay every shilling against you in the office, and put you down in my coach, either at your aunt's or at White's Club, if you like, with a couple of hundred in your pocket. Say yes, and give us your hand. There's no use in sitting grinning behind these bars all day." So far Mr. Draper had had the best of the talk. Harry only longed himself to be rid of the engagement from which his aunt wanted to free him. His foolish flame for Maria Esmond had died out long since. If she would release him, how thankful would he be? "Come, give us your hand, and say done," says the lawyer, with a knowing wink. "Don't stand shilly-shallying, sir. Lord bless you, Mr. W., if I had married everybody I promised, I should be like the Grand Turk, or Captain Makepeace in the play." The lawyer's familiarity disgusted Harry, who shrank from Draper, scarcely knowing that he did so. He folded his dressing gown round him, and stepped back from the other's proffered hand. "Give me a little time to think of the matter, if you please, Mr. Draper," he said, "and have the goodness to come to me again in an hour." "Very good, sir, very good, sir," says the lawyer, biting his lips, and, as he seized up his hat, turning very red. "Most parties would not want now to consider about such an offer as I make you. But I suppose my time must be yours, and I'll come again, and see whether you are to go or to stay. Good morning, sir, good morning," and he went his way, growling curses down the stairs. "Won't take my hand, won't he? Will tell me in an hour's time. Hang his impudence. I'll show him what an hour is." Mr. Draper went to his chambers in dudgeon, then bullied his clerks all round, sent off a messenger to the Baroness, to say that he had waited on the young gentleman, who had demanded a little time for consideration, which was for form's sake, as he had no doubt. The lawyer then saw clients, transacted business, went out to his dinner in the most leisurely manner, and then finally turned his steps towards the neighboring Cursitor Street. "He'll be at home when I call. The haughty beast," says Draper, with a sneer. "The fortunate youth in his room?" The lawyer asked of the sheriff's officer's aide-de-camp who came to open the double doors. "Mr. Warrington is in his apartment," said the gentleman, and here the gentleman winked at Mr. Draper, and laid his hand on his nose. "But what, Mr. Paddy from Cork?" said the lawyer. "My name is Costigan, me family is noble, and me native place is the Irish Metropolis, Mr. 6 and 8pence," said the janitor, scowling at Draper. A rich odor of spirituous liquors filled the little space between the double doors where he held the attorney in conversation. "Confound you, sir, let me pass," bawled out Mr. Draper. "I can hear you perfectly well, 6 and 8pence, except your H's, which you'd thrip out of your conversation. I'll thank ye not to call names, me good friend, or me fingers and your nose will have to make an intimate acquaintance. Walk in, sir. Be polite for the future to your superiors in birth and manners, though they may be your inferiors in temporary station. Confound the K. Walk in, sir, I say ! Madam, I have the honor of saluting ye most respectfully." A lady with her face covered with a capuchin, and further hidden by her handkerchief, uttered a little exclamation as of alarm as she came down the stairs at this instant and hurried past the lawyer. He was pressing forward to look at her, for Mr. Draper was very cavalier in his manners to women, but the bailiff's follower thrust his leg between Draper and the retreating lady, crying, "Keep your own distance, if you please. This way, madame. I at once recognized your ladysh here." He closed the door on Draper's nose, and left that attorney to find his own way to his client upstairs. At 6 o'clock that evening the old Baroness de Bernstein was pacing up and down her drawing crutch, and forever running to the window when the noise of a coach was heard passing in Clarges Street. She had delayed her dinner from hour to hour, she who scolded so fiercely, on ordinary occasions, if her cook was 5 minutes after his time. She had ordered 2 covers to be laid, plate to be set out, and some extra dishes to be prepared as if for a little fete. 5 o'clock passed, and at 6 she looked from the window, and a coach actually stopped at her door. Mr. Draper was announced, and entered bowing profoundly. The old lady trembled on her stick. "Where is the boy?" she said quickly. "I told you to bring him, sir. How dare you come without him? It is not my fault, madame, that Mr. Warrington refuses to come." And Draper gave his version of the interview which had just taken place between himself and the young Virginian. Chapter 48. An apparition. Going off in his wrath from his morning's conversation with Harry, Mr. Draper thought he heard the young prisoner speak behind him, and, indeed, Harry had risen, and uttered a half-exclamation to call the lawyer back. But he was proud, and the other offended. Harry checked words, and Draper did not choose to stop. It wounded Harry's pride to be obliged to humble himself before the lawyer, and to have to yield from mere lack and desire of money. An hour hence will do as well, thought Harry, and lapsed sulkily onto the bed again. No, he did not care for Maria Esmond. He was ashamed of the way in which he had been entrapped into that engagement. A wily and experienced woman, she had cheated his boyish ardor. She had taken unfair advantage of him, as her brother had at play. They were his own flesh and blood, and they ought to have spared him. Instead, one and the other had made a prey of him, and had used him for their selfish ends. He thought how they had betrayed the rights of hospitality, how they had made a victim of the young kinsman who came confiding within their gates. His heart was sore wounded, his head sank back on his pillow, bitter tears wetted it. Had they come to Virginia? He thought, I had given them a different welcome. He was roused from this mood of despondency by Gumbo's grinning face at his door, who said the lady was come to see Master Harry, and behind the lad came the lady in the capuchin, of whom we have just made mention. Harry sat up, pale and haggard, on his bed. The lady, with a sob, and almost ere the servant man withdrew, ran towards the young prisoner, put her arms round his neck with real emotion and a maternal tenderness, sobbed over his pale cheek and kissed it in the midst of plentiful tears, and cried out, "Oh, my Harry! Did I ever think to see thee here?" He started back, scared as it seemed at her presence, but she sank down at the bedside, and seized his feverish hand, and embraced his knees. She had a real regard and tenderness for him. The wretched place in which she found him, his wretched look, filled her heart with a sincere love and pity. I thought none of you would come," said poor Harry, with a groan. More tears, more kisses of the hot young hand, more clasps and pressure with hers, were the lady's reply for a moment or two. "Oh, my dear! My dear! I cannot bear to think of thee in misery," she sobbed out. Hardened though it might be, that heart was not all marble, that dreary life not all desert. Harry's mother could not have been fonder, nor her tones more tender than those of his kinswoman now kneeling at his feet. "Some of the debts, I fear, were owing to my extravagance," she said, and this was true. "You bought trinkets and jewels in order to give me pleasure. Oh, how I hate them now! I little thought I ever could. I have brought them all with me, and more trinkets here, and all the money I have in the world," and she poured brooches, rings, a watch, and a score or so of guineas into Harry's lap. The sight of which strangely agitated and immensely touched the young man. "Dearest, kindest cousin," he sobbed out. His lips found no more words to utter, but yet, no doubt they served to express his gratitude, his affection, his emotion. He became quite gay presently, and smiled as he put away some of the trinkets, his presents to Maria, and told her into what danger he had fallen by selling other goods which he had purchased on credit, and how a lawyer had insulted him just now upon this very point. He would not have his dear Maria's money. He had enough, quite enough for the present, but he valued her 20 guineas as much as if they had been 20,000. He would never forget her love and kindness. No, by all that was sacred he would not. His mother should know of all her goodness. It had cheered him when he was just on the point of breaking down under his disgrace and misery. Might heaven bless her for it. There is no need to pursue beyond this. The cousins' conversation. The dark day seemed brighter to Harry after Maria's visit. The imprisonment not so hard to bear. The world was not all selfish and cold. Here was a fond creature who really and truly loved him. Even Castlewood was not so bad as he had thought. He had expressed the deepest grief at not being able to assist his kinsman. He was hopelessly in debt. Every shilling he had won from Harry he had lost on the next date to others. Anything that lay in his power he would do. He would come soon and see Mr. Warrington. He was in waiting today, and as much a prisoner as Harry himself. So the pair talked on cheerfully and affectionately until the darkness began to close in, when Maria, with a sigh, bade Harry farewell. The door scarcely closed upon her, when it opened to admit Draper. "Your humble servant, sir," says the attorney. His voice jarred upon Harry's ear, and his presence offended the young man. "I had expected you some hours ago, sir," he curtly said. "A lawyer's time is not always his own, sir," said Mr. Draper, who had just been in consultation with a bottle of port at the Grecian. "Never mind, I'm at your orders now. Presume it's all right, Mr. Warrington. Packed your trunk? Why, now that you are in your bedgown still. Let me go down and settle whilst you call in your black man and titivate a bit." I've a coach at the door, and we'll be off and dine with the old lady. Are you going to dine with the Baroness de Bernstein? Pray, not me, no such honor. Had my dinner already. It's you are going to dine with your aunt, I suppose? Mr. Draper, you suppose a great deal more than you know, says Mr. Warrington, looking very fierce and tall, as he folds his brocade dressing gown round him. Great goodness, sir, what do you mean? Asks Draper. I mean, sir, that I have considered, and, that having given my word to a faithful and honorable lady, it does not become me to withdraw it. Confound it, sir! Shrieks the lawyer. I tell you she has lost the paper. There's nothing to bind you, nothing. Why, she's old enough to be. Enough, sir, says Mr. Warrington, with a stamp of his foot. You seem to think you are talking to some other pettifogger. I take it, Mr. Draper, you are not accustomed to have dealings with men of honor. Pettifogger, indeed! Cries Draper in a fury. Men of honor, indeed! I'd have you to know, Mr. Warrington, that I'm as good a man of honor as you. I don't know so many gamblers and horse jockeys, perhaps. I haven't gambled away my patrimony, and lived as if I was a nobleman on 200 a year. I haven't bought watches on credit, and pawn touch me if you dare, sir, and the lawyer sprang to the door. That is the way out, sir. You can't go through the window, because it is barred, says Mr. Warrington, and the answer I take to my client is no. Then, screamed out Draper. Harry stepped forward, with his two hands clenched. If you utter another word, he said. The door was shut rapidly. The sentence was never finished, and Draper went away furious to Madame de Bernstein, from whom, though he gave her the best version of his story, he got still fiercer language than he had received from Mr. Warrington himself. What? Shall she trust me, and I desert her? Says Harry, stalking up and down his room in his flowing, rustling brocade. Dear, faithful, generous woman. If I lie in prison for years, I'll be true to her. Her lawyer dismissed after a stormy interview, the desolate old woman was fain to sit down to the meal which she had hoped to share with her nephew. The chair was before her which he was to have filled, the glasses shining by the silver. One dish after another was laid before her by the silent major domo, and tasted and pushed away. The man pressed his mistress at last. It is 8 o'clock, he said. You have had nothing all day. It is good for you to eat. She could not eat. She would have her coffee. Let Case go get her coffee. The lacqueys bore the dishes off the table, leaving their mistress sitting at it before the vacant chair. Presently the old servant re-entered the room without his lady's coffee and with a strange scared face, and said, Mr. Warrington. The old woman uttered an exclamation, got up from her armchair, but sank back in it trembling very much. So you are come, sir, are you? She said, with a fond shaking voice. Bring back the hour. Here she screamed, Gracious God, who is it? Her eyes stared wildly, her white face looked ghastly through her rouge. She clung to the arms of her chair for support, as the visitor approached her, a gentleman whose face and figure exactly resembled Harry Warrington and whose voice, when he spoke, had tones strangely similar, had followed the servant into the room. He bowed towards the Baroness. You expected my brother, madam? He said. I am but now arrived in London. I went to his house. I met his servant at your door, who was bearing this letter for you. I thought I would bring it to your ladyship before going to him, and the stranger laid down a letter before Madame Bernstein. Are you? Gasped out the Baroness. Are you my nephew, that we supposed was killed and is alive? I am George Warrington, madam, and I ask his kinsfolk, what have you done with my brother? Look, George, said the bewildered old lady. I expected him here tonight. That chair was set for him. I have been waiting for him, sir, till now, till I am quite faint. I don't like being alone. Do stay and sup with me. Pardon me, madame. Please God, my supper will be with Harry tonight. Bring him back. Bring him back here on any conditions. It is but £500. Here is the money, sir, if you need it. I have no want, madame. I have money with me that can't be better employed than in my brother's service, and you will bring him to me, sir. Say you will bring him to me. Mr. Warrington made a very stately bow for answer, and quitted the room, passing by the amazed domestics, and calling with an air of authority to Gumbo to follow him. Had Mr. Harry received no letters from home? Master Harry had not opened all his letters the last day or two. Had he received no letter announcing his brother's escape from the French settlements and return to Virginia? Oh no. No such letter had come, else Master Harry certainly tell Gumbo. Quick, horses. Quick by Strand to Temple Bar. Here is the house of captivity and the deliverer come to the rescue. Chapter 49. Friends in need. Quick, hackney coach steeds, and bear George Warrington through Strand and Fleet Street to his imprisoned brother's rescue. Anyone who remembers Hogarth's picture of a London hackney coach and a London street road at that period, may fancy how weary the quick time was, and how long seemed the journey. Scarce any lights, save those carried by link boys, badly hung coaches, bad pavements, great holes in the road, and vast quagmires of winter mud. That drive from Piccadilly to Fleet Street seemed almost as long to our young man, as the journey from Marlborough to London which he had performed in the morning. He had written to Harry, announcing his arrival at Bristol. He had previously written to his brother, giving the great news of his existence and his return from captivity. There was a war between England and France at that time. The French privateers were forever on the lookout for British merchant ships, and seized them often within sight of port. The letter bearing the intelligence of George's restoration must have been on board one of the many American ships of which the French took possession. The letter telling of George's arrival in England was never opened by poor Harry. It was lying at the latter's apartments, which it reached on the third morning after Harry's captivity, when the angry Mr. Ruff had refused to give up any single item more of his lodger's property. To these apartments George first went on his arrival in London, and asked for his brother. Scared at the likeness between them, the maidservant who opened the door screamed, and ran back to her mistress. The mistress, not liking to tell the truth, or to own that poor Harry was actually a prisoner at her husband's suit, said Mr. Warrington had left his lodgings. She did not know where Mr. Warrington was. George knew that Clarges Street was close to Bond Street. Often and often had he looked over the London map. Aunt Bernstein would tell him where Harry was. He might be with her at that very moment. George had read in Harry's letters to Virginia about Aunt Bernstein's kindness to Harry. Even Madame Esmond was softened by it, and especially touched by a letter which the Baroness wrote, the letter which caused George to pack off post-haste for Europe. Indeed, she heartily hoped and trusted that Madame Beatrix had found occasion to repent of her former bad ways. It was time, indeed, at her age, and heaven knows that she had plenty to repent of. I have known a harmless, good old soul of 80, still bepommeled and stoned by irreproachable ladies of the straitest sect of the Pharisees, for a little slip which occurred long before the present century was born, or she herself was 20 years old. Rachel Esmond never mentioned her eldest daughter. Madame Esmond Warrington never mentioned her sister. No. In spite of the order for omission of a sentence, in spite of the handwriting on the floor of the temple, there is a crime which some folks never will pardon, and regarding which female virtue, especially, is inexorable. I suppose the Virginians' agent at Bristol had told George fearful stories of his brother's doings. Gumbo, whom he met at his aunt's door, as soon as the lad recovered from his terror at the sudden reappearance of the master whom he supposed dead, had leisure to stammer out a word or two respecting his young master's whereabouts and present pitiable condition, and hence Mr. George's sternness of demeanour when he presented himself to the old lady. It seemed to him a matter of course that his brother in difficulty should be rescued by his relations. "Oh, George, how little you know about London and London ways. Whenever you take your walks abroad, how many poor you meet if a philanthropist were for rescuing all of them, not all the wealth of all the provinces of America would suffice him." But the feeling and agitation displayed by the old lady touched her nephew's heart when, jolting through the dark streets towards the house of his brother's captivity, George came to think of his aunt's behavior. "She does feel my poor Harry's misfortune," he thought to himself. "I have been too hasty in judging her." Again and again, in the course of his life, Mr. George had to rebuke himself with the same crime of being too hasty. How many of us have not? And, alas, the mischief done, there's no repentance will mend it. Quick, coachman. We are almost as slow as you are in getting from Clarges Street to the Temple. Poor Gumbo knows the way to the bailiff's house well enough. Again the bell is set ringing. The first door is open to George and his negro, then that first door is locked warily upon them, and they find themselves in a little passage with a little Jewish janitor. Then a second door is unlocked, and they enter into the house. The Jewish janitor stares, as by his flaring tallow torch he sees a second Mr. Warrington before him. "Come to see that gentleman?" "Yes. But wait a moment. This is Mr. Warrington's brother from America. Gumbo must go and prepare his master first. Step into this room. There's a gentleman already there about Mr. W.'s business, the porter says, and another upstairs with him now. There's no end of people have been about him." The room into which George was introduced was a small apartment which went by the name of Mr. Amos's office, and where, by a guttering candle, and talking to the bailiff, sat a stout gentleman in a cloak and a laced hat. The young porter carried his candle, too, preceding Mr. George, so there was a sufficiency of light in the apartment. "We are not angry anymore, Harry," says the stout gentleman, in a cheery voice, getting up and advancing with an outstretched hand to the newcomer. "Thank God, my boy. Mr. Ramus here says, there will be no difficulty about James and me being your bail, and we will do your business by breakfast time in the morning." "Why? Angels and ministers of grace. Who are you?" And he started back as the other had hold of his hand, but the stranger grasped it only the more strongly. "God bless you, sir," he said, "I know who you are. You must be Colonel Lambert, of whose kindness to him my poor Harry wrote. And I am the brother whom you have heard of, sir, and who was left for dead in Mr. Braddock's action, and came to life again after 18 months amongst the French, and lived to thank God and thank you for your kindness to my Harry," continued the lad with a faltering voice. "James. James. Here is news," cries Mr. Lambert to a gentleman in red, who now entered the room. "Here are the dead come alive. Here is Harry Scapegrace's brother come back, and with his scalp on his head, too." George had taken his hat off, and was standing by the light. "This is my brother Bale, Mr. Warrington. This is Lieutenant Colonel James Wolfe, at your service. You must know there has been a little difference between Harry and me, Mr. George." "He is pacified, is he, James?" "He is full of gratitude," says Mr. Wolfe, after making his bow to Mr. Warrington. "Harry wrote home about Mr. Wolfe, too, sir," said the young man, "and I hope my brother's friends will be so kind as to be mine. I wish he had none other but us, Mr. Warrington. Poor Harry's fine folks have been too fine for him, and have ended by landing him here. Nay, your honours, I have done my best to make the young gentleman comfortable, and, knowing your honour before, when you came to bail Captain Watkins, and that your security is perfectly good, with your honour wishes, the young gentleman can go out this very night, and I will make it all right with a lawyer in the morning," says Harry's landlord, who knew the rank and respectability of the two gentlemen who had come to offer bail for his young prisoner. "The debt is £500 and odd, I think?" said Mr. Warrington. "With 100 thanks to these gentlemen, I can pay the amount at this moment into the officer's hands, taking the usual acknowledgement and caution. But I can never forget, gentlemen, that you helped my brother at his need, and, for doing so, I say thank you, and God bless you, in my mother's name and mine." Gumby had, meanwhile, gone upstairs to his master's apartment, where Harry would probably have scolded the negro for returning that night, but that the young gentleman was very much soothed and touched by the conversation he had had with a friend who had just left him. He was sitting over his pipe of Virginia in a sad mood, for, somehow, even Maria's goodness and affection, as she had just exhibited them, had not altogether consoled him, and he had thought, with a little dismay, of certain consequences to which that very kindness and fidelity bound him, when Mr. Wolfe's homely features and eager outstretched hand came to cheer the prisoner, and he heard how Mr. Lambert was below, and the errand upon which the two officers had come. In spite of himself, Lambert would be kind to him. In spite of Harry's ill temper, and needless suspicion and anger, the good gentleman was determined to help him if he might help him even against Mr. Wolfe's own advice, as the latter frankly told Harry, "For you were wrong, Mr. Warrington," said the colonel, "and you wouldn't be set right, and you, a young man, used hard words and unkind behavior to your senior, and what is more, one of the best gentlemen who walks God's earth. You see, sir, what his answer hath been to your wayward temper. You will bear with a friend who speaks frankly with you? Martin Lambert hath acted in this as he always doth, as the best Christian, the best friend, the most kind and generous of men. Nay, if you want another proof of his goodness, here it is, he has converted me, who, as I don't care to disguise, was angry with you for your treatment of him, and has absolutely brought me down here to be your bail. Let us both cry Beccavimus, Harry, and shake our friend by the hand. He is sitting in the room below. He would not come here till he knew how you would receive him. I think he is a good man," groaned out Harry. "I was very angry and wild at the time when he and I met last, Colonel Wolfe. Nay, perhaps he was right in sending back those trinkets, hurt as I was at his doing so. Go down to him, will you be so kind, sir? And tell him I am sorry, and ask his pardon, and God bless him for his generous behavior." And here the young gentleman turned his head away, and rubbed his hand across his eyes. "Tell him all this thyself, Harry," cries the colonel, taking the young fellow's hand. "No deputy will ever say it half so well. Come with me now, you go first, and I'll follow, on my word I will. See, I am in my morning gown. I will but put on a coat and come to him. Give him my message first. Just prepare him for me. says poor Harry, who knew he must do it, but yet did not much like that process of eating of humble pie. Wolf went out smiling, understanding the lad's scruples well enough, perhaps. As he opened the door, Mr. Gumbo entered it, almost forgetting to bow to the gentleman. Profusely courteous as he was on ordinary occasions, his eyes glaring round, his great mouth grinning, himself in a state of such high excitement and delight that his master remarked his condition. "What, Gum? What has happened to thee? Hast thou got a new sweetheart?" "No, Gum had not got no new sweetheart, master. Give me my coat." "What has brought thee back?" Gum grinned prodigiously. "I have seen a ghost, master," he said. "A ghost? And whose, and where?" "War? Saw him at Madame Bernstein's house. Come with him here in the coach. He downstairs now with Colonel Lambert." Whilst Gumbo is speaking, as he is putting on his master's coat, his eyes are rolling, his head is wagging, his hands are trembling, his lips are grinning. "Ghost? What ghost?" says Harry, in a strange agitation. "Is my mother come?" "No, sir, no, Master Harry." Gumbo's head rolls nearly off its violent convolutions, and his master, looking oddly at him, flings the door open, and goes rapidly down the stair. He is at the foot of it, just as a voice within the little office, of which the door is open, is saying, "And for doing so, I say thank you, and God bless you, in my mother's name and mine." "Whose voice is that?" calls out Harry Warrington, with a strange cry in his own voice. "It's the ghost's, master," says Gumbo, from behind, and Harry runs forward to the room, where, "If you please, we will pause a little minute before we enter." The two gentlemen who were there, turned their heads away. The lost was found again. The dead was alive. The prodigal was on his brother's heart, his own, full of love, gratitude, repentance. "Come away, James. I think we are not wanted any more here," says the colonel. "Good night, boys. Some ladies in Hill Street won't be able to sleep for this strange news. Or will you go home and sup with them, and tell them the story?" "No, with many thanks." The boys would not go and sup tonight. They had stories of their own to tell. "Quick, Gumbo, with the trunks. Goodbye, Mr. Amos." Harry felt almost unhappy when he went away. Chapter 50 contains a great deal of the finest morality. When first we had the honor to be presented to Sir Miles Warrington at the King's drawing room, in St. James's Palace, I confess that I, for one, looking at his jolly round face, his broad round waistcoat, his hearty country manner, expected that I had lighted upon a most eligible and agreeable acquaintance at last, and was about to become intimate with that noblest specimen of the human race, the bepraised of songs and men, the good old English country gentleman. In fact, to be a good old country gentleman is to hold a position nearest the gods, and at the summit of earthly felicity. To have a large unencumbered rent roll, and the rents regularly paid by adoring farmers, who bless their stars at having such a landlord as his honor, to have no tenant holding back with his money, excepting just one, perhaps, who does so in order to give occasion to good old country gentleman to show his sublime charity and universal benevolence of soul, to hunt 3 days a week, love the sport of all things, and have perfect good health and good appetite in consequence, to have not only good appetite, but a good dinner, to sit down at church in the midst of a chorus of blessings from the villagers, the first man in the parish, the benefactor at the parish, with a consciousness of consummate desert, saying, "Have mercy upon us, miserable sinners," to be sure, but only for form's sake, because the words are written in the book, and to give other folks an example. A.G. O. C. G. A miserable sinner. So healthy, so wealthy, so jolly, so much respected by the vicar, so much honored by the tenants, so much beloved and admired by his family, amongst whom his story of grouse in the gunroom causes laughter from generation to generation. This perfect being a miserable sinner. Helen's donk. Give any man good health and temper, 5,000 a year, the adoration of his parish, and the love and worship of his family, and I'll defy you to make him so heartily dissatisfied with his spiritual condition as to set himself down a miserable anything. If you were a royal highness, and went to church in the most perfect health and comfort, the parson waiting to begin the service until your R.H. came in, would you believe yourself to be a miserable, etc.? You might, when racked with gout, in solitude, the fear of death before your eyes, the doctor having cut off your bottle of claret, and ordered arrowroot and a little sherry, you might then be humiliated, and acknowledge your own shortcomings, and the vanity of things in general, but, in high health, sunshine, spirits, that word miserable is only a form. You can't think in your heart that you are to be pitied much for the present. If you are to be miserable, what is Colin Plowman, with the ague, 7 children, £2 a year rent to pay for his cottage, and 8 shillings a week. Number a healthy, rich, jolly, country gentleman, if miserable, has a very supportable misery, if a sinner, has very few people to tell him so. It may be he becomes somewhat selfish, but at least he is satisfied with himself. Except my lord at the castle, there is nobody for miles and the miles round so good or so great. His admirable wife ministers to him, and to the whole parish. Indeed, his children bow before him, the vicar of the parish reverences him, he is respected at quarter sessions, he causes poachers to tremble, off go all hats before him at market, and round about his great coach, in which his spotless daughters and sublime lady sit, all the country town tradesmen cringe, bareheaded, and the farmers' women drop innumerable curtsies. From their cushions in the great coach the ladies look down beneficently, and smile on the poorer folk. They buy a yard of ribbon with affability, they condescend to purchase an ounce of salts, or a packet of flower seeds, they deign to cheapen a goose, their drive is like a royal progress, a happy people is supposed to press round them and bless them. Tradesmen bow, farmers' wives bob, town boys, waving their ragged hats, cheer the red-faced coachman as he drives the fat bays, and cry, "Sir Miles forever! Throw us a halfpenny, my lady." But suppose the market woman should hide her fat goose when Sir Miles's coach comes, out of terror lest my lady, spying the bird, should insist on purchasing it a bargain? Suppose no coppers ever were known to come out of the royal coach window? Suppose Sir Miles regaled his tenants with notoriously small beer, and his poor with especially thin broth? This may be our fine old English gentleman's way. There have been not a few fine English gentlemen and ladies of this sort, who patronized the poor without ever relieving them, who called out amen at church as loud as the clerk, who went through all the forms of piety, and discharged all the etiquette of old English gentlemanhood, who bought virtue a bargain, as it were, and had no doubt they were honoring her by the purchase. Poor Harry in his distress asked help from his relations, his aunt sent him a tract and her blessing. His uncle had business out of town, and could not, of course, answer the poor boy's petition. How much of this behavior goes on daily in respectable life, think you? You can fancy Lord and Lady Macbeth concocting a murder, and coming together with some little awkwardness, perhaps, when the transaction was done and over, but my Lord and Lady Skinflint, when they consult in their bedroom about giving their luckless nephew a helping hand, and determine to refuse, and go down to family prayers, and meet their children and domestics, and discourse virtuously before them, and then remain together, and talk nose to nose, what can they think of one another? And of the poor kinsman fallen among the thieves, and groaning for help unheeded? How can they go on with those virtuous airs? How can they dare look each other in the face? Dare? Do you suppose they think they have done wrong? Do you suppose Skinflint is tortured with remorse at the idea of the distress which called to him in vain, and of the hunger which he sent empty away? Not he. He is indignant with Prodigal for being a fool. He is not ashamed of himself for being a curmudgeon. What? A young man with such opportunities throw them away? A fortune spent amongst gamblers and spendthrifts. Horrible, horrible. Take warning, my child, by this unfortunate young man's behavior, and see the consequences of extravagance. According to the great and always established Church of the Pharisees, here is an admirable opportunity for a moral discourse, and an assertion of virtue. And to think of his deceiving us so! Cries out Lady Warrington. Very sad, my dear, says Sir Miles, wagging his head, to think of so much extravagance in one so young. Cries Lady Warrington. Cards, bets, feasts at taverns of the most wicked profusion, carriage and riding horses, the company of the wealthy and profligate of his own sex, and, I fear, of the most iniquitous persons of ours. Hush, my Lady Warrington, cries her husband, glancing towards the spotless Dora and Flora, who held down their blushing heads, at the mention of the last naughty persons. No wonder my poor children hide their faces. Mamma continues. My dears, I wish even the existence of such creatures could be kept from you. They can't go to an opera, or the park, without seeing M. To be sure, says Sir Miles, to think we should have introduced such a young serpent into the bosom of our family, and have left him in the company of that guileless darling. And she points to Master Miles. Who's a serpent, Mamma? Inquires that youth. First you said Cousin Harry was bad, then he was good, now he is bad again. Which is he, Sir Miles? He was false, like all of us, Miley, my dear. Your cousin has been wild, and you must take warning by him. Was not my elder brother, who died my naughty brother, was not he wild too? He was not kind to me when I was quite a little boy. He never gave me money, nor toys, nor rode with me, nor why do you cry, Mama? Sure, I remember how Hugh and you always fight. Silence, sir. Cry out Papa and the girls in a breath. Don't you know you are never to mention that name? I know I love Harry, and I didn't love Hugh, says the sturdy little rebel. And if cousin Harry is in prison, I'll give him my half-guinea that my godpapa gave me, and anything I have, yes, anything, except my little horse and my silver waistcoat and Snowball and Sweetlips at home and, yes, my custard after dinner. This was in reply to a hint of Sister Dora. But I'd give him some of it, continues Miles, after a pause. Shut thy mouth with it, child, and then go about thy business, says Papa, amused. Sir Miles Warrington had a considerable fund of easy humour. Who would have thought he should ever be so wild? Mamma's goes on, nay. Youth is the season for wild oats, my dear, that we should be so misled in him. Sighed the girls, that he should kiss us both. Cries Papa, Sir Miles Warrington, I have no patience with that sort of vulgarity. Says the majestic matron, which of you was the favourite yesterday, girls? Continues the father, favourite, indeed. I told him over and over again of my engagement to dear Tom, I did. Dora, why do you sneer, if you please? Says the handsome sister. Nay, to do her justice, so did Dora too, said Papa. Because Flora seemed to wish to forget her engagement with dear Tom sometimes, remarks the sister. I never wished to break with Tom. It's wicked of you to say so, Dora. It is you who are forever sneering at him. It is you who are always envious because I happen, at least, because gentlemen imagine that I am not ill-looking, and prefer me to some folks, in spite of all their learning and wit. Cries Flora, tossing her head over her shoulder, and looking at the glass. Why are you always looking there, sister? Says the artless Miles Jr. Sure, you must know your face well enough. Some people look at it just as often, child, who haven't near such good reason, says Papa, gallantly. If you mean me, Sir Miles, I thank you, cries Dora. My face is as heaven made it, and my father and mother gave it me. 'Tis not my fault if I resemble my papa's family. If my head is homely, at least I have got some brains in it. I envious of Flora, indeed, because she has found favour in the sight of poor Tom Claypole. I should as soon be proud of captivating a ploughboy. Pray, miss, was your Mr. Harry, of Virginia, much wiser than Tom Claypole? You would have had him for the asking. Exclaims Flora, and so would you, miss, and have dropped Tom Claypole into the sea. Cries Dora, I wouldn't. You would, I wouldn't, and da capo goes the conversation, the shuttlecock of wrath being briskly battled from one sister to another. Oh, my children! Is this the way you dwell together in unity? Exclaims their excellent female parent, laying down her embroidery. What an example you set to this innocent. Like to see 'em fight, my lady. Cries the innocent, rubbing his hands, at her, Flora. Worry her, Dora. Do it again, you little rogues. Says facetious Papa. 'Tis good sport, ain't it, Miley? Oh, Sir Miles. Oh, my children. These disputes are unseemly. They tear a fond mother's heart, says Mamma, with majestic action, though bearing the laceration of her bosom with much seeming equanimity. What cause for thankfulness ought we to have that watchful parents have prevented any idle engagements between you and your misguided cousin? If we have been mistaken in him, is it not a mercy that we have found out our error in time? If either of you had any preference for him, your excellent good sense, my loves, will teach you to overcome, to eradicate, the vain feeling. That we cherished and were kind to him can never be a source of regret. 'Tis a proof of our good nature. What we have to regret, I fear, is, that your cousin should have proved unworthy of our kindness, and, coming away from the society of gamblers, play-actors, and the like, should have brought contamination, pollution, I had almost said, into this pure family. Oh, bother Mamma's sermons, says Flora, as my lady pursues a harangue of which we only give the commencement here, but during which Papa, whistling, gently quits the room on tiptoe, whilst the artless Miles Jr. winds his top and pegs it under the robes of his sisters. It has done humming, and staggered and tumbled over, and expired in its usual tipsy manner, long ere Lady Warrington has finished her sermon. Were you listening to me, my child? She asks, laying her hand on her darling's head. Yes, mother, says he, with the whipcord in his mouth, and proceeding to wind up his sportive engine. You was saying that Harry was very poor now, and that we oughtn't to help him. That's what you was saying, wasn't it, madam? My poor child, thou wilt understand me better when thou art older, says Mamma, turning towards that ceiling to which her eyes always have recourse. Get out, you little wretch, cries one of the sisters. The artless one has pegged his top at Dora's toes, and laughs with the glee of merry boyhood at his sister's discomfiture. But what is this? Who comes here? Why does Sir Miles return to the drawing room, and why does Tom Claypole, who strides after the baronet, wear a countenance so disturbed? Here's a pretty business, my Lady Warrington, cries Sir Miles. Here's a wonderful wonder of wonders. Girls, for goodness sake, gentlemen, what is your intelligence? Asks the virtuous matron. The whole town's talking about it, my lady, says Tom Claypole, puffing for breath. Tom has seen him, continued Sir Miles. Seen both of them, my Lady Warrington. They were a trainer last night, with a regular mob after him. And so like, that but from their different ribbons you would hardly have told one from the other. One was in blue, the other in brown. But I'm certain he has worn both the suits here. What suits? What one, what other? Call the girls. Why, your fortunate youth, to be sure, our precious Virginian, and heir to the principality, says Sir Miles. Is my nephew, then, released from his incarceration? Asks her ladyship. And is he again plunged in the vortex of dissip? Confound him! Roars out the baronet, with an expression which I fear was even stronger. What should you think, my Lady Warrington, if this precious nephew of mine should turn out to be an impostor? By George! No better than an adventurer? An inward monitor whispered me as much, cried the lady, but I dashed from me the unworthy suspicion. Speak, Sir Miles, we burn with impatience to listen to your intelligence. I'll speak, my love, when you've done, says Sir Miles. Well, what do you think of my gentleman, who comes into my house, dines at my table, is treated as one of this family, kisses my— What? Asks Tom Claypole, firing as red as his waistcoat. Kisses my wife's hand, and is treated in the fondest manner. By George! What do you think of this fellow, who talks of his property and his principality? By Jupiter! Turning out to be a beggarly second son. A beggar, my Lady Warrington. By Sir Miles Warrington, no violence of language before these dear ones. I sink to the earth, confounded by this unutterable hypocrisy. And did I entrust thee to a pretender, my blessed boy? Did I leave thee with an impostor, my innocent one? The matron cries, fondling her son. Who is an impostor, my lady? Asks the child, that confounded young scamp of a Harry Warrington. Bawls out Papa, on which the little Miles, after wearing a puzzled look for a moment, and yielding to I know not what hidden emotion, bursts out crying. His admirable mother proposes to clutch him to her heart, but he rejects the pure caress, bawling only the louder, and kicking frantically about the maternal gremium, as the butler announces Mr. George Warrington, Mr. Henry Warrington. Miles is dropped from his mother's lap. Sir Miles's face emulates Mr. Claypole's waistcoat. The three ladies rise up, and make three most frigid curtsies, as our two young men enter the room. Little Miles runs towards them. He holds out a little hand. Oh, Harry. No. Which is Harry? You're my Harry, and he chooses rightly this time. Oh, you dear Harry. I'm so glad you are come. And they've been abusing you so. I am come to pay my duty to my uncle, says the dark-haired Mr. Warrington, and to thank him for his hospitalities to my brother Henry. What, nephew George? My brother's face and eyes. Boys both, I am delighted to see you, cries their uncle, grasping affectionately a hand of each, as his honest face radiates with pleasure. This indeed hath been a most mysterious and a most providential resuscitation, says Lady Warrington. Only I wonder that my nephew Henry concealed the circumstance until now, she adds, with a sidelong glance at both young gentlemen. He knew it no more than your ladyship, says Mr. Warrington. The young ladies looked at each other with downcast eyes. Indeed, sir. A most singular circumstance, says Mamma, with another curtsy. We had heard of it, sir, and Mr. Claypole, our county neighbour, had just brought us the intelligence, and it even now formed the subject of my conversation with my daughters. Yes, cries out a little voice, and do you know, Harry, father and mother said you was a imp. Silence, my child. Scrooby, convey Master Warrington to his own apartment. These, Mr. Warrington, or, I suppose I should say nephew George, are your cousins. Two curtsies, two cheeses are made, two hands are held out. Mr. Esmond Warrington makes a profound low bow, which embraces, and it is the only embrace which the gentleman offers, all three ladies. He lays his hat to his heart. He says, it is my duty, madame, to pay my respects to my uncle and cousins, and to thank your ladyship for such hospitality as you have been enabled to show to my brother. It was not much, nephew, but it was our best. Adds Bobs. cries the hearty Sir Miles. "It was our best, and I appreciate it, sir," says Mr. Warrington, looking gravely round at the family. "Give us thy hand." "Not a word more," says Sir Miles. "What? Do you think I'm a cannibal, and won't extend the hand of hospitality to my dear brother's son? What say you, lads? Will you eat our mutton at 3? This is my neighbour, Tom Claypole, son to Sir Thomas Claypole, Baronet, and my very good friend. Hey, Tom. Thou wilt be of the party, Tom? Thou knowest our brew, hey, my boy?" "Yes, I know it, Sir Miles," replies Tom, with no peculiar expression of rapture on his face. "And thou shalt taste it, my boy, thou shalt taste it." "What is it for dinner, my Lady Warrington?" "Our food is plain, but plenty, lads, plain, but plenty. We cannot partake of it today, sir. We dine with a friend who occupies my Lord Rotham's house, your neighbour, Colonel Lambert, Major General Lambert. He has just been made, with 2 daughters, I think countrified-looking girls, are they not?" asks Flora. "I think I have remarked 2 little rather dowdy things," says Dora. "They are as good girls as any in England," breaks out Harry, to whom no one had thought of saying a single word. His reign was over, you see. He was nobody. What wonder, then, that he should not be visible? "Oh, indeed, cousin," says Dora, with a glance at the young man, who sate with burning cheeks, chafing at the humiliation put upon him, but not knowing how or whether he should notice it. "Oh, indeed, cousin. You are very charitable, or very lucky, I'm sure. You see angels where we only see ordinary little persons. I'm sure I could not imagine who were those odd-looking people in Lord Rotham's coach, with his handsome liveries. But if they were 3 angels, I have nothing to say." "My brother is an enthusiast," interposes George. "He is often mistaken about women." "Oh, really?" says Dora, looking a little uneasy. "I fear my nephew Henry has indeed met with some unfavourable specimens of our sex," the matron remarks, with a groan. "We are so easily taken in, madam. We are both very young, yet we shall grow older and learn better. Most sincerely, nephew George, I trust you may. You have my best wishes, my prayers, for your brother's welfare and your own. No efforts of ours have been wanting. At a painful moment, to which I will not further allude, and when my uncle Sir Miles was out of town," says George, looking towards the baronet, who smiles at him with affectionate approval, "I sent your brother a work which I thought might comfort him, and I know might improve him. Nay, do not thank me, I claim no credit. I did but my duty, a humble woman's duty, for what are this world's goods, nephew, compared to the welfare of a soul? If I did good, I am thankful. If I was useful, I rejoice. If, through my means, you have been brought, Harry, to consider—" "Oh, the sermon, is it?" breaks in downright Harry. "I hadn't time to read a single syllable of it, Aunt. Thank you. You see, I don't care much about that kind of thing, but thank you all the same." "The intention is everything," says Mr. Warrington, "and we are both grateful. Our dear friend, General Lambert, intended to give bail for Harry, but, happily, I had funds of Harry's with me to meet any demands upon us. But the kindness is the same, and I am grateful to the friend who hastened to my brother's rescue when he had most need of aid, and when his own relations happened so unfortunately to be out of town. Anything I could do, my dear boy. I'm sure my brother's son, my own nephew, it's Bob's. You know that is, anything, you know," cries Sir Miles, bringing his own hand into George's with a generous smack. "You can't stay and dine with us? Put off the Colonel, the General do, now. Or name a day. My Lady Warrington, make my nephew name a day when he will sit under his grandfather's picture, and drink some of his wine. His intellectual faculties seem more developed than those of his unlucky younger brother," remarked my lady, when the young gentlemen had taken their leave. "The younger must be reckless and extravagant about money indeed, for did you remark, Sir Miles, the loss of his reversion in Virginia, the amount of which has, no doubt, been grossly exaggerated, but, nevertheless, must be something considerable? Did you, I say, remark that the ruin of Harry's prospects scarcely seemed to affect him? I shouldn't be at all surprised that the elder turns out to be as poor as the young one," says Dora, tossing her head. He. Did you see that Cousin George had one of Cousin Harry's suits of clothes on, the brown and gold, that one he wore when he went with you to the oratorio, Flora? Did he take Flora to an oratorio?" asks Mr. Claypole, fiercely. "I was ill and couldn't go, and my cousin went with her," says Dora. "Far be it from me to object to any innocent amusement, much less to the music of Mr. Handel, dear Mr. Claypole," says Mamma. "Music refines the soul, elevates the understanding, is heard in our churches, and 'tis well known was practiced by King David. Your operas I shun as deleterious, your ballets I would forbid to my children as most immoral, but music, my dears. May we enjoy it, like everything else in reason may we. There's the music of the dinner bell, says Papa, rubbing his hands. Come, girls. Scrooby, go and fetch Master Miley. Tom, take down my lady. Nay, dear Thomas, I walk but slowly. Go you with dearest Flora downstairs, says Virtue, but Dora took care to make the evening pleasant by talking of Handel and oratorios constantly during dinner. Chapter 51 Canticchio ir omnes. Across the way, if the gracious reader will please to step over with us, he will find our young gentleman at Lord Rotham's house, which his lordship has lent to his friend the General, and that little family party assembled, with which we made acquaintance at Oakhurst and Tunbridge Wells. James Wolfe has promised to come to dinner, but James is dancing attendance upon Miss Lowther, and would rather have a glance from her eyes than the finest kickshaws dressed by Lord Rotham's cook, or the dessert which is promised for the entertainment at which you are just going to sit down. You will make the 6th. You may take Mr. Wolfe's place. You may be sure he won't come. As for me, I will stand at the sideboard and report the conversation. Note first, how happy the women look. When Harry Warrington was taken by those bailiffs, I had intended to tell you how the good Mrs. Lambert, hearing of the boy's mishap, had flown to her husband, and had begged, implored, insisted, that her Martin should help him. Never mind his rebellion of the other day, never mind about his being angry that his presents were returned. Of course anybody would be angry, much more such a high-spirited lad as Harry. Never mind about our being so poor, and wanting all our spare money for the boys at college. There must be some way of getting him out of the scrape. Did you not get Charles Watkins out of the scrape 2 years ago, and did he not pay you back every halfpenny? Yes, and you made a whole family happy, blessed be God. And Mrs. Watkins prays for you and blesses you to this very day, and I think everything has prospered with us since. And I have no doubt it has made you a Major General, no earthly doubt, says the fond wife. Now, as Martin Lambert requires very little persuasion to do a kind action, he in this instance lets himself be persuaded easily enough, and having made up his mind to seek for friend James Wolfe, and give bail for Harry, he takes his leave and his hat, and squeezes Theo's hand, who seems to divine his errand, or perhaps that silly mamma has blabbed it, and kisses little Hetty's flushed cheek, and away he goes out of the apartment where the girls and their mother are sitting, though he is followed out of the room by the latter. When she is alone with him, that enthusiastic matron cannot control her feelings any longer. She flings her arms round her husband's neck, kisses him 125 times in an instant, calls God to bless him, cries plentifully on his shoulder, and in this sentimental attitude is discovered by old Mrs. Quiggett, my lord's housekeeper, who is bustling about the house, and, I suppose, is quite astounded at the conjugal phenomenon. We have had a tiff, and we are making it up. Don't tell tales out of school, Mrs. Quiggett, says the gentleman, walking off. Well, I never, says Mrs. Quiggett, with a shrill, strident laugh, like a venerable old cockatoo which white, hook-nosed, long-lived bird Mrs. Quiggett strongly resembles. Well, I never, says Quiggett, laughing and shaking her old sides till all her keys, and, as one may fancy, her old ribs clatter and jingle. Oh, Quiggett, sobs out Mrs. Lambert, what a man that is. You've been quarrelling, have you, Mum, and making it up? That's right, quarrel with him? He never told a greater story. My general is an angel, Quiggett. I should like to worship him. I should like to fall down at his boots and kiss him, I should. There never was a man so good as my general. What have I done to have such a man? How dare I have such a good husband? My dear, I think there's a pair of you, says the old cockatoo, and what would you like for your supper? When Lambert comes back very late to that meal, and tells what has happened, how Harry is free, and how his brother has come to life, and rescued him, you may fancy what a commotion the whole of those people are in. If Mrs. Lambert's general was an angel before, what is he now? If she wanted to embrace his boots in the morning, pray what further office of wallowing degradation would she prefer in the evening? Little Hetty comes and nestles up to her father quite silent, and drinks a little drop out of his glass. Theo's and Mamma's faces beam with happiness, like two moons of brightness. After supper, those four at a certain signal fall down on their knees, glad homage paying in awful mirth rejoicing, and with such pure joy as angels do, we read, for the sinner that repents. There comes a great knocking at the door whilst they are so gathered together. Who can be there? My lord is in the country miles off. It is past midnight now, so late have they been, so long have they been talking. I think Mrs. Lambert guesses who is there. This is George, says a young gentleman, leading in another. "We have been to Aunt Bernstein. We couldn't go to bed, Aunt Lambert, without coming to thank you too. You dear, dear. Good, there is no more speech audible. Aunt Lambert is kissing Harry. Theo has snatched up Hetty, who is as pale as death, and is hugging her into life again. George Warrington stands with his hat off, and then, when Harry's transaction is concluded, goes up and kisses Mrs. Lambert's hand. The General passes his across his eyes. I protest they are all in a very tender and happy state. Generous hearts sometimes feel it, when wrong is forgiven, when peace is restored, when love returns that had been thought lost. We came from Aunt Bernstein's, we saw lights here, you see, we couldn't go to sleep without saying good night to you all," says Harry. "Could we, George? 'Tis certainly a famous nightcap you have brought us, boys," says the General. "When are you to come and dine with us? Tomorrow?" "No, they must go to Madame Bernstein's tomorrow." "The next day, then?" "Yes, they would come the next day, and that is the very day we are writing about, and this is the very dinner, at which, in the room of Lieutenant Colonel James Wolfe, absent on private affairs, my gracious reader has just been invited to sit down, and why, if you please? Not to a mere barmecide dinner, no, but to hear Mr. George Esmond Warrington's statement, which of course he is going to make. Here they all sit, not in my lord's grand dining room, you know, but in the snug study or parlour in front. The cloth has been withdrawn, the General has given the King's health, the servants have left the room, the guests sit contisent, and so, after a little hemming and blushing, Mr. George proceeds: "I remember, at the table of our General, how the little Philadelphia agent, whose wit and shrewdness we had remarked at home, made the very objections to the conduct of the campaign of which its disastrous issue showed the justice. 'Of course,' says he, 'Your Excellency's troops once before Fort Duquesne, such a weak little place will never be able to resist such a general, such an army, such artillery, as will there be found attacking it. But do you calculate, sir, on the difficulty of reaching the place? Your Excellency's march will be through woods almost untrodden, over roads which you will have to make yourself, and your line will be some 4 miles long. This slender line, having to make its way through the forest, will be subject to endless attacks in front, in rear, in flank, by enemies whom you will never see, and whose constant practice in war is the dexterous laying of ambuscades. Sure, sir,' says the General, 'the savages may frighten your raw American militia, thank your Excellency for the compliment,' Mr. Washington seems to say, who is sitting at the table, 'but the Indians will never make any impression on His Majesty's regular troops. I heartily hope not, sir,' says Mr. Franklin, with a sigh, and of course the gentlemen of the General's family sneered at the postmaster, as at a pert civilian who had no call to be giving his opinion on matters entirely beyond his comprehension. We despised the Indians on our own side, and our commander made light of them and their service. Our officers disgusted the chiefs who were with us by outrageous behavior to their women. There were not above 7 or 8 who remained with our force. Had we had a couple of hundred in our front on that fatal 9th of July, the event of the day must have been very different. They would have flung off the attack of the French Indians, they would have prevented the surprise and panic which ensued. 'Tis known now that the French had even got ready to give up their fort, never dreaming of the possibility of a defense, and that the French Indians themselves remonstrated against the audacity of attacking such an overwhelming force as ours. I was with our General with the main body of the troops when the firing began in front of us, and one aide-de-camp after another was sent forwards. At first the enemy's attack was answered briskly by our own advanced people, and our men huzzed and cheered with good heart. But very soon our fire grew slacker, whilst from behind every tree and bush round about us came single shots, which laid man after man low. We were marching in orderly line, the skirmishers in front, the colours and 2 of our small guns in the centre, the baggage well guarded bringing up the rear, and were moving over a ground which was open and clear for a mile or 2, and for some half-mile in breadth, a thick tangled cover of brushwood and trees on either side of us. After the firing had continued for some brief time in front, it opened from both sides of the environing wood on our advancing column. The men dropped rapidly, the officers in greater number than the men. At first, as I said, these cheered and answered the enemy's fire, our guns even opening on the wood, and seeming to silence the French in ambuscade there. But the hidden rifle firing began again. Our men halted, huddled up together, in spite of the shouts and orders of the General and officers to advance, and fired wildly into the brushwood, of course making no impression. Those in advance came running back on the main body frightened, and many of them wounded. They reported there were 5,000 Frenchmen and a legion of yelling Indian devils in front, who were scalping our people as they fell. We could hear their cries from the wood around as our men dropped under their rifles. There was no inducing the people to go forward now. One aide-de-camp after another was sent forward, and never returned. At last it came to be my turn, and I was sent with a message to Captain Fraser of Hawkins in front, which he was never to receive nor I to deliver. I had not gone 30 yards in advance when a rifle ball struck my leg, and I fell straightway to the ground. I recollect a rush forward of Indians and Frenchmen after that, the former crying their fiendish war cries, the latter as fierce as their savage allies. I was amazed and mortified to see how few of the whitecoats there were. Not above a score passed me. Indeed there were not 50 in the accursed action in which 2 of the bravest regiments of the British Army were put to rout. One of them, who was half Indian half Frenchman, with moccasins and a white uniform coat and cockade, seeing me prostrate on the ground, turned back and ran towards me. His musket clubbed over his head to dash my brains out and plunder me as I lay. I had my little fusil which my Harry gave me when I went on the campaign. It had fallen by me and within my reach. Luckily, I seized it, and down fell the Frenchman dead at 6 yards before me. I was saved for that time, but bleeding from my wound and very faint. I swooned almost in trying to load my piece, and it dropped from my hand, and the hand itself sank lifeless to the ground. I was scarcely in my senses, the yells and shots ringing dimly in my ears, when I saw an Indian before me, busied over the body of the Frenchman I had just shot, but glancing towards me as I lay on the ground bleeding. He first rifled the Frenchman, tearing open his coat, and feeling in his pockets. He then scalped him, and with his bleeding knife in his mouth advanced towards me. I saw him coming as through a film. As in a dream I was powerless to move, or to resist him. He put his knee upon my chest, with one bloody hand he seized my long hair and lifted my head from the ground, and as he lifted it, he enabled me to see a French officer rapidly advancing behind him. Good God! It was young Florac, who was my second in the duel at Quebec. "Amoy, Florac!" I cried out. "Curse Georges! Aide-moi!" He started, ran up to me at the cry, laid his hand on the Indian's shoulder, and called him to hold. But the savage did not understand French, or choose to understand it. He clutched my hair firmer, and waving his dripping knife round it, motioned to the French lad to leave him to his prey. I could only cry out again and piteously, "Amoy, canil, te vux du sang?" "Prens," said Florac, with a curse, and the next moment, and with a knuck, the Indian fell over my chest dead, with Florac's sword through his body. My friend looked round him. "Eh?" says he, "la belle affaire. Where art thou wounded? In the leg?" He bound my leg tight round with his sash. "The others will kill thee if they find thee here. Shins. Put me on this coat, and this hat with the white cockade. Call out in French if any of our people pass. They will take thee for one of us. Thou art Brunet of the Quebec Volunteers. God guard thee, Brunet. I must go forward. 'Tis a general debacle, and the whole of your redcoats are on the run, my poor boy. Ah, what a rout it was! What a day of disgrace for England!" Florac's rough application stopped the bleeding of my leg, and the kind creature helped me to rest against a tree, and to load my fusil, which he placed within reach of me, to protect me in case any other marauder should have a mind to attack me. And he gave me the gourd of that unlucky French soldier, who had lost his own life in the deadly game which he had just played against me, and the drink the gourd contained served greatly to refresh and invigorate me. Taking a mark of the tree against which I lay, and noting the various bearings of the country, so as to be able again to find me, the young lad hastened on to the front. "Thou sayest how much I love thee, George," he said, "that I stay behind in a moment like this. I forget whether I told thee, Harry, that Florac was under some obligation to me. I had won money of him at cards, at Quebec, only playing at his repeated entreaty, and there was a difficulty about paying, and I remitted his debt to me, and lighted my pipe with his note of hand. You see, sir, that you are not the only gambler in the family." At evening, when the dismal pursuit was over, the faithful fellow came back to me, with a couple of Indians, who had each reeking scalps at their belts, and whom he informed that I was a Frenchman, his brother, who had been wounded early in the day, and must be carried back to the fort. They laid me in one of their blankets, and carried me, groaning, with the trusty Florac by my side. Had he left me, they would assuredly have laid me down, plundered me, and added my hair to that of the wretches whose bleeding spoils hung at their girdles. He promised them brandy at the fort, if they brought me safely there. I have but a dim recollection of the journey. The anguish of my wound was extreme. I fainted more than once. We came to the end of our march at last. I was taken into the fort, and carried to the officers' log house, and laid upon Florac's own bed. Happy for me was my insensibility. I had been brought into the fort as a wounded French soldier of the garrison. I heard afterwards that during my delirium the few prisoners who had been made on the day of our disaster had been brought under the walls of Duquesne by their savage captors, and the horribly burned, tortured, and butchered by the Indians, under the eyes of the garrison. As George speaks, one may fancy a thrill of horror running through his sympathizing audience. Theo takes Hetty's hand, and looks at George in a very alarmed manner. Harry strikes his fist upon the table, and cries, "The bloody, murderous, red-skinned villains. There will never be peace for us until they are all hunted down." They were offering $130 apiece for Indian scalps in Pennsylvania, when I left home, says George, demurely, and 50 for women, 50 for women, my love. Do you hear that, Mrs. Lambert? Cries the Colonel, lifting up his wife's hair. The murderous villains. Says Harry, again. Hunt 'em down, sir. Hunt 'em down. I know not how long I lay in my fever, George resumed. When I awoke to my senses, my dear Florac was gone. He and his company had been dispatched on an enterprise against an English fort on the Pennsylvanian territory, which the French claimed, too. In Duquesne, when I came to be able to ask and understand what was said to me, there were not above 30 Europeans left. The place might have been taken over and over again, had any of our people had the courage to return after their disaster. My old enemy the ague fever set in again upon me as I lay here by the riverside. 'Tis a wonder how I ever survived. But for the goodness of a half-breed woman in the fort, who took pity on me, and tended me, I never should have recovered, and my poor Harry would be what he fancied himself yesterday, our grandfather's heir, our mother's only son. I remembered how, when Florac laid me in his bed, he put under my pillow my money, my watch, and a trinket or two which I had. When I woke to myself these were all gone, and a surly old sergeant, the only officer left in the quarter, told me, with a curse, that I was lucky enough to be left with my life at all, that it was only my white cockade and coat had saved me from the fate which the other canaille of Rosbifs had deservedly met with. At the time of my recovery the fort was almost emptied of the garrison. The Indians had retired enriched with British plunder, and the chief part of the French regulars were gone upon expeditions northward. My good Florac had left me upon his service, consigning me to the care of an invalided sergeant. Monsieur de Cantuco had accompanied one of these expeditions, leaving an old lieutenant, Muse by name, in command at Duquesne. This man had long been out of France, and serving in the colonies. His character, doubtless, has been indifferent at home, and he knew that, according to the system pursued in France, where almost all promotion is given to the noblesse, he never would advance in rank. And he had made free with my guineas, I suppose, as he had with my watch, for I saw it one day on his chest when I was sitting with him in his quarter. Monsieur Muse and I managed to be pretty good friends. If I could be exchanged, or sent home, I told him that my mother would pay liberally for my ransom, and I suppose this idea excited the cupidity of the commandant, for a trapper coming in the winter, whilst I still lay very ill with fever, Muse consented that I should write home to my mother, but that the letter should be in French, that he should see it, and that I should say I was in the hands of the Indians, and should not be ransomed under 10,000 livres. In vain I said I was a prisoner to the troops of His Most Christian Majesty, that I expected the treatment of a gentleman and an officer. Muse swore that letter should go, and no other, that if I hesitated, he would fling me out of the fort, or hand me over to the tender mercies of his ruffian Indian allies. He would not let the trapper communicate with me except in his presence. Life and liberty are sweet. I resisted for a while, but I was pulled down with weakness, and shuddering with fever, I wrote such a letter as the rascal consented to let pass, and the trapper went away with my missive, which he promised, in 3 weeks, to deliver to my mother in Virginia. 3 weeks, 6, 12, passed. The messenger never returned. The winter came and went, and all our little plantations round the fort, where the French soldiers had cleared corn ground and planted gardens and peach and apple trees down to the Monongahela, were in full blossom. Heaven knows how I crept through the weary time. When I was pretty well, I made drawings of the soldiers of the garrison, and of the half-breed and her child, Muse's child, and of Muse himself, whom, I am ashamed to say, I flattered outrageously, and there was an old guitar left in the fort, and I sang to it, and played on it some French airs which I knew, and ingratiated myself as best I could with my jailers, and so the weary months passed, but the messenger never returned. At last news arrived that he had been shot by some British Indians in Maryland, so there was an end of my hope of ransom for some months more. This made Muse very savage and surly towards me, the more so as his sergeant inflamed his rage by telling him that the Indian woman was partial to me as I believe, Poor thing, she was. I was always gentle with her, and grateful to her. My small accomplishments seemed wonders in her eyes. I was ill and unhappy, too, and these are always claims to a woman's affection. A captive pulled down by malady, a ferocious jailer, and a young woman touched by the prisoner's misfortunes. Sure, you expect that, with these three prime characters in a piece, some pathetic tragedy is going to be enacted? You, Miss Hetty, are about to guess that the woman saved me? Why, of course she did. Cries Mama, what else is she good for? Says Hetty, you, Miss Theo, have painted her already as a dark beauty, is it not so? A swift huntress, Diana with a baby, says the Colonel. Who scours the plain with her nymphs, who brings down the game with her unerring bow, who is queen of the forest, and I see by your looks that you think I am madly in love with her. Well, I suppose she is an interesting creature, Mr. George? Says Theo, with a blush. What think you of a dark's beauty, the color of new mahogany with long straight black hair, which was usually dressed with a hair oil or pomade by no means pleasant to approach, with little eyes, with high cheekbones, with a flat nose, sometimes ornamented with a ring, with rows of glass beads round her tawny throat, her cheeks and forehead gracefully tattooed, a great love of finery, an inordinate passion for must I own it, for coquetry? I know you are going to say that. Says Miss Hetty, for whiskey, my dear Miss Hester, in which appetite my jailer partook, so that I have often sate by, on the nights when I was in favour with Monsieur Muse, and seen him and his poor companion hob and nobbing together until they could scarce hold the noggin out of which they drank. In these evening entertainments, they would sing, they would dance, they would fondle, they would quarrel, and knock the cans and furniture about, and, when I was in favour, I was admitted to share their society, for Muse, jealous of his dignity, or not willing that his men should witness his behaviour, would allow none of them to be familiar with him. Whilst the result of the trapper's mission to my home was yet uncertain, and Muse and I myself expected the payment of my ransom, I was treated kindly enough, allowed to crawl about the fort, and even to go into the adjoining fields and gardens, always keeping my parole, and duly returning before gunfire. And I exercised a piece of hypocrisy, for which, I hope, you will hold me excused. When my leg grew sound, the ball came out in the winter, after some pain and inflammation, and the wound healed up presently. I yet chose to walk as if I was disabled and a cripple. I hobbled on 2 sticks, and cried ah, and oh, at every minute, hoping that a day might come when I might treat my limbs to a run. Muse was very savage when he began to give up all hopes of the first messenger. He fancied that the man might have got the ransom money and fled with it himself. Of course he was prepared to disown any part in the transaction, should my letter be discovered. His treatment of me varied according to his hopes or fears, or even his mood for the time being. He would have me consigned to my quarters for several days at a time, then invite me to his tipsy supper table, quarrel with me there, and abuse my nation, or again break out into maudlin sentimentalities about his native country of Normandy, where he longed to spend his old age, to buy a field or two, and to die happy. Monsieur Muse, says I, 10,000 livres of your money would buy a pretty field or two in your native country? You can have it for the ransom of me, if you will but let me go. In a few months you must be superseded in your command here, and then adieu the crowns and the fields in Normandy. You had better trust a gentleman and a man of honour. Let me go home, and I give you my word the 10,000 livres shall be paid to any agent you may appoint in France or in Quebec. Ah, young traitor, roars he, do you wish to tamper with my honour? Do you believe an officer of France will take a bribe? I have a mind to consign thee to my black hole, and to have thee shot in the morning. My poor body will never fetch 10,000 livres, says I, and a pretty field in Normandy with a cottage, and an orchard. Ah, sacre bleu, says Muse, whimpering, and a dish of tripe à la mode du pays. This talk happened between us again and again, and Muse would order me to my quarters, and then ask me to supper the next night, and return to the subject of Normandy, and cider, and trips à la mode de Caen. My friend is dead now, he was hung, I trust? Breaks in Colonel Lambert. And I need keep no secret about him. Ladies, I wish I had to offer you the account of a dreadful and tragical escape, how I slew all the sentinels of the fort, filed through the prison windows, destroyed a score or so of watchful dragons, overcame a million of dangers, and finally effected my freedom. But, in regard of that matter, I have no heroic deeds to tell of, and own that, by bribery and no other means, I am where I am. But you would have fought, Georgie, if need were, says Harry, and you couldn't conquer a whole garrison, you know. And herewith Mr. Harry blushed very much. See the women, how disappointed they are, says Lambert. Mrs. Lambert, You bloodthirsty woman, own that you are balked of a battle, and look at Hetty, quite angry because Mr. George did not shoot the commandant. You wished he was hung yourself, Papa. Cries Miss Hetty, and I am sure I wish anything my papa wishes. Nay, ladies, says George, turning a little red, to wink at a prisoner's escape was not a very monstrous crime, and to take money? Sure other folks besides Frenchmen have condescended to a bribe before now. Although Monsieur Muse set me free, I am inclined, for my part, to forgive him. Will it please you to hear how that business was done? You see, Miss Hetty, I cannot help being alive to tell it. Oh, George exclamation mark that is, I mean, Mr. Warrington exclamation mark that is, I mean, I beg your pardon. Cries Hester, no pardon, my dear. I never was angry yet or surprised that anyone should like my Harry better than me. He deserves all the liking that any man or woman can give him. See, it is his turn to blush now, says George. Go on, Georgie, and tell them about the escape out of Duquesne. Cries Harry, and he said to Mrs. Lambert afterwards in confidence, you know he is always going on saying that he ought never to have come to life again, and declaring that I am better than he is. The idea of my being better than George, Mrs. Lambert. A poor, extravagant fellow like me. It's absurd. Chapter 52 Intenti Cora Tenebant. We continued for months our weary life at the fort, and the commandant and I had our quarrels and reconciliations, our greasy games at cards, our dismal duets with his asthmatic flute and my cracked guitar. The poor fawn took her beatings and her cans of liquor as her lord and master chose to administer them, and she nursed her papoose, or her master in the gout, or her prisoner in the ague, and so matters went on until the beginning of the fall of last year, when we were visited by a hunter who had important news to deliver to the commandant, and such as set the little garrison in no little excitement. The Marquis de Montcalm had sent a considerable detachment to garrison the forts already in the French hands, and to take up further positions in the enemy's, that is, in the British possessions. The troops had left Quebec and Montreal, and were coming up the St. Lawrence and the lakes in Bateaux, with artillery and large provisions of warlike and other stores. Muse would be superseded in his command by an officer of superior rank, who might exchange me, or who might give me up to the Indians in reprisal for cruelties practiced by our own people on many an officer and soldier of the enemy. The men of the fort were eager for the reinforcements. They would advance into Pennsylvania and New York, they would seize upon Albany and Philadelphia, they would drive the Rosbifs into the sea, and all America should be theirs from the Mississippi to Newfoundland. This was all very triumphant, but yet, somehow, the prospect of the French conquest did not add to Mr. Muse's satisfaction. Commandant, says I, 'tis fort bien, but meanwhile your farm in Normandy, the pot of cider, and the trips à la mode de Cannes, where are they? Yes, 'tis all very well, my Garcon, says he. But where will you be when poor old Muse is superseded? Other officers are not good companions like me. Very few men in the world have my humanity. When there is a great garrison here, will my successors give thee the indulgences which honest Muse has granted thee? Thou wilt be kept in a sty like a pig ready for killing. As sure as one of our officers falls into the hands of your brigands of frontier men, and evil comes to him, so surely wilt thou have to pay with thy skin for his. Thou wilt be given up to our red allies, to the brethren of La Biche yonder. Didst thou see, last year, what they did to thy countrymen whom we took in the action with Braddock? Roasting was the very smallest punishment, ma foi was it not, La Biche? And he entered into a variety of jocular descriptions of tortures inflicted, eyes burned out of their sockets, teeth and nails wrenched out, limbs and bodies gashed. You turn pale, dear Miss Theo. Well, I will have pity, and will spare you the tortures which honest Muse recounted in his pleasant way as likely to befall me. La Biche was by no means so affected as you seem to be, ladies, by the recital of these horrors. She had witnessed them in her time. She came from the Senecas, whose villages lie near the great cataract between Ontario and Erie. Her people made war for the English, and against them, they had fought with other tribes, and, in the battles between us and them, it is difficult to say whether white-skin or red-skin is most savage. They may chop me into cutlets and broil me, 'tis true, Commandant, says I, coolly. But again, I say, you will never have the farm in Normandy. Go get the whiskey bottle, La Biche, says Muse, and it is not too late, even now. I will give the guide who takes me home a large reward. And again I say, I promise, as a man of honor, 10,000 livres. To whom shall I say? To one who shall bring me any token, who shall bring me, say, my watch and seal with my grandfather's arms, which I have seen in a chest somewhere in this fort. Ah, seal rat! Roars out the Commandant, with a hoarse yell of laughter. "Thou hast A's, thou. All is good prize in war. Think of a house in your village, of a fine field hard by with a half-dozen of cows, of a fine orchard all covered with fruit, and Javot at the door with her wheel, and a rascal of a child, or two, with cheeks as red as the apples. Oh my country! Oh my mother!" whimpers out the commandant. "Quick, La Biche, the whiskey." All that night the commandant was deep in thought, and La Biche, too, silent and melancholy. She sate away from us, nursing her child, and whenever my eyes turned towards her I saw hers were fixed on me. The poor little infant began to cry, and was ordered away by Muse, with his usual foul language, to the building which the luckless Biche occupied with her child. When she was gone, we both of us spoke our minds freely, and I put such reasons before Monsieur as his cupidity could not resist. "How do you know," he asked, "that this hunter will serve you?" "That is my secret," says I. "But here, if you like, as we are not on honor, I may tell it. When they come into the settlements for their bargains, the hunters often stop a day or two for rest and drink and company, and our new friend loved all these. He played at cards with the men, he set his furs against their liquor, he enjoyed himself at the fort, singing, dancing, and gambling with them. I think I said they liked to listen to my songs, and for want of better things to do, I was often singing and guitar scraping, and we would have many a concert, the men joining in chorus, or dancing to my homely music, until it was interrupted by the drums and the retraite. I guessed the hunter was present at one or two of these concerts, and I thought I would try if possibly he understood English. After we had had our little stock of French songs, I said, "My lads, I will give you an English song, and to the tune of Over the Hills and Far Away, which my good old grandfather used to hum as a favorite air in Marlborough's camp." I made some doggerel words: "This long, long year, a prisoner drear, ah, me. I'm tired of lingering here, I'll give 100 guineas gay, to be over the hills and far away." "What is it?" says the hunter. "I don't understand." "'Tis a girl to her lover," I answered, but I saw by the twinkle in the man's eye that he understood me. The next day, when there were no men within hearing, the trapper showed that I was right in my conjecture, for as he passed me he hummed in a low tone, but in perfectly good English, "Over the hills and far away, the burden of my yesterday's doggerel. If you are ready," says he, "I'm ready. I know who your people are, and the way to them. Talk to the fawn, and she will tell you what to do." "What? You will not play with me?" Here he pulled out some cards, and spoke in French as two soldiers came up. "Mille est trop grand seigneur." "Bonjour, my lord," and the man made me a mock bow, and walked away, shrugging up his shoulders, to offer to play and drink elsewhere. I knew now that Biche was to be the agent in the affair, and that my offer to Muse was accepted. The poor fawn performed her part very faithfully and dexterously. I had not need of a word more with Muse. The matter was understood between us. The fawn had long been allowed free communication with me. She had tended me during my wound and in my illnesses, helped to do the work of my little chamber, my cooking, and so forth. She was free to go out of the fort, as I have said, and to the river and the fields whence the corn and garden stuff of the little garrison were brought in. Having gambled away most of the money which he received for his peltries, the trapper now got together his store of flints, powder, and blankets, and took his leave. And, 3 days after his departure, the fawn gave me the signal that the time was come for me to make my little trial for freedom. When first wounded, I had been taken by my kind Florac and placed on his bed in the officer's room. When the fort was emptied of all officers except the old lieutenant left in command, I had been allowed to remain in my quarters, sometimes being left pretty free, sometimes being locked up and fed on prisoners' rations, sometimes invited to share his mess by my tipsy jailer. This officer's house, or room, was of logs like the half-dozen others within the fort, which mounted only 4 guns of small caliber, of which one was on the bastion behind my cabin. Looking westward over this gun, you could see a small island at the confluence of the 2 rivers Ohio and Monongahela where Duquesne is situated. On the shore opposite this island were some trees. "You see those trees?" my poor Biche said to me the day before, in her French jargon. "He wait for you behind those trees." In the daytime the door of my quarters was open, and the Biche free to come and go. On the day before she came in from the fields with a pick in her hand and a basket full of vegetables and pot herbs for soup. She sat down on a bench at my door, the pick resting against it, and the basket at her side. I stood talking to her for a while, but I believe I was so idiotic that I never should have thought of putting the pick to any use had she actually pushed it into my open door, so that it fell into my room. "Hide it," she said, "want it soon." And that afternoon it was, she pointed out the trees to me. On the next day, she comes, pretending to be very angry, and calls out, "My lord! My lord! Why you not come to commandant's dinner? He very bad. Intends vows." And she peeps into the room as she speaks, and flings a coil of rope at me. "I am coming, la biche," says I, and hobbled after her on my crutch. As I went into the commandant's quarters she says, "Poor Sawyer." And then I knew the time was come. As for Muse, he knew nothing about the matter. Not he. He growled at me, and said the soup was cold. He looked me steadily in the face, and talked of this and that, not only whilst his servant was present, but afterwards as we smoked our pipes and played our game at piquet, whilst according to her wont, the poor biche sate cowering in a corner. My friend's whiskey bottle was empty, and he said, with rather a knowing look, "He must have another glass, we must both have a glass that night." And rising from the table he stumped to the inner room where he kept his fire water under lock and key, and away from the poor biche, who could not resist that temptation. As he turned his back the biche raised herself, and he was no sooner gone but she was at my feet, kissing my hand, pressing it to her heart, and bursting into tears over my knees. I confess I was so troubled by this testimony of the poor creature's silent attachment and fondness, the extent of which I scarce had suspected before, that when Muse returned, I had not recovered my equanimity, though the poor fawn was back in her corner again and shrouded in her blanket. He did not appear to remark anything strange in the behavior of either. We sate down to our game, though my thoughts were so preoccupied that I scarcely knew what cards were before me. "I gain everything from you tonight, Miller," says he, grimly. "We play upon parole, and you may count upon mine," I replied. "'Tis all that you have," says he. "Monsieur," says I, "my word is good for 10,000 livres," and we continued our game. At last he said he had a headache, and would go to bed, and I understood the orders too, that I was to retire. "I wish you a good night, mon petit Miller," says he, "stay, you will fall without your crutch," and his eyes twinkled at me, and his face wore a sarcastic grin. In the agitation of the moment I had quite forgotten that I was lame, and was walking away at a pace as good as a grenadier's. "What a vile night," says he, looking out. In fact there was a tempest abroad, and a great roaring, and wind. "Bring a lanthorn, Latulip, and lock my lord comfortably into his quarters." He stood a moment looking at me from his own door, and I saw a glimpse of the poor biche behind him. The night was so rainy that the sentries preferred their boxes, and did not disturb me in my work. The log house was built with upright posts, deeply fixed in the ground, and horizontal logs laid upon it. I had to dig under these, and work a hole sufficient to admit my body to pass. I began in the dark, soon after 2. It was some while after midnight before my work was done, when I lifted my hand up under the log and felt the rain from without falling upon it. I had to work very cautiously for 2 hours after that, and then crept through to the parapet and silently flung my rope over the gun, not without a little tremor of heart, lest the sentry should see me and send a charge of lead into my body. The wall was but 12 feet, and my fall into the ditch easy enough. I waited a while there, looking steadily under the gun, and trying to see the river and the island. I heard the sentry pacing up above and humming a tune. The darkness became more clear to me ere long, and the moon rose, and I saw the river shining before me, and the dark rocks and trees of the island rising in the waters. I made for this mark as swiftly as I could, and for the clump of trees to which I had been directed. Oh, what a relief I had when I heard a low voice humming there, over the hills and far away. When Mr. George came to this part of his narrative, Miss Theo, who was seated by a harpsichord, turned round and dashed off the tune on the instrument, whilst all the little company broke out into the merry chorus. "I way," the speaker went on, "lay through a level tract of forest with which my guide was familiar, upon the right bank of the Monongahela. By daylight we came to a clearer country, and my trapper asked me Silver Hills was the name by which he went. Had I ever seen the spot before? It was the fatal field where Braddock had fallen, and whence I had been wonderfully rescued in the summer of the previous year. Now, the leaves were beginning to be tinted with the magnificent hues of our autumn. "Ah, brother!" cries Harry, seizing his brother's hand. "I was gambling and making a fool of myself at the Wells and in London, when my George was flying for his life in the wilderness. Oh, what a miserable spendthrift I have been, but I think thou art not unworthy to be called thy mother's son," said Mrs. Lambert, very softly, and with moistened eyes. Indeed, if Harry had erred, to mark his repentance, his love, his unselfish joy and generosity, was to feel that there was hope for the humbled and kind young sinner. We presently crossed the river. George resumed, taking our course along the base of the western slopes of the Alleghanies, and through a grand forest region of oaks and maple, and enormous poplars that grow 100 feet high without a branch. It was the Indians whom we had to avoid, besides the outlying parties of French. Always of doubtful loyalty, the savages have been specially against us, since our ill treatment of them, and the French triumph over us 2 years ago. I was but weak still, and our journey through the wilderness lasted a fortnight or more. As we advanced, the woods became redder and redder. The frost nipped sharply of nights. We lighted fires at our feet, and slept in our blankets as best we might. At this time of year the hunters who live in the mountains get their sugar from the maples. We came upon more than one such family, camping near their trees by the mountain streams, and they welcomed us at their fires, and gave us of their venison. So we passed over the 2 ranges of the Laurel Hills and the Alleghenies. The last day's march of my trusty guide and myself took us down that wild, magnificent pass of Will's Creek, a valley lying between cliffs near 1,000 feet high, bald, white, and broken into towers like huge fortifications, with eagles wheeling round the summits of the rocks, and watching their nests among the crags. And hence we descended to Cumberland, whence we had marched in the year before, and where there was now a considerable garrison of our people. Oh! You may think it was a welcome day when I saw English colors again on the banks of our native Potomac. Chapter 53, where we remain at the court end of the town. George Warrington had related the same story, which we have just heard, to Madame de Bernstein on the previous evening, a portion, that is, of the history, for the old lady nodded off to sleep many times during the narration, only waking up when George paused, saying it was most interesting, and ordering him to continue. The young gentleman hemmed and hawed, and stuttered, and blushed, and went on, much against his will, and did not speak half so well as he did to his friendly little auditory in Hill Street, where Hetty's eyes of wonder and Theo's sympathizing looks, and Mamma's kind face, and Papa's funny looks, were applause sufficient to cheer any modest youth who required encouragement for his eloquence. As for Mamma's behavior, the General said, 'twas as good as Mr. Addison's drunk maker, and she would make the fortune of any tragedy by simply being engaged to cry in the front boxes. That is why we chose my Lord Rotham's house as the theatre where George's first piece should be performed, wishing that he should speak to advantage, and not as when he was heard by that sleepy, cynical old lady, to whom he had to narrate his adventures. Very good and most interesting, I am sure, my dear sir, says Madame Bernstein, putting up 3 pretty little fingers covered with a lace mitten, to hide a convulsive movement of her mouth. And your mother must have been delighted to see you. George shrugged his shoulders ever so little, and made a low bow, as his aunt looked up at him for a moment with her keen old eyes. Have been delighted to see you, she continued dryly, and killed the fatted calf, and that kind of thing. Though why I say calf, I don't know, nephew George, for you never were the prodigal. I may say calf to thee, my poor Harry. Thou hast been amongst the swine sure enough. And evil companions have robbed the money out of thy pocket and the coat off thy back. He came to his family in England. Madame, says George, with some heat, and his friends were your ladyships. He could not have come to worse advisers, nephew Warrington, and so I should have told my sister earlier, had she condescended to write to me by him, as she has done by you, said the old lady, tossing up her head. Hey, she said, at night, as she arranged herself for the route to which she was going, to her waiting maid, this young gentleman's mother is half sorry that he has come to life again. I could see that in his face. She is half sorry, and I am perfectly furious. Why didn't he lie still when he dropped there under the tree, and why did that young Florac carry him to the fort? I knew those Floracs when I was at Paris, in the time of Monsieur le Regent. They were of the Floracs of Ivry. No great house before Henri IV. His ancestor was the king's favorite. His ancestor he. His ancestress. Brett. Entends Vous? Give me my card purse. I don't like the grand airs of this Monsieur George, and yet he resembles, very much, his grandfather, the same look and sometimes the same tones. You have heard of Colonel Esmond when I was young? This boy has his eyes. I suppose I liked the Colonel's because he loved me, being engaged, then, to a card party, an amusement which she never missed, weekday or Sabbath, as long as she had strength to hold trumps or sit in a chair. Very soon after George had ended his narration, the old lady dismissed her 2 nephews, giving to the elder a couple of fingers and a very stately curtsy, but to Harry 2 hands and a kindly pat on the cheek. My poor child, now thou art disinherited, thou wilt see how differently the world will use thee, she said. There is only, in all London, a wicked, heartless old woman who will treat thee as before. Here is a pocket-book for you, child. Do not lose it at Ranelagh tonight. That suit of yours does not become your brother half so well as it sat upon you. You will present your brother to everybody, and walk up and down the room for 2 hours at least, child. Where are you? I would then go to the chocolate house, and play as if nothing had happened. Whilst you are there, your brother may come back to me and eat a bit of chicken with me. My Lady Flint gives wretched suppers, and I want to talk his mother's letter over with him. Au revoir, gentlemen. And she went away to her toilette. Her chairman and Flambks were already waiting at the door. The gentleman went to Ranelagh, where but a few of Mr. Harry's acquaintances chanced to be present. They paced the round, and met Mr. Tom Claypole with some of his country friends. They heard the music, they drank tea in a box. Harry was master of ceremonies, and introduced his brother to the curiosities of the place, and George was even more excited than his brother had been on his first introduction to this palace of delight. George loved music much more than Harry ever did. He heard a full orchestra for the first time, and a piece of Mr. Handel satisfactorily performed, and a not unpleasing instance of Harry's humility and regard for his elder brother was, that he could even hold George's love of music in respect at a time when fiddling was voted effeminate and unmanly in England, and Britons were, every day, called upon by the patriotic prince to sneer at the frivolous accomplishments of your squalenies, messieurs, and the like. Nobody in Britain is proud of his ignorance now. There is no conceit left among us. There is no such thing as dullness. Arrogance is entirely unknown. Well, at any rate, art has obtained her letters of naturalization, and lives here on terms of almost equality. If Mrs. Thrall chose to marry a music master now, I don't think her friends would shudder at the mention of her name. If she had a good fortune and kept a good cook, people would even go and dine with her in spite of the misalliance, and actually treat Mr. Piozzi with civility. After Ranelagh, and pursuant to Madame Bernstein's advice, George returned to her ladyship's house, whilst Harry showed himself at the club, where gentlemen were accustomed to assemble at night to sup, and then to gamble. No one, of course, alluded to Mr. Warrington's little temporary absence, and Mr. Ruff, his ex-landlord, waited upon him with the utmost gravity and civility, and as if there had never been any difference between them. Mr. Warrington had caused his trunks and habiliments to be conveyed away from Bond Street in the morning, and he and his brother were now established in apartments elsewhere, but when the supper was done, and the gentlemen, as usual, were about to seek the Makepeace table upstairs, Harry said he was not going to play any more. He had burnt his fingers already, and could afford no more extravagance. Why, says Mr. Morris, in a rather flippant manner, you must have won more than you have lost, Mr. Warrington, after all is said and done. And of course I don't know my own business as well as you do, Mr. Morris, says Harry sternly, who had not forgotten the other's behavior on hearing of his arrest, but I have another reason. A few months or days ago, I was heir to a great estate, and could afford to lose a little money. Now, thank God, I am heir to nothing. And he looked round, blushing not a little, to the knot of gentlemen, his gaming associates, who were lounging at the tables or gathered round the fire. How do you mean, Mr. Warrington? Cries my Lord March. Have you lost Virginia, too? Who has won it? I always had a fancy to play you myself for that stake, and grow an improved breed of slaves in the colony, says another. The right owner has won it. You have heard me tell of my twin elder brother, who was killed in that affair of Braddock's 2 years ago. Yes. Gracious goodness, my dear sir, I hope in heaven he has not come to life again? He arrived in London 2 days since. He has been a prisoner in the French fort for 18 months, he only escaped a few months ago, and left our house in Virginia very soon after his release. You haven't had time to order mourning, I suppose, Mr. Warrington? Asks Mr. Selwyn very good-naturedly, and simple Harry hardly knew the meaning of his joke until his brother interpreted it to him. Hang me, if I don't believe the fellow is absolutely glad of the reappearance of his confounded brother. Cries my Lord March, as they continued to talk of the matter when the young Virginian had taken his leave. These savages practice the simple virtues of affection. They are barely civilized in America yet, yawned Selwyn. They love their kindred, and they scalp their enemies, simpers Mr. Walpole. It's not Christian, but natural. Shouldn't you like to be present at a scalping match, George, and see a fellow skinned alive? A man's elder brother is his natural enemy, says Mr. Selwyn, placidly ranging his money and counters before him. Torture is like broiled bones and pepper. You wouldn't relish simple hanging afterwards, George. Continues Horry. I'm hanged if there's any man in England who would like to see his elder brother alive, says my lord. No, nor his father either, my lord. Cries Jack Morris. First time I ever knew you had one, Jack. Give me counters for 500, I say, "'Tis almighty fine about dead brothers coming to life again," continues Jack. "Who is to know that it wasn't a scheme arranged between these two fellows? Here comes a young fellow who calls himself the Fortunate Youth, who says he is a Virginian prince and the deuce knows what, and who gets into our society." A great laugh ensues at Jack's phrase of our society. Who is to know that it wasn't a cross? Jack continues. "The young one is to come first. He is to marry an heiress, and, when he has got her, up is to rise the elder brother." When did this elder brother show? Why, when the younger's scheme was blown, and all was up with him. Who shall tell me that the fellow hasn't been living in 7 Dials, or in a cellar dining off tripe and cow heel until my younger gentleman was disposed of? Dammy, as gentlemen, I think we ought to take notice of it, and that this Mr. Warrington has been taking a most outrageous liberty with the whole club. Who put him up? It was March, I think. Put him up? Asks a bystander. Yes. But my lord thought he was putting up a very different person. Didn't you, March? Hold your confounded tongue, and mind your game, says the nobleman addressed, but Jack Morris's opinion found not a few supporters in the world. Many persons agreed that it was most indecorous of Mr. Harry Warrington to have ever believed in his brother's death, that there was something suspicious about the young man's first appearance and subsequent actions, and, in fine, that regarding these foreigners, adventurers, and the like, we ought to be especially cautious. Though he was out of prison and difficulty, though he had his aunt's liberal donation of money in his pocket, though his dearest brother was restored to him, whose return to life Harry never once thought of deploring, as his friends at White's supposed he would do, though Maria had shown herself in such a favourable light by her behaviour during his misfortune, yet Harry, when alone, felt himself not particularly cheerful, and smoked his pipe of Virginia with a troubled mind. It was not that he was deposed from his principality, the loss of it never once vexed him. He knew that his brother would share with him as he would have done with his brother, but after all those struggles and doubts in his own mind, to find himself poor, and yet irrevocably bound to his elderly cousin. Yes, she was elderly, there was no doubt about it. When she came to that horrible den in Cursitor Street and the tears washed her rouge off, why, she looked as old as his mother. Her face was all wrinkled and yellow, and as he thought of her he felt just such a qualm as he had when she was taken ill that day in the coach on their road to Tunbridge. What would his mother say when he brought her home, and, Lord, what battles there would be between them. He would go and live on one of the plantations the farther from home the better and have a few negroes, and farm as best he might, and hunt a good deal, but at Castlewood or in her own home, such as he could make it for her. What a life for poor Maria, who had been used to go to court and to cards and balls and assemblies every night. If he could be but the overseer of the estate so, he would be an honest factor, and try and make up for his useless life and extravagance in these past days. £5,000, all his patrimony and the accumulations of his long minority squandered in 6 months. He a beggar, except for dear George's kindness, with nothing in life left to him but an old wife, a pretty beggar, dressed out in velvet and silver lace. Forsooth the poor lad was arrayed in his best clothes, a pretty figure he had made in Europe, and a nice end he was come to. With all his fine friends at White's and Newmarket, with all his extravagance, had he been happy a single day since he had been in Europe? Yes, 3 days, 4 days, yesterday evening, when he had been with dear Mrs. Lambert, and those affectionate kind girls, and that brave good Colonel. And the Colonel was right when he rebuked him for his spendthrift follies, and he had been a brute to be angry as he had been, and God bless them all for their generous exertions in his behalf. Such were the thoughts which Harry put into his pipe, and he smoked them whilst he waited his brother's return from Madame Bernstein. Chapter 54, during which Harry sits smoking his pipe at home. The maternal grandfather of our Virginians, the Colonel Esmond of whom frequent mention has been made, and who had quitted England to reside in the New World, had devoted some portion of his long American leisure to the composition of the memoirs of his early life. In these volumes, Madame de Bernstein, Mrs. Beatrice Esmond was her name as a spinster, played a very considerable part, and as George had read his grandfather's manuscript many times over, he had learned to know his kinswoman long before he saw her, to know, at least, the lady, young, beautiful, and wilful, of half a century since, with whom he now became acquainted in the decline of her days. When cheeks are faded and eyes are dim, is it sad or pleasant, I wonder, for the woman who is a beauty no more, to recall the period of her bloom? When the heart is withered, do the old love to remember how it once was fresh and beat with warm emotions? When the spirits are languid and weary, do we like to think how bright they were in other days, the hope how buoyant, the sympathies how ready, the enjoyment of life how keen and eager? So they fall the buds of prime, the roses of beauty, The florid harvests or summer come fall and wither, and the naked branches shiver in the winter. And that was a beauty once. Thinks George Warrington, as his aunt, in her rouge and diamonds, comes in from her rout, and that ruin was a splendid palace. Crowds of lovers have sighed before those decrepit feet, and been bewildered by the brightness of those eyes. He remembered a firework at home, at Williamsburg, on the king's birthday, and afterwards looking at the skeleton wheel and the sockets of the exploded Roman candles. The dazzle and brilliancy of Aunt Beatrice's early career passed before him, as he thought over his grandsire's journals. Honest Harry had seen them, too, but Harry was no bookman, and had not read the manuscript very carefully. Nay, if he had, he would probably not have reasoned about it as his brother did, being by no means so much inclined to moralizing as his melancholy senior. Mr. Warrington thought that there was no cause why he should tell his aunt how intimate he was with her early history, and accordingly held his peace upon that point. When their meal was over, she pointed with her cane to her escritoire, and bade her attendant bring the letter which lay under the inkstand there, and George, recognizing the superscription, of course knew the letter to be that of which he had been the bearer from home. It would appear by this letter, said the old lady, looking hard at her nephew, that ever since your return, there have been some differences between you and my sister. Indeed? I did not know that Madame Esmond had alluded to them, George said. The Baroness puts a great pair of glasses upon eyes which shot fire and kindled who knows how many passions in old days, and, after glancing over the letter, hands it to George, who reads as follows: Richmond, Virginia, December 26, 1756. Honored Madam and Sister! I have received, and thankfully acknowledge, your ladyship's favour, prose packet, of October 23rd ult., and straightway answer you at a season which should be one of goodwill and peace to all men, but in which heaven hath nevertheless decreed we should still bear our portion of earthly sorrow and trouble. My reply will be brought to you by my eldest son, Mr. Esmond Warrington, who returned to us so miraculously out of the valley of the shadow of death, as our previous letters have informed my poor Henry, and who is desirous, not without my consent to his wish, to visit Europe, though he has been amongst us so short a while. I grieve to think that my dearest Harry should have appeared at home, I mean in England, under false colours, as it were, and should have been presented to his Majesty, to our family, and his own, as his father's heir, whilst my dear son George was still alive, though dead to us. Ah, Madame! During the 18 months of his captivity, what anguish have his mother's, his brothers, hearts undergone! My Harry's is the tenderest of any man's now alive. In the joy of seeing Mr. Esmond Warrington return to life, he will forget the worldly misfortune which befalls him. He will return to comparative poverty without a pang. The most generous, the most obedient of human beings, of sons, he will gladly give up to his elder brother that inheritance which had been his own but for the accident of birth, and for the providential return of my son George. Your beneficent intentions towards dearest Harry will be more than ever welcome, now he is reduced to a younger brother's slender portion. Many years since, an advantageous opportunity occurred of providing for him in this province, and he would by this time have been master of a noble estate and negroes, and have been enabled to make a figure with most here, could his mother's wishes have been complied with, and his father's small portion, now lying at small interest in the British funds, have been invested in this most excellent purchase. But the forms of the law, and, I grieve to own, my elder son's scruples, prevailed, and this admirable opportunity was lost to me. Harry will find the savings of his income have been carefully accumulated. Long may he live to enjoy them. May heaven bless you, dear sister, for what your ladyship may add to his little store. As I gather from your letter, that the sum which has been allowed to him has not been sufficient for his expenses in the fine company which he has kept, and the grandson of the Marquis of Esmond, one who had so nearly been his lordship's heir, may sure claim equality with any other nobleman in Great Britain, and having a sum by me which I had always intended for the poor child's establishment, I entrust it to my eldest son, who, to do him justice, hath a most sincere regard for his brother, to lay it out for Harry's best advantage. It took him out of prison yesterday. Madame! I think that was the best use to which we could put it, interposed George, at this stage of his mother's letter. Nay, sir, I don't know any such thing. Why not have kept it to buy a pair of colours for him, or to help towards another estate and some negroes, if he has a fancy for home? Cried the old lady. Besides, I had a fancy to pay that debt myself. I hope you will let his brother do that. I ask leave to be my brother's banker in this matter, and consider I have borrowed so much from my mother, to be paid back to my dear Harry. Do you say so, sir? Give me a glass of wine. You are an extravagant fellow. Read on, and you will see your mother thinks so. I drink to your health, nephew George. 'Tis good Burgundy. Your grandfather never loved Burgundy. He loved claret, the little he drank, and George proceeded with the letter. This remittance will, I trust, amply cover any expenses which, owing to the mistake respecting his position, dearest Harry may have incurred. I wish I could trust his elder brother's prudence as confidently as my Harry's. But I fear that, even in his captivity, Mr. Esmond W. has learned little of that humility which becomes all Christians, and which I have ever endeavored to teach to my children. Should you by chance show him these lines, when, by the blessing of heaven on those who go down to the sea in ships, the great ocean divides us, he will know that a fond mother's blessing and prayers follow both her children, and that there is no act one have ever done, no desire I have ever expressed, however little he may have been inclined to obey it, but hath been dictated by the fondest wishes for my dearest boy's welfare. There is a scratch with a penknife, and a great blot upon the letter there, as if water had fallen on it. Your mother writes well, George. I suppose you and she had a difference? Said George's aunt, not unkindly. Yes, ma'am, many, answered the young man, sadly. The last was about a question of money of ransom which I promised to the old lieutenant of the fort who aided me to make my escape. I told you he had a mistress, a poor Indian woman, who helped me, and was kind to me. 6 weeks after my arrival at home, the poor thing made her appearance at Richmond, having found her way through the wood by pretty much the same track which I had followed, and bringing me the token which Muse had promised to send me when he connived to my flight. A commanding officer and a considerable reinforcement had arrived at Duquesne. Charges, I don't know of what peculation, for his messenger could not express herself very clearly, had been brought against this Muse. He had been put under arrest, and had tried to escape, but, less fortunate than myself, he had been shot on the rampart, and he sent the Indian woman to me, with my grandfather's watch, and a line scrawled in his prison on his deathbed, begging me to send Scage Escovise to a notary at Havre de Grace in France to be transmitted to his relatives at Caen in Normandy. My friend Silverheels, the hunter, had helped my poor Indian on her way. I don't know how she would have escaped scalping else. But at home they received the poor thing sternly. They hardly gave her a welcome. I won't say what suspicions they had regarding her and me. The poor wretch fell to drinking whenever she could find means. I ordered that she should have food and shelter, and she became the jest of our negroes, and formed the subject of the scandal and tittle-tattle of the old fools in our little town. Our governor was, luckily, a man of sense, and I made interest with him, and procured a pass to send her back to her people. Her very grief at parting with me only served to confirm the suspicions against her. A fellow preached against me from the pulpit, I believe. I had to treat another with a cane. And I had a violent dispute with Madame Esmond, a difference which is not healed yet because I insisted upon paying to the heirs. Muse pointed out the money I had promised for my deliverance. You see that scandal flourishes at the borders of the wilderness, and in the New World as well as the Old. I have suffered from it myself, my dear, said Madame Bernstein, demurely. Fill thy glass, child. A little tass of cherry brandy. 'Twill do thee all the good in the world. As for my poor Harry's marriage, Madame Esmond's letter went on, though I know too well, from sad experience, the dangers to which youth is subject, and would keep my boy, at any price, from them, though I should wish him to marry a person of rank, as becomes his birth, yet my Lady Maria Esmond is out of the question. Her age is almost the same as mine, and I know my brother Castlewood left his daughters with the very smallest portions. My Harry is so obedient that I know a desire from me will be sufficient to cause him to give up this imprudent match. Some foolish people once supposed that I myself once thought of a second union, and with a person of rank very different from ours. No. I knew what was due to my children. As succeeding to this estate after me, Mr. Esmond W. is amply provided for. Let my task now be to save for his less fortunate younger brother, and, as I do not love to live quite alone, let him return without delay to his fond and loving mother. The report which your ladyship hath given of my Harry fills my heart with warmest gratitude. He is all indeed a mother may wish. A year in Europe will have given him a polish and refinement which he could not acquire in our homely Virginia. Mr. Stack, one of our invaluable ministers in Richmond, hath a letter from Mr. Ward, my darling's tutor of early days, who knows my Lady Warrington and her excellent family, and saith that my Harry has lived much with his cousins of late. I am grateful to think that my boy has the privilege of being with his good aunt. May he follow her counsels, and listen to those around him who will guide him on the way of his best welfare. Adieu, dear madam and sister. For your kindness to my boy accept the grateful thanks of a mother's heart. though we have been divided hitherto, may these kindly ties draw us nearer and nearer. I am thankful that you should speak of my dearest father so. He was, indeed, one of the best of men. He, too, thanks you, I know, for the love you have borne to one of his children, and his daughter subscribes herself, with sincere thanks, your ladyship's most dutiful and grateful sister and servant, Rachel Esmond W.N. P.S. I have communicated with my Lady Maria, but there will no need to tell her and dear Harry that his mother or your ladyship hope to be able to increase his small fortune. The match is altogether unsuitable, as far as regards myself. Madame, George said, laying down the paper, my mother's letter conveys no news to me. I always knew that Harry was the favourite son with Madame Esmond, as he deserves indeed to be. He has 100 good qualities which I have not the good fortune to possess. He has better looks. Nay, that is not your fault, said the old lady, slyly looking at him, but that he is fair and you are brown, one might almost pass for the other. Mr. George bowed, and a faint blush tinged his pale cheek. His disposition is bright, and mine is dark. He continued, Harry is cheerful, and I am otherwise, perhaps. He knows how to make himself beloved by everyone, and it has been my lot to find but few friends. My sister and you have pretty little quarrels. There were such in old days in our family, the Baroness said, and if Madame Esmond takes after our mother, my mother has always described hers as an angel upon earth, interposed George. That is a common character for people when they are dead, cried the Baroness, and Rachel Castlewood was an angel, if you like, at least your grandfather thought so. But let me tell you, sir, that angels are sometimes not very commodes of vivre. It may be they are too good to live with us sinners, and the air down below here don't agree with them. My poor mother was so perfect that she never could forgive me for being otherwise. Ah, mon Dieu! How she used to oppress me with those angelical airs. George cast down his eyes, and thought of his own melancholy youth. He did not care to submit more of his family secrets to the cynical inquisition of this old worldling, who seemed, however, to understand him in spite of his reticence. I quite comprehend you, sir, though you hold your tongue, the Baroness continued. A sermon in the morning, a sermon at night, and 2 or 3 of a Sunday. That is what people call being good. Every pleasure cried Fireupon, all us worldly people excommunicated, a ball an abomination of desolation, a play a forbidden pastime, and a game of cards perdition. What a life! Mon Dieu, what a life! We played at cards every night, if we were so inclined, said George, smiling, and my grandfather loved Shakespeare so much, that my mother had not a word to say against her father's favourite author, I remember. He could say whole pages by heart, though, for my part, I like Mr. Congreve a great deal better. And then, there was that dreadful, dreary Milton, whom he and Mr. Addison pretended to admire. Cried the old lady, tapping her fan, if your ladyship does not like Shakespeare, you will not quarrel with my mother for being indifferent to him, too, said George. And indeed I think, and I am sure, that you don't do her justice. Wherever there are any poor she relieves them, wherever there are any sick she doses them with her horrible purges and velouses. Cried the Baroness. Of course, just as my mother did, she does her best to cure him. She acts for the best, and performs her duty as far as she knows it. I don't blame you, sir, for doing yours, and keeping your own counsel about Madame Esmond, said the old lady. But at least there is one point upon which we all 3 agree, that this absurd marriage must be prevented. Do you know how old the woman is? I can tell you, though she has torn the first leaf out of the family Bible at Castlewood, my mother has not forgotten her cousin's age, and is shocked at the disparity between her and my poor brother. Indeed, a city-bred lady of her time of life, accustomed to London gaiety and luxury, would find but a dismal home in our Virginian plantation. Besides, the house, such as it is not Harry's. He is welcome there, heaven knows, more welcome, perhaps, than I, to whom the property comes in natural reversion, but, as I told him, I doubt how his wife would like our colony, George said, with a blush, and a hesitation in his sentence. The old lady laughed shrilly. Nephew Warrington, she said, you need not scruple to speak your mind out. I shall tell no tales to your mother, though 'tis no news to me that she has a high temper, and loves her own way. Harry has held his tongue, too, but it needed no conjurer to see who was the mistress at home, and what sort of a life my sister led you. I love my niece, my Lady Molly, so well, that I could wish her 2 or 3 years of Virginia, with your mother reigning over her. You may well look alarmed, sir. Harry has said quite enough to show me who governs the family. Madame, said George, smiling, I may say as much as this, that I don't envy any woman coming into our house against my mother's will, and my poor brother knows this perfectly well. What? You two have talked the matter over? No doubt you have. And the foolish child considers himself bound in honor. Of course he does, the gaby. He says Lady Maria has behaved most nobly to him. When he was sent to prison, she brought him her trinkets and jewels, and every guinea she had in the world. This behavior has touched him so, that he feels more deeply than ever bound to her ladyship. But I own my brother seems bound by honor rather than love, such at least is his present feeling. My good creature, cries Madame Bernstein, don't you see that Maria brings a few twopenny trinkets and a half-dozen guineas to Mr. Esmond, the heir of the great estate in Virginia, not to the second son, who is a beggar, and has just squandered away every shilling of his fortune. I swear to you, on my credit as a gentlewoman, that, knowing Harry's obstinacy, and the misery he had in store for himself, I tried to bribe Maria to give up her engagement with him, and only failed because I could not bribe high enough. When he was in prison, I sent my lawyer to him, with orders to pay his debts immediately, if he would but part from her, but Maria had been beforehand with us, and Mr. Harry chose not to go back from his stupid word. Let me tell you what has passed in the last month. And here the old lady narrated at length the history which we know already, but in that cynical language which was common in her times, when the finest folks and the most delicate ladies called things and people by names which we never utter in good company nowadays. And so much the better on the whole. We mayn't be more virtuous, but it is something to be more decent. Perhaps we are not more pure, but of a surety we are more cleanly. Madame Bernstein talked so much, so long, and so cleverly, that she was quite pleased with herself and her listener, and when she put herself into the hands of Mrs. Brett to retire for the night, informed the waiting maid that she had changed her opinion about her eldest nephew, and that Mr. George was handsome, that he was certainly much wittier than poor Harry, whom heaven, it must be confessed, had not furnished with a very great supply of brains, and that he had quite the bel air, something melancholy, noble and distinguished jeunesse coy which reminded her of the Colonel. Had she ever told Brett about the Colonel? Scores of times, no doubt. And now she told Brett about the Colonel once more. Meanwhile, perhaps, her new favourite was not quite so well pleased with her as she was with him. What a strange picture of life and manners had the old lady unveiled to her nephew. How she railed at all the world round about her. How unconsciously did she paint her own family, her own self, how selfish, one and all, pursuing what mean ends, grasping and scrambling frantically for what petty prizes, ambitious for what shabby recompenses, trampling from life's beginning to its close through what scenes of stale dissipations and faded pleasures. Are these the inheritors of noble blood? Thought George, as he went home quite late from his aunt's house, passing by doors whence the last guests of fashion were issuing, and where the chairmen were yawning over their expiring torches. Are these the proud possessors of ancestral honors and ancient names, and were their forefathers, when in life, no better? We have our pedigree at home with noble coats of arms emblazoned all over the branches, and titles dating back before the Conquest and the Crusaders. When a knight of old found a friend in want, did he turn his back upon him, or an unprotected damsel, did he delude her and leave her? When a nobleman of the early time received a young kinsman, did he get the better of him at dice, and did the ancient chivalry cheat in horseflesh? Can it be that this wily woman of the world, as my aunt has represented, has inveigled my poor Harry into an engagement, that her tears are false, and that as soon as she finds him poor she will desert him? Had we not best pack the trunks and take a cabin in the next ship bound for home? George reached his own door revolving these thoughts, and Gumbo came up yawning with a candle, and Harry was asleep before the extinguished fire, with the ashes of his emptied pipe on the table beside him. He starts up. His eyes, for a moment dulled by sleep, lighten with pleasure as he sees his dear George. He puts his arm round his brother with a boyish laugh. There he is in flesh and blood, thank God. He says, I was dreaming of thee but now, George, and that ward was hearing us our lesson. Dost thou remember the ruler, Georgie? Why, bless my soul, 'tis 3 o'clock. Where have you been a-gadding, Mr. George? Hast thou supped? I supped at White's, but I'm hungry again. I did not play, sir, no more of it for younger brothers. And my Lord March paid me 50 he lost to me. I bet against his horse and on the Duke of Hamilton's. They both rode the match at Newmarket this morning, and he lost because he was underweight. And he paid me, and he was as sulky as a bear. Let us have one pipe, Georgie! Just one. And after the smoke the young men went to bed, where I, for one, wish them a pleasant rest, for sure it is a good and pleasant thing to see brethren who love one another. Chapter 55 Between Brothers. Of course our young men had had their private talk about home, and all the people and doings there, and each had imparted to the other full particulars of his history since their last meeting. How were Harry's dogs, and little Dempster, and good old Nathan, and the rest of the household? Was Mountain well, and Fanny grown to be a pretty girl? So Parson Broadbent's daughter was engaged to marry Tom Barker of Savannah, and they were to go and live in Georgia. Harry owns that at one period he was very sweet upon Parson Broadbent's daughter, and lost a great deal of pocket money at cards, and drank a great quantity of strong waters with the father, in order to have a pretext for being near the girl. But, heaven help us! Madam Esmond would never have consented to his throwing himself away upon Polly Broadbent. So Colonel G. Washington's wife was a pretty woman, very good-natured and pleasant, and with a good fortune. He had brought her into Richmond, and paid a visit of state to Madam Esmond. George described, with much humour, the awful ceremonials at the interview between these two personages, and the killing politeness of his mother to Mr. Washington's young wife. "Never mind, George, my dear," says Mrs. Mountain. "The Colonel has taken another wife, but I feel certain that at one time two young gentlemen I know of ran a very near chance of having a tall stepfather 6 feet 2 in his boots." To be sure, Mountain was forever matchmaking in her mind. Two people could not play a game at cards together, or sit down to a dish of tea, but she fancied their conjunction was for life. It was she, the foolish tattler, who had set the report abroad regarding the poor Indian woman. As for Madam Esmond, she had repelled the insinuation with scorn when Parson Stack brought it to her, and said, "I should as soon fancy Mr. Esmond stealing the spoons, or marrying a negro woman out of the kitchen." But, though she disdained to find the poor biche guilty, and even thanked her for attending her son in his illness, she treated her with such a chilling haughtiness of demeanour, that the Indian slunk away into the servants' quarters, and there tried to drown her disappointments with drink. It was not a cheerful picture that which George gave of his 2 months at home. "The birthright is mine, Harry," he said, "but thou art the favourite, and God help me. I think my mother almost grudges it to me. Why should I have taken the pas, and preceded your worship into the world? Had you been the Ida, you would have had the best cellar, and ridden the best nag, and been the most popular man in the country, whereas I have not a word to say for myself, and frighten people by my glum face. I should have been second son, and set up as lawyer, or come to England and got my degrees, and turned parson, and said grace at your honour's table. The time is out of joint, sir. O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right." "Why, Georgie, you are talking verses, I protest you are," says Harry. "I think, my dear, someone else talked those verses before me," says George, with a smile. "It's out of one of your books. You know every book that ever was wrote, that I do believe," cries Harry, and then told his brother how he had seen the two authors at Tunbridge, and how he had taken off his hat to them. "Not that I cared much about their books, not being clever enough. But I remembered how my dear old George used to speak of them," says Harry, with a choke in his voice, "and that's why I liked to see them. I say, dear, it's like a dream seeing you over again. Think of that bloody Indian with his knife at my George's head. I should like to give that Monsieur de Florac something for saving you, but I haven't got much now, only my little gold knee buckles, and they ain't worth 2 guineas. You have got the half of what I have, child, and we'll divide as soon as I have paid the Frenchman," George said, on which Harry broke out not merely into blessings but actual imprecations, indicating his intense love and satisfaction, and he swore that there never was such a brother in the world as his brother George. Indeed, for some days after his brother's arrival his eyes followed George about. He would lay down his knife and fork, or his newspaper, when they were sitting together, and begin to laugh to himself. When he walked with George on the moor or in Hyde Park, he would gaze round at the company, as much as to say, "Look here, gentlemen. This is he. This is my brother, that was dead and is alive again. Can any man in Christendom produce such a brother as this?" Of course he was of opinion that George should pay to Muse's heirs the sum which he had promised for his ransom. This question had been the cause of no small unhappiness to poor George at home. Muse dead, Madam Esmond argued with much eagerness, and not a little rancour. The bargain fell to the ground, and her son was free. The man was a rogue in the first instance. She would not pay the wages of iniquity. Mr. Esmond had a small independence from his father, and might squander his patrimony if he chose. He was of age, and the money was in his power, but she would bear no party to such extravagance, as giving 12,000 livres to a parcel of peasants in Normandy with whom we were at war, and he would very likely give it all to the priests and the Pope. She would not subscribe to any such wickedness. If George wanted to squander away his father's money, she must say that formerly he had not been so eager, and when Harry's benefit was in question had refused to touch a penny of it. If he wished to spend it now, why not give it to his own flesh and blood, to poor Harry, who was suddenly deprived of his inheritance, and not to a set of priest-ridden peasants in France? This dispute had raged between mother and son during the whole of the latter's last days in Virginia. It had never been settled. On the morning of George's departure, Madame Esmond had come to his bedside after a sleepless night, and asked him whether he still persisted in his intention to fling away his father's property. He replied in a depth of grief and perplexity, that his word was passed, and he must do as his honor bade him. She answered that she would continue to pray that heaven might soften his proud heart, and enable her to bear her heavy trials, and the last view George had of his mother's face was as she stood yet a moment by his bedside, pale and with tearless eyes, before she turned away and slowly left his chamber. "Where didst thou learn the art of winning over everybody to thy side, Harry?" continued George, "and how is it that you and all the world begin by being friends? Teach me a few lessons in popularity." "Nay, I don't know that I will have them. And when I find and hear certain people hate me, I think I am rather pleased than angry. At first, at Richmond, Mr. Esmond Warrington, the only prisoner who had escaped from Braddock's Field, the victim of so much illness and hardship, was a favourite with the town folks, and received privately and publicly with no little kindness. The parson glorified my escape in a sermon, the neighbours came to visit the fugitive, the family coach was ordered out, and Madame Esmond and I paid our visits in return. I think some pretty little caps were set at me. But these our mother rooted off, and frightened with the prodigious haughtiness of her demeanour, and my popularity was already at a decrease before the event occurred which put the last finishing stroke to it. I was not jolly enough for the officers, and didn't care for their drinking bouts, dice boxes, and swearing. I was too sarcastic for the ladies, and their tea and tattle stupefied me almost as much as the men's blustering and horse talk. I cannot tell thee, Harry, how lonely I felt in that place. Amidst the scandal and squabbles, I regretted my prison almost, and found myself more than once wishing for the freedom of thought, and the silent ease of Duquesne. I am very shy, I suppose. I can speak unreservedly to very few people. Before most, I sit utterly silent. When we two were at home, it was thou who used to talk at table, and get a smile now and then from our mother. When she and I were together we had no subject in common, and we scarce spoke at all until we began to dispute about law and divinity. So the gentlemen had determined I was supercilious, and a dull companion, and, indeed, I think their opinion was right, and the ladies thought I was cold and sarcastic, could never make out whether I was in earnest or no, and, I think, generally voted I was a disagreeable fellow, before my character was gone quite away, and that went with the appearance of the poor biche. "Oh, a nice character they made for me, my dear!" cried George, in a transport of wrath, "and a pretty life they led me after Muse's unlucky messenger had appeared amongst us. The boys hooted the poor woman if she appeared in the street. The ladies dropped me half curtsies, and walked over to the other side. That precious clergyman went from one tea-table to another preaching on the horrors of seduction, and the lax principles which young men learned in popish countries and brought back thence. The poor fawn's appearance at home a few weeks after my return home, was declared to be a scheme between her and me, and the best informed agreed that she had waited on the other side of the river until I gave her the signal to come and join me in Richmond. The officers bantered me at the coffee-house, and cracked their clumsy jokes about the woman I had selected. Oh, the world is a nice charitable world. I was so enraged that I thought of going to Castlewood and living alone there, for our mother finds the place dull, and the greatest consolation in precious Mr. Stack's ministry, when the news arrived of your female perplexity, and I think we were all glad that I should have a pretext for coming to Europe. I should like to see any of the infernal scoundrels who said word against you, and break their rascally bones," roars out Harry, striding up and down the room. "I had to do something like it for Bob Clubber." "What?" "That little sneaking, backbiting, toad-eating wretch, who is always hanging about my lord at Greenway Court, and sponging on every gentleman in the country. If you whipped him, I hope you whipped him well, George. We were bound over to keep the peace, and I offered to go into Maryland with him and settle our difference there, and of course the good folks said, that having made free with the 7th commandment I was inclined to break the 6th. So, by this and by that, and being as innocent of the crime imputed to me as you are, I left home, my dear Harry, with as awful a reputation as ever a young gentleman earned. Ah, what an opportunity is there here to moralize! If the esteemed reader and his humble servant could but know, could but write down in a book, could but publish, with illustrations, a collection of the lies which have been told regarding each of us since we came to man's estate, what a harrowing and thrilling work of fiction that romance would be. Not only is the world informed of everything about you, but of a great deal more. Not long since the kind postman brought a paper containing a valuable piece of criticism, which stated this author states he was born in such and such a year. It is a lie. He was born in the year so and so. The critic knew better, of course he did. Another, and both came from the country which gave Mulligan birth, warned some friend, saying, "Don't speak of New South Wales to him. He has a brother there, and the family never mention his name. But this subject is too vast and noble for a mere paragraph. I shall prepare a memoir, or let us have rather, par un société against de lettres, a series of biographies, of lives of gentlemen, as told by their dear friends whom they don't know." George having related his exploits as champion and martyr, of course Harry had to unbosom himself to his brother, and lay before his elder an account of his private affairs. He gave up all the family of Castlewood, my lord, not forgetting the better of him at play, for Harry was a sporting man, and expected to pay when he lost, and receive when he won, but for refusing to aid the chaplain in his necessity, and dismissing him with such false and heartless pretexts. About Mr. Will he had made up his mind, after the horse-stealing matter, and freely marked his sense of the latter's conduct upon Mr. Will's eyes and nose. Respecting the Countess and Lady Fanny, Harry spoke in a manner more guarded, but not very favourable. He had heard all sorts of stories about them. The Countess was a card-playing old cat, Lady Fanny was a desperate flirt. Who told him? Well, he had heard the stories from a person who knew them both very well indeed. In fact, in those days of confidence, of which we made mention in the last volume, Maria had freely imparted to her cousin a number of anecdotes respecting her stepmother and her half-sister, which were by no means in favour of those ladies. But in respect to Lady Maria herself, the young man was staunch and hearty. "It may be imprudent, I don't say no, George. I may be a fool, I think I am. I know there will be a dreadful piece of work at home, and that Madam and she will fight. Well, we must live apart. Our estate is big enough to live on without quarrelling, and I can go elsewhere than to Richmond or Castlewood. When you come to the property, you'll give me a bit at any rate. Madam will let me off at an easy rent, or I'll make a famous farmer or factor. I can't and won't part from Maria. She has acted so nobly by me, that I should be a rascal to turn my back on her. Think of her bringing me every jewel she had in the world, dear brave creature, and flinging them into my lap with her last guineas, and God bless her." Here Harry dashed his sleeve across his eyes, with a stamp of his foot, and said, "No, brother, I won't part with her, not to be made governor of Virginia tomorrow, and my dearest old George would never advise me to do so, I know that." "I am sent here to advise you," George replied. "I am sent to break the marriage off, if I can, and a more unhappy one I can't imagine. But I can't counsel you to break your word, my boy, I knew you couldn't. What's said is said, George. I have made my bed, and must lie on it," says Mr. Harry, gloomily. Such had been the settlement between our two young worthies, when they first talked over Mr. Harry's love affair. But after George's conversation with his aunt, and the further knowledge of his family, which he acquired through the information of that keen old woman of the world, Mr. Warrington, who was naturally of a sceptical turn, began to doubt about Lady Maria, as well as regarding her brothers and sister, and looked at Harry's engagement with increased distrust and alarm. Was it for his wealth that Maria wanted Harry? Was it his handsome young person that she longed after? Were those stories true which Aunt Bernstein had told of her? Certainly he could not advise Harry to break his word, but he might cast about in his mind for some scheme for putting Maria's affection to the trial, and his ensuing conduct, which appeared not very amiable, I suppose resulted from this deliberation. Chapter 56. Ariadne. My Lord Castlewood had a house in Kensington Square, spacious enough to accommodate the several members of his noble family, and convenient for their service at the palace hard by, when His Majesty dwelt there. Her ladyship had her evenings, and gave her card parties here for such as would come, but Kensington was a long way from London 100 years since, and George Selwyn said he for one was afraid to go, for fear of being robbed of a night, whether by footpads with crape over their faces, or by ladies in rouge at the quadrille table, we have no means of saying. About noon on the day after Harry had made his reappearance at White's, it chanced that all his virtuous kinsfolks partook of breakfast together, even Mr. Will being present, who was to go into waiting in the afternoon. The ladies came first to their chocolate, then Mr. Will joined in his court suit. Finally, my lord appeared, languid, in his bedgown and nightcap, having not yet assumed his wig for the day. Here was news which Will had brought home from the Star and Garter last night. when he supped in company with some men who had heard it at White's and seen it at Ranelagh. Heard what? Seen what? Asked the head of the house, taking up his daily advertiser. Ask Maria. Says Lady Fanny. My lord turns to his elder sister, who wears a face of portentous sadness, and looks as pale as a tablecloth. "'Tis one of Will's usual elegant and polite inventions," says Maria. "No," swore Will, with several of his oaths, "it was no invention of his. Tom Claypole of Norfolk saw 'em both at Ranelagh, and Jack Morris came out of White's, where he heard the story from Harry Warrington's own lips. Curse him, I'm glad of it," roars Will, slapping the table. "What do you think of your fortunate youth, your Virginian, whom your lordship made so much of, turning out to be a second son, the elder brother not dead?" Says my lord, "No more dead than you are. Never was. It's my belief that it was a cross between the two. Mr. Warrington is incapable of such duplicity," cries Maria. "I never encouraged the fellow." "I am sure you will do me justice there," says my lady. "Nor did Fanny." "Not we, indeed, not we, indeed," echoes my lady Fanny. "The fellow is only a beggar, and, I dare say, has not paid for the clothes on his back," continues Will. "I'm glad of it, for, hang him, I hate him." "You don't regard him with favorable eyes, especially since he blacked yours, Will," grins my lord. "So the poor fellow has found his brother, and lost his estate." And here he turned towards his sister Maria, who, although she looked the picture of woe, must have suggested something ludicrous to the humorist near whom she sate, for his lordship, having gazed at her for a minute, burst into a shrill laugh, which caused the poor lady's face to flush, and presently her eyes to pour over with tears. "It's a shame. It's a shame," she sobbed out, and hid her face in her handkerchief. Maria's stepmother and sister looked at each other. "We never quite understand your lordship's humor," the former lady remarked, gravely. "I don't see there is the least reason why you should," said my lord, coolly. "Maria, my dear, pray excuse me if I have said that is, done anything, to hurt your feelings, done anything. You pillage the poor lad in his prosperity, and laugh at him in his ruin," says Maria, rising from table, and glaring round at all her family. "Excuse me, my dear sister, I was not laughing at him," said my lord, gently. "Oh, never mind at what or whom else, my lord. You have taken from him all he had to lose. All the world points at you as the man who feeds on his own flesh and blood. And now you have his all, you make merry over his misfortune." And away she rustled from the room, flinging looks of defiance at all the party there assembled. "Tell us what has happened, or what you have heard, Will, and my sister's grief will not interrupt us." And Will told, at great length, and with immense exultation at Harry's discomfiture, the story now buzzed through all London, of George Warrington's sudden apparition. Lord Castlewood was sorry for Harry. Harry was a good, brave lad, and his kinsman liked him, as much as certain worldly folks like each other. To be sure he played Harry at cards, and took the advantage of the market upon him, but why not? The peach which other men would certainly pluck, he might as well devour. If that were all my conscience had to reproach me with, I need not be very uneasy. My lord thought. Where does Mr. Warrington live? Will expressed himself ready to enter upon a state of reprobation if he knew or cared. He shall be invited here, and treated with every respect, said my lord, including piquet, I suppose. Growls Will, or will you take him to the stables, and sell him one of your bargains of horseflesh, Will? Asks Lord Castlewood. You would have one of Harry Warrington fast enough, if you could, but you cheat so clumsily at your game that you got paid with a cudgel. I desire, once more, that every attention may be paid to our cousin Warrington, and that you are not to be disturbed, when you sit down to play, of course, my lord, cries Lady Castlewood. Madame, I desire fair play, for Mr. Warrington, and for myself, and for every member of this amiable family, retorted Lord Castlewood, fiercely. Heaven help the poor gentleman if your lordship is going to be kind to him, said the stepmother, with a curtsy, and there is no knowing how far this family dispute might have been carried, had not, at this moment, a phaeton driven up to the house, in which were seated the two young Virginians. It was the carriage which our young prodigal had purchased in the days of his prosperity. He drove it still, George sate in it by his side, the negroes were behind them. Harry had been for meekly giving the whip and reins to his brother, and ceding the whole property to him. What business has a poor devil like me with horses and carriages, Georgie? Harry had humbly said. Beyond the coat on my back, and the purse my aunt gave me, I have nothing in the world. You take the driving seat, brother, it will ease my mind if you will take the driving seat. George laughingly said he did not know the way, and Harry did, and that, as for the carriage, he would claim only a half of it, as he had already done with his brother's wardrobe. But a bargain is a bargain. If I share thy coats, thou must divide my breeches pocket, Harry, that is but fair dealing. Again and again Harry swore there never was such a brother on earth. How he rattled his horses over the road. How pleased and proud he was to drive such a brother. They came to Kensington in famous high spirits, and Gumbo's thunder upon Lord Castlewood's door was worthy of the biggest footman in all St. James's. Only my Lady Castlewood and her daughter Lady Fanny were in the room into which our young gentlemen were ushered. Will had no particular fancy to face Harry. My lord was not dressed. Maria had her reasons for being away, at least till her eyes were dried. When we drive up to friends' houses nowadays in our coaches and six, when John carries up our noble names, when, finally, we enter the drawing-room with our best hat and best Sunday smile foremost, does it ever happen that we interrupt a family row? That we come simpering and smiling in, and stepping over the delusive ashes of a still-burning domestic heat? That in the interval between the hall door and the drawing-room, Mrs., Mr., and the Mrs. Jones have grouped themselves in a family tableau, Visca artlessly arranging flowers in a vase, let us say, that one reclining over an illuminated work of devotion, Mamma on the sofa, with the butcher's and grocer's book pushed under the cushion, some elegant work in her hand, and a pretty little foot pushed out advantageously, while honest Jones, far from saying, "Curse that Brown, he is always calling here," holds out a kindly hand, shows a pleased face, and exclaims, "What, Brown my boy? Delighted to see you. Hope you've come to lunch." I say, does it ever happen to us to be made the victims of domestic artifices, the spectators of domestic comedies got up for our special amusement? Oh, let us be thankful, not only for faces, but for masks. Not only for honest welcome, but for hypocrisy, which hides unwelcome things from us. Whilst I am talking, for instance, in this easy, chatty way, what right have you, my good sir, to know what is really passing in my mind? It may be that I am racked with gout, or that my eldest son has just sent me in £1,000 worth of college bills, or that I am writhing under an attack of the Stoke Bogies Sentinel, which has just been sent me under cover, or that there is a dreadfully scrappy dinner, the evident remains of a party to which I didn't invite you, and yet I conceal my agony. I wear a merry smile. I say, what? Come to take pot luck with us, Brown my boy. Betsy, put a knife and fork for Mr. Brown. Eat. Welcome. Fall to. It's my best. I say that humbug which I am performing is beautiful self-denial, that hypocrisy is true virtue. Oh, if every man spoke his mind, what an intolerable society ours would be to live in. As the young gentlemen are announced, Lady Castlewood advances towards them with perfect ease and good humour. "We have heard, Harry," she says, looking at the latter with a special friendliness, "of this most extraordinary circumstance. My Lord Castlewood said at breakfast that he should wait on you this very day, Mr. Warrington, and, Cousin Harry, we intend not to love you any the less because you are poor. We shall be able to show now that it is not for your acres that we like you, Harry," says Lady Fanny, following her mamma's lead. "And I to whom the acres have fallen?" says Mr. George, with a smile and a bow. "Oh, cousin, we shall like you for being like Harry," replies the arch Lady Fanny. "Ah, who that has seen the world, has not admired that astonishing ease with which fine ladies drop you and pick you up again?" Both the ladies now addressed themselves almost exclusively to the younger brother. They were quite civil to Mr. George, but with Mr. Harry they were fond, they were softly familiar, they were gently kind, they were affectionately reproachful. Why had Harry not been for days and days to see them? Better to have had a dish of tea and a game at piquet with them than with some other folks, says Lady Castlewood. If we had won enough to buy a paper of pins from you we should have been content, but young gentlemen don't know what is for their own good, says Mamma. Now you have no more money to play with, you can come and play with us, cousin, cries fond Lady Fanny, lifting up a finger, and so your misfortune will be good fortune to us. George was puzzled. This welcome of his brother was very different from that to which he had looked. All these compliments and attentions paid to the younger brother, though he was without a guinea. Perhaps the people were not so bad as they were painted? The blackest of all blacks is said not to be of quite so dark a complexion as some folks describe him. This affectionate conversation continued for some 20 minutes, at the end of which period my Lord Castlewood made his appearance, wig on head, and sword by side. He greeted both the young men with much politeness, one not more than the other. "If you were to come to us, and I, for one, cordially rejoice to see you, what a pity it is you did not come a few months earlier. A certain evening at piquet would then most likely never have taken place. A younger son would have been more prudent. Yes, indeed, said Harry. Or a kinsman more compassionate. But I fear that love of play runs in the blood of all of us. I have it from my father, and it has made me the poorest peer in England. Those fair ladies whom you see before you are not exempt. My poor brother Will is a martyr to it, and what I, for my part, win on one day, I lose on the next. 'Tis shocking, positively. The rage for play in England. All my poor cousin's bank notes parted company from me within 24 hours after I got them. I have played, like other gentlemen, but never to hurt myself, and never indeed caring much for the sport, remarked Mr. Warrington. When we heard that my lord had played with Harry, we did so scold him, cried the ladies. But if it had not been I, thou knowest, cousin Warrington, some other person would have had thy money. 'Tis a poor consolation, but as such Harry must please to take it, and be glad that friends won his money, who wish him well, not strangers, who cared nothing for him, and fleeced him. A tooth out is a tooth out, though it be your brother who pulls it, my lord, said Mr. George, laughing. Harry must bear the penalty of his faults, and pay his debts, like other men. I am sure I have never said or thought otherwise. 'Tis not like an Englishman to be sulky because he is beaten, says Harry. Your hand, cousin. You speak like a man, cries my lord, with delight. The ladies smiled to each other. My sister, in Virginia, has known how to bring up her sons as gentlemen, exclaims Lady Castlewood, enthusiastically. I protest you must not be growing so amiable now you are poor, cousin Harry, cries cousin Fanny. Why, mamma, we did not know half his good qualities when he was only fortunate youth and Prince of Virginia. You are exactly like him, cousin George, but I vow you can't be as amiable as your brother. I am the Prince of Virginia, but I fear I am not the fortunate youth, said George, gravely. Harry was beginning. By Jove, he is the best when the noise of a harpsichord was heard from the upper room. The lad blushed. The ladies smiled. 'Tis Maria, above, said Lady Castlewood. Let some of us go up to her. The ladies rose, and made way towards the door, and Harry followed them, blushing very much. George was about to join the party, but Lord Castlewood checked him. Nay, if all the ladies follow your brother his lordship said, let me at least have the benefit of your company and conversation. I long to hear the account of your captivity and rescue, cousin George. Oh, we must hear that too, cried one of the ladies, lingering. I am greedy, and should like it all by myself, said Lord Castlewood, looking at her very sternly, and followed the women to the door, and closed it upon them with a low bow. Your brother has no doubt acquainted you with the history of all that has happened to him in this house, cousin George? Asked George's kinsman. Yes, including the quarrel with Mr. Will and the engagement to my Lady Maria, replies George, with a bow. I may be pardoned for saying that he hath met with but ill fortune here, my lord, which no one can deplore more cordially than myself. My brother lives with horse jockeys and trainers, and the wildest bloods of the town, and between us there is very little sympathy. We should not all live together, were we not so poor. This is the house which our grandmother occupied before she went to America and married Colonel Esmond. Much of the furniture belonged to her. George looked round the wainscoted parlour with some interest. Our house has not flourished in the last 20 years, though we had a promotion of rank a score of years since, owing to some interest we had at court, then. But the malady of play has been the ruin of us all. I am a miserable victim to it, only too proud to sell myself and title to a rogurier ear, as many noblemen, less scrupulous, have done. Pride is my fault, my dear cousin. I remember how I was born. And his lordship laid his hand on his shirt frill, turned out his toe, and looked his cousin nobly in the face. Young George Warrington's natural disposition was to believe everything which everybody said to him. When once deceived, however, or undeceived about the character of a person, he became utterly incredulous, and he saluted this fine speech of my lord's with a sardonical, inward laughter, preserving his gravity, however, and scarce allowing any of his scorn to appear in his words. We have all our faults, my lord. That of play hath been condoned over and over again in gentlemen of our rank. Having heartily forgiven my brother, surely I cannot presume to be your lordship's judge in the matter, and instead of playing and losing, I wish sincerely that you had both played and won. So do I, with all my heart, says my lord with a sigh. I augur well for your goodness when you can speak in this way, and for your experience and knowledge of the world, too, cousin, of which you seem to possess a greater share than most young men of your age. Your poor Harry hath the best heart in the world, but I doubt whether his head be very strong. Not very strong, indeed. But he hath the art to make friends wherever he goes, and in spite of all his imprudences most people love him. We all do, I'm sure. As if he were our brother," cries my lord. "He is often described in his letters his welcome at your lordship's house. My mother keeps them all, you may be sure. Harry's style is not very learned, but his heart is so good, that to read him is better than wit. I may be mistaken, but I fancy his brother possesses a good heart and a good wit, too," says my lord, obstinately gracious. "I am as heaven made me, cousin, and perhaps some more experience and sorrow than has fallen to the lot of most young men. This misfortune of your poor brother, I mean this piece of good fortune, your sudden reappearance, has not quite left Harry without resources?" continued Lord Castlewood, very gently, "with nothing but what his mother can leave him, or I, at her death, can spare him. What is the usual portion here of a younger brother, my lord, eh? A younger brother here, as you know. In fine, everybody knows what a younger brother is," said my lord, and shrugged his shoulders and looked his guest in the face. The other went on, "We are the best of friends, but we are flesh and blood, and I don't pretend to do more for him than is usually done for younger brothers. Why give him money? That he should squander it at cards or horse racing? My lord, we have cards and jockeys in Virginia, too, and my poor Harry hath distinguished himself in his own country already, before he came to yours. He inherits the family failing for dissipation. Poor fellow, I pity him. Our estate, you see, is great, but our income is small. We have little more money than that which we get from England for our tobacco, and very little of that too, for our tobacco comes back to us in the shape of goods, clothes, leather, groceries, ironmongery, nay, wine and beer for our people and ourselves. Harry may come back and share all these. There is a nag in the stable for him, a piece of venison on the table, a little ready money to keep his pocket warm, and a coat or two every year. This will go on whilst my mother lives, unless, which is far from improbable, he gets into some quarrel with Madame Esmond. Then, whilst I live, he will have the run of the house and all it contains. Then, if I die leaving children, he will be less and less welcome. His future, my lord, is a dismal one, unless some strange piece of luck turn up on which we were fools to speculate. Henceforth he is doomed to dependence, and I know no worse lot than to be dependent on a self-willed woman like our mother. The means he had to make himself respected at home he hath squandered away here. He has flung his patrimony to the dogs, and poverty and subserviency are now his only portion." Mr. Warrington delivered this speech with considerable spirit and volubility, and his cousin heard him respectfully. "You speak well, Mr. Warrington. Have you ever thought of public life?" said my lord. "Of course I have thought of public life, like every man of my station, every man, that is, who cares for something beyond a dice-box or a stable," replies George. "I hope, my lord, to be able to take my own place, and my unlucky brother must content himself with his." This I say advisedly, having heard from him of certain engagements which he has formed, and which it would be misery to all parties were he to attempt to execute now. "Your logic is very strong," said my lord. "Shall we go up and see the ladies? There is a picture above stairs which your grandfather is said to have executed. Before you go, my dear cousin, you will please to fix a day when our family may have the honor of receiving you. Castlewood, you know, is always your home when we are there. It is something much like your Virginian Castlewood, cousin, from your account. We have beef, and mutton, and ale, and wood, in plenty, but money is woefully scarce amongst us." They ascended to the drawing-room, where, however, they found only one of the ladies of the family. This was my Lady Maria, who came out of the embrasure of a window, where she and Harry Warrington had been engaged in talk. George made his best bow, Maria her lowest curtsy. "You are indeed wonderfully like your brother," she said, giving him her hand. "And from what he says, cousin George, I think you are as good as he is." At the sight of her swollen eyes and tearful face, George felt a pang of remorse. "Poor thing," he thought. "Harry has been vaunting my generosity and virtue to her, and I have been playing the selfish elder brother downstairs. How old she looks. How could he ever have a passion for such a woman as that? How? Because he did not see with your eyes, Mr. George. He saw rightly too now with his own, perhaps. I never know whether to pity or congratulate a man on coming to his senses." After the introduction a little talk took place, which for a while Lady Maria managed to carry on in an easy manner, but though ladies in this matter of social hypocrisy are, I think, far more consummate performers than men, after a sentence or two the poor lady broke out into a sob, and, motioning Harry away with her hand, fairly fled from the room. Harry was rushing forward, but stopped checked by that sign. My lord said his poor sister was subject to these fits of nerves, and had already been ill that morning. After this event our young gentlemen thought it was needless to prolong their visit. Lord Castlewood followed them downstairs, accompanied them to the door, admired their nags in the phaeton, and waved them a friendly farewell. "And so we have been coaxing and cuddling in the window, and we part good friends, Harry? Is it not so?" says George to his charioteer. "Oh, she is a good woman," cries Harry, lashing the horses. "I know you'll think so when you come to know her, when you take her home to Virginia. A pretty welcome our mother will give her. She will never forgive me for not breaking the match off, nor you for making it. I can't help it, George. Don't you be popping your ugly head so close to my ears, Gumbo. After what has passed between us, I am bound in honor to stand by her. If she sees no objection, I must find none. I told her all. I told her that Madame would be very rusty at first, but that she was very fond of me, and must end by relenting. And when you come to the property, I told her that I knew my dearest George so well, that I might count upon sharing with him." "The deuce you did. Let me tell you, my dear, that I have been telling my Lord Castlewood quite a different story. That as an elder brother I intend to have all my rights there. Don't flog that near horse so, and that you can but look forward to poverty and dependence." "What? You won't help me?" cries Harry, turning quite pale. "George, I don't believe it, though I hear it out of your own mouth." There was a minute's pause after this outbreak, during which Harry did not even look at his brother, but sat, gazing blindly before him, the picture of grief and gloom. He was driving so near to a road post that the carriage might have been upset but for George's pulling the rein. "You had better take the reins, sir," said Harry. "I told you you had better take them. Did you ever know me fail you, Harry?" George asked. "No," said the other, not till now. The tears were rolling down his cheeks as he spoke. "My dear, I think one day you will say I have done my duty." "What have you done?" asked Harry. "I have said you were a younger brother that you have spent all your patrimony, and that your portion at home must be very slender. Is it not true?" "Yes, but I could not have believed it, if 10,000 men had told me," said Harry. "Whatever happened to me, I thought I could trust you, George Warrington." And in this frame of mind Harry remained during the rest of the drive. Their dinner was served soon after their return to their lodgings, of which Harry scarce ate any, though he drank freely of the wine before him. "That wine is a bad consoler in trouble, Harry," his brother remarked. "I have no other, sir," said Harry, grimly, and having drunk glass after glass in silence, he presently seized his hat, and left the room. He did not return for 3 hours. George, in much anxiety about his brother, had not left home meanwhile, but read his book, and smoked the pipe of patience. It was shabby to say I would not hate him, and, God help me, it was not true. "I won't leave him, though he marries a blackamoor," thought George. "Have I not done him harm enough already, by coming to life again? Where has he gone? Has he gone to play? Good God! What has happened to thee?" cried George Warrington, presently, when his brother came in, looking ghastly pale. He came up and took his brother's hand. "I can take it now, Georgie," he said. "Perhaps what you did was right, though. I for one will never believe that you would throw your brother off in distress. I'll tell you what. At dinner, I thought suddenly, I'll go back to her and speak to her. I'll say to her, Maria, poor as I am, your conduct to me has been so noble, that, by heaven, I am yours to take or to leave. If you will have me, here I am, I will enlist, I will work, I will try and make a livelihood for myself somehow, and my relations will relent, and give us enough to live on." That's what I determined to tell her, and I did, George. I ran all the way to Kensington in the rain. Look, I am splashed from head to foot, and found them all at dinner, all except Will, that is. I spoke out that very moment to them all, sitting round the table, over their wine. "Maria," says I, "a poor fellow wants to redeem his promise which he made when he fancied he was rich. Will you take him?" I found I had plenty of words, and didn't hem and stutter as I'm doing now. I spoke ever so long, and I ended by saying I would do my best and my duty by her, so help me God. When I had done, she came up to me quite kind. She took my hand, and kissed it before the rest. "My dearest, best Harry," she said, those were her words. "I don't want otherwise to be praising myself. You are a noble heart, and I thank you with all mine. But, my dear, I have long seen it was only duty, and a foolish promise made by a young man to an old woman, that has held you to your engagement. To keep it would make you miserable, my dear. I absolve you from it, thanking you with all my heart for your fidelity, and blessing and loving my dear cousin always." And she came up and kissed me before them all, and went out of the room quite stately, and without a single tear. They were all crying, especially my lord, who was sobbing quite loud. I didn't think he had so much feeling. And she, George? Oh, isn't she a noble creature? Here's her health," cries George, filling one of the glasses that still stood before him. "Hip, hip, huts," says Harry. He was wild with delight at being free. Chapter 57, in which Mr. Harry's nose continues to be put out of joint. Madame de Bernstein was scarcely less pleased than her Virginian nephews at the result of Harry's final interview with Lady Maria. George informed the Baroness of what had passed, in a billet which he sent to her the same evening, and shortly afterwards her nephew Castlewood, whose visits to his aunt were very rare, came to pay his respects to her, and frankly spoke about the circumstances which had taken place, for no man knew better than my Lord Castlewood how to be frank upon occasion, and now that the business between Maria and Harry was ended, what need was there of reticence or hypocrisy? The game had been played, and was over. He had no objection now to speak of its various moves, stratagems, finesses. "She is my own sister," said my lord, affectionately. "She won't have many more such chances of marrying and establishing herself. I might not approve of the match in all respects, and I might pity your ladyship's young Virginian favourite, but of course such a piece of good fortune was not to be thrown away, and I was bound to stand by my own flesh and blood. Your candour does your lordship honour," says Madame de Bernstein, "and your love for your sister is quite edifying. Nay, we have lost the game, and I am speaking sans rancune. It is not for you, who have won, to bear malice," says my lord, with a bow. Madame de Bernstein protested she was never in her life in better humour. "Confess, now, Eugene, that visit of Maria to Harry at the sponging house, that touching giving up of all his presents to her, was a stroke of thy invention?" Pity for the young man, and a sense of what was due from Maria to her friend, her affianced lover in misfortune. "Sure these were motives sufficient to make her act as she did," replies Lord Castlewood, demurely, "but 'twas you advised her, my good nephew." Castlewood, with a shrug of his shoulders, owned that he did advise his sister to see Mr. Henry Warrington. "But we should have won, in spite of your ladyship," he continued, "had not the elder brother made his appearance. And I have been trying to console my poor Maria by showing her what a piece of good fortune it is after all, that we lost. Suppose she had married Harry, and then cousin George had made his appearance?" remarks the Baroness. "Effectivement," cries Eugene, taking snuff. "As the grave was to give up its dead, let us be thankful to the grave for disgorging in time. I'm bound to say, that Mr. George Warrington seems to be a man of sense, and not more selfish than other elder sons and men of the world. My poor Molly fancied that he might be a what shall I say a greenhorn perhaps is the term, like his younger brother. She fondly hoped that he might be inclined to go share alike with Twin Jr., in which case, so infatuated was she about the young fellow, that I believe she would have taken him. Harry Warrington, with half a loaf, might do very well, says I. But Harry Warrington with no bread, my dear, how no bread? Asks the Baroness. Well, no bread except at his brother's side table. The elder said as much. What a hard-hearted wretch! Cries Madame de Bernstein. Bah! I play with you, aunt, cards at table. Mr. George only did what everybody else would do, and we have no right to be angry with him, really we haven't. Molly herself acknowledged as much, after her first burst of grief was over, and I'd brought her to listen to reason. The silly old creature. To be so wild about a young lad at her time of life, 'twas a real passion. I almost do believe, said Madame de Bernstein, you should have heard her take leave of him. Que était touchant, ma parole d'honneur! I cried. Before George, I could not help myself. The young fellow with muddy stockings, and his hair about his eyes, flings himself amongst us when we were at dinner, makes his offer to Molly in a very frank and noble manner, and in good language too, and she replies. Begad, it put me in mind of Mrs. Woffington in the new Scotch play, that Lord Bute's man has wrote Douglas what d'ye call it? She clings round the lad, she bids him adieu in heart-rending accents. She steps out of the room in a stately despair. No more chocolate, thank you. If she had made a more wise pas, no one could retire from it with more dignity. 'Twas a masterly retreat after a defeat. We were starved out of our position, but we retired with all the honours of war. Molly won't die of the disappointment, said my lord's aunt, sipping her cup. My lord snarled a grin, and showed his yellow teeth. He said, she hath once or twice before had the malady very severely, and recovered perfectly. It don't kill, as your ladyship knows, at Molly's age. How should her ladyship know? She did not marry Dr. Tusher until she was advanced in life. She did not become Madame de Bernstein until still later. Old Dido, a poet remarks, was not ignorant of misfortune. and hence learned to have compassion on the wretched. People in the little world, as I have been told, quarrel and fight, and go on abusing each other, and are not reconciled for ever so long. But people in the great world are surely wiser in their generation. They have differences, they cease seeing each other. They make it up and come together again, and no questions are asked. A stray prodigal, or a stray puppy dog, is thus brought in under the benefit of an amnesty, though you know he has been away in ugly company. For 6 months past, ever since the Castlewoods and Madame de Bernstein had been battling for possession of poor Harry Warrington, these two branches of the Esmond family had remained apart. Now, the question being settled, they were free to meet again, as though no difference ever had separated them, and Madame de Bernstein drove in her great coach to Lady Castlewood's rout, and the Esmond ladies appeared smiling at Madame de Bernstein's drums, and loved each other just as much as they previously had done. "So, sir, I hear you have acted like a hard-hearted monster about your poor brother Harry," says the Baroness, delighted, and menacing George with her stick. "I acted but upon your ladyship's hint, and desired to see whether it was for himself or his reputed money that his kinsfolk wanted to have him," replies George, turning rather red. "Nay, Maria could not marry a poor fellow who was utterly penniless, and whose elder brother said he would give him nothing. I did it for the best." "Madame," says George, still blushing. "And so thou didst, O thou hypocrite!" cries the old lady. "Hypocrite, madame? And why?" asks Mr. Warrington, drawing himself up in much state. "I know all, my infant," says the Baroness in French. "Thou art very like thy grandfather. Come, that I embrace thee. Harry has told me all, and that thou hast divided thy little patrimony with him. It was but natural. Madame, we have had common hearts and purses since we were born. I but feigned hard-heartedness in order to try those people yonder," says George, with filling eyes. "And thou wilt divide Virginia with him too?" asks the Bernstein. "I don't say so. It were not just," replied Mr. Warrington. "The land must go to the eldest born, and Harry would not have it otherwise, and it may be I shall die, or my mother outlive the pair of us. But half of what is mine is his, and he, it must be remembered, only was extravagant because he was mistaken as to his position. But it is a knight of old, it is a Bayard, it is the grandfather come to life," cried Madame de Bernstein to her attendant, as she was retiring for the night. And that evening, when the lads left her, it was to poor Harry she gave the 2 fingers, and to George the rouged cheek, who blushed, for his part, almost as deep as that often-dyed rose, at such a mark of his old kinswoman's favour. Although Harry Warrington was the least envious of men, and did honour to his brother as in all respects his chief, guide, and superior, yet no wonder a certain feeling of humiliation and disappointment oppressed the young man after his deposition from his eminence as fortunate youth and heir to boundless Virginian territories. Our friends at Kensington might promise and vow that they would love him all the better after his fall. Harry made a low bow and professed himself very thankful, but he could not help perceiving, when he went with his brother to the state entertainment with which my Lord Castlewood regaled his new-found kinsman, that George was all in all to his cousins, had all the talk, compliments, and petty soins for himself, whilst of Harry no one took any notice save poor Maria, who followed him with wistful looks, pursued him with eyes conveying dismal reproaches, and, as it were, blamed him because she had left him. "Ah!" the eyes seemed to say, "'tis mighty well of you, Harry, to have accepted the freedom which I gave you, but I had no intention, sir, that you should be so pleased at being let off." She gave him up, but yet she did not quite forgive him for taking her at her word. She would not have him, and yet she would. Oh, my young friends, how delightful is the beginning of a love business, and how undignified, sometimes, the end. What a romantic vista is before young Damon and young Phyllis, or middle-aged Ditto, when, their artless loves made known to each other, they twine their arms round each other's waists and survey that charming pays du tendre which lies at their feet. Into that country, so linked together, they will wander from now until extreme old age. There may be rocks and roaring rivers, but will not Damon's strong true love enable him to carry sweetheart over them? There may be dragons and dangers in the path, but shall not his courageous sword cut them down? Then at eve, how they will rest cuddled together, like 2 pretty babes in the wood, the moss their couch, the stars their canopy, their arms their mutual pillows. This is the wise plan young folks make when they set out on the love journey, and oh me ! They have not got a mile when they come to a great wall and find they must walk back again. They are squabbling with the post boy at Barnet, the first stage on the Gretna road, I mean, and, behold, perhaps Strephon has not got any money, or here is Papa with a whacking horsewhip, who takes Miss back again, and locks her up crying in the schoolroom. The parting is heartbreaking, but, when she has married the banker and had 8 children, and he has become, it may be, a prosperous barrister, it may be, a seedy raff who has gone twice or thrice into the Gazette, when, I say, in after years Strephon and Delia meet again, is not the meeting ridiculous? Nevertheless, I hope no young man will fall in love, having any doubt in his mind as to the eternity of his passion. 'Tis when a man has had a second or third amorous attack that he begins to grow doubtful, but some women are romantic to the end, and from 18 to 58, for what I know, are always expecting their hearts to break. In fine, when you have been in love and are so no more, when the King of France, with 20,000 men, with colours flying, music playing, and all the pomp of war, having marched up the hill, then proceeds to march down again, and you are in an absurd position. This is what Harry Warrington, no doubt, felt when he went to Kensington and encountered the melancholy, reproachful eyes of his cousin. Yes, it is a foolish position to be in, but it is also melancholy to look into a house you have once lived in, and see black casements and emptiness where once shone the fires of welcome. Melancholy? Yes, but, how bitter, how melancholy, how absurd to look up as you pass sentimentally by number 13, and see somebody else grinning out of window, and evidently on the best terms with the landlady. I always feel hurt, even at an inn which I frequent, if I see other folks' trunks and boots at the doors of the rooms which were once mine. Have those boots lolled on the sofa which once I reclined on? I kick you from before me, you muddy, vulgar highlows. So considering that his period of occupation was over, and Maria's rooms, if not given up to a new tenant, were, at any rate, to let, Harry did not feel very easy in his cousin's company, nor she possibly in his. He found either that he had nothing to say to her, or that what she had to say to him was rather dull and commonplace, and that the red lip of a white-necked pipe of Virginia was decidedly more agreeable to him now than Maria's softest accents and the most melancholy moo. When George went to Kensington, then, Harry did not care much about going, and pleaded other engagements. At his uncle's house in Hill Street the poor lad was no better amused, and, indeed, was treated by the virtuous people there with scarce any attention at all. The ladies did not scruple to deny themselves when he came. He could scarce have believed in such insincerity after their caresses, their welcome, their repeated vows of affection, but happening to sit with the Lamberts for an hour after he had called upon his aunt, he saw her ladyship's chairman arrive with an empty chair, and his aunt step out and enter the vehicle, and not even blush when he made her a bow from the opposite window. To be denied by his own relations to have that door which had opened to him so kindly, slammed in his face. He would not have believed such a thing possible, poor simple Harry said. Perhaps he thought the door knocker had a tender heart, and was not made of brass. Not more changed than the head of that knocker was my Lady Warrington's virtuous face when she passed her nephew, my father's own brother's wife. What have I done to offend her? Oh, Aunt Lambert, did you ever see such cold-heartedness? Cries out Harry, with his usual impetuosity. Do we make any difference to you, my dear Harry? Says Aunt Lambert, with a side look at her youngest daughter. The world may look coldly at you, but we don't belong to it, so you may come to us in safety. In this house you are different from other people, replies Harry. I don't know how, but I always feel quiet and happy somehow when I come to you. Quis me una vivit Felicia? Aut magus hac stoptandum vita dicea quis potuit, calls out General Lambert. Do you know where I got these verses, Mr. Gownsman? And he addresses his son from college, who has come to pass an Easter holiday with his parents. You got them out of Catullus, sir, says the scholar. I got them out of no such thing, sir. I got them out of my favorite Democritus Jr. out of Old Burton, who has provided many indifferent scholars with learning, and who and Montaigne were favorite authors with a good general. Chapter 58, where we do what cats may do. We have said how our Virginians, with a wisdom not uncommon in youth, had chosen to adopt strong Jacobite opinions, and to profess a prodigious affection for the exiled royal family. The banished prince had recognized Madame Esmond's father as Marquis of Esmond, and she did not choose to be very angry with an unfortunate race, that, after all, was so willing to acknowledge the merits of her family. As for any little scandal about her sister, Madame de Bernstein, and the old Chevalier, she tossed away from her with scorn the recollection of that odious circumstance, asserting, with perfect truth, that the two first monarchs of the House of Hanover were quite as bad as any Stuarts in regard to their domestic morality. But the king de facto was the king, as well as his majesty de jure. De facto had been solemnly crowned and anointed at church, and had likewise utterly discomfited de jure, when they came to battle for the kingdom together. Madame's clear opinion was, then, that her sons owed it to themselves as well as the sovereign to appear at his royal court. And if his majesty should have been minded to confer a lucrative post, or a blue or red ribbon upon either of them, she, for her part, would not have been in the least surprised. She made no doubt but that the king knew the Virginians as well as any other members of his nobility. The lads were specially commanded, then, to present themselves at court, and, I dare say, their mother would have been very angry had she known that George took Harry's laced coat on the day when he went to make his bow at Kensington. 100 years ago the king's drawing-room was open almost every day to his nobility and gentry, and loyalty especially since the war had begun could gratify itself a score of times in a month with the august sight of the sovereign. A wise avoidance of the enemy's ships of war, a gracious acknowledgement of the inestimable loss the British Isles would suffer by the seizure of the royal person at sea, caused the monarch to forego those visits to his native Hanover which were so dear to his royal heart, and compelled him to remain, it must be owned, unwillingly amongst his loving Britons. A Hanoverian lady, however, whose virtues had endeared her to the prince, strove to console him for his enforced absence from her in Horsen. And from the lips of the Countess of Walmoden, on whom the imperial beneficence had gracefully conferred a high title of British honor, the revered defender of the faith could hear the accents of his native home. To this beloved sovereign, Mr. Warrington requested his uncle, an assiduous courtier, to present him, and as Mr. Lambert had to go to court likewise, and thank his majesty for his promotion, the two gentlemen made the journey to Kensington together, engaging a hackney coach for the purpose, as my Lord Rotham's carriage was now wanted by its rightful owner, who had returned to his house in town. They alighted at Kensington Palace Gate, where the sentries on duty knew and saluted the good general, and hence modestly made their way on foot to the summer residence of the sovereign. Walking under the portico of the palace, they entered the gallery which leads to the great black marble staircase, which hath been so richly decorated and painted by Mr. Kent, and then passed through several rooms, richly hung with tapestry and adorned with pictures and bustos, until they came to the king's great drawing-room, where that famous Venus by Titian is, and, amongst other masterpieces, the picture of Saint Francis adoring the infant Saviour, performed by Sir Peter Paul Rubens, and here, with the rest of the visitors to the court, the gentleman waited until his majesty issued from his private apartments, where he was in conference with certain personages who were called in the newspaper language of that day his MJTs MNSTRS. George Warrington, who had never been in a palace before, had leisure to admire the place, and regard the people round him. He saw fine pictures for the first time too, and I dare say delighted in that charming piece of Sir Anthony van Dyck, representing King Charles I, his queen and family, and the noble picture of Esther before Ahasuerus, painted by Tintoret, and in which all the figures are dressed in the magnificent Venetian habit. With the contemplation of these works he was so enraptured, that he scarce heard all the remarks of his good friend the general, who was whispering into his young companion's almost heedless ear the names of some of the personages round about them. Yonder, says Mr. Lambert, are two of my lords of the Admiralty, Mr. Gilbert Elliot and Admiral Boscawen, your Boscawen, whose fleet fired the first gun in your waters 2 years ago. That stout gentleman all belated with gold is Mr. Fox, that was minister, and is now content to be paymaster with a great salary. He carries the Oriflammes on his person. Why, his waistcoat is a perfect Potosi, says George. Alien Whippetons, how goes the text? He loves to get money and to spend it, continues General Lambert. Yon is my Lord Chief Justice Whiz, talking to my Lord of Salisbury, Dr. Headley, who, if he serve his God as he serves his king, will be translated to some very high promotion in heaven. He belongs to your grandfather's time, and was loved by Dick Steele and hated by the Dean. With them is my Lord of London, the learned Dr. Sherlock. My lords of the lawn sleeves have lost half their honours now. I remember when I was a boy in my mother's hand, she made me go down on my knees to the Bishop of Rochester, him who went over the water, and became minister to somebody who shall be nameless Perkins Bishop. That handsome fair man is Admiral Smith. He was president of poor Bun's court-martial, and strove in vain to get him off his penalty. Tom of 10,000 they call him in the fleet. The French ambassador had him broke, when he was a lieutenant, for making a French man of war lower topsails to him, and the king made Tom a captain the next day. That tall, haughty-looking man is my Lord George Sackville, who, now I am a major general myself, will treat me somewhat better than a footman. I wish my stout old Blakeney were here. He is the soldier's darling, and as kind and brave as yonder poker of a nobleman is brave, and I am your lordship's very humble servant. This is a young gentleman who is just from America, and was in Braddock's business 2 years ago. Oh, indeed, says the poker of a nobleman. I have the honor of speaking to to Major General Lambert, at your lordship's service, and who was in His Majesty's some time before you entered it. That, Mr. Warrington, is the first commoner in England, Mr. Speaker Onslow. Where is your uncle? I shall have to present you myself to His Majesty if Sir Miles delays much longer. As he spoke, the worthy general addressed himself entirely to his young friend, making no sort of account of his colleague, who stalked away with a scared look as if amazed at the other's audacity. 100 years ago, a nobleman was a nobleman, and expected to be admired as such. Sir Miles's red waistcoat appeared in sight presently, and many cordial greetings passed between him, his nephew, and General Lambert, for we have described how Sir Miles was the most affectionate of men. So the general had quitted my Lord Rotham's house? It was time, as his lordship himself wished to occupy it. Very good, but consider what a loss for the neighbours. We miss you, we positively miss you, my dear general, cries Sir Miles. My daughters were in love with those lovely young ladies, upon my word, they were, and my Lady Warrington and my girls were debating over and over again how they should find an opportunity of making the acquaintance of your charming family. We feel as if we were old friends already. Indeed we do, General, if you will permit me the liberty of saying so, and we love you, if I may be allowed to speak frankly, on account of your friendship and kindness to our dear nephews, though we were a little jealous, I own a little jealous of them, because they went so often to see you. Often and often have I said to my Lady Warrington, my dear, why don't we make acquaintance with the general? Why don't we ask him and his ladies to come over in a family way and dine with some other plain country gentlefolks? Carry my most sincere respects to Mrs. Lambert, I pray, sir, and thank her for her goodness to these young gentlemen. My own flesh and blood, sir, my dear, dear brother's boys. He passed his hand across his manly eyes. He was choking almost with generous and affectionate emotion. Whilst they were discoursing, George Warrington the while restraining his laughter with admirable gravity, the door of the king's apartments opened, and the pages entered, preceding His Majesty. He was followed by his burly son, His Royal Highness the Duke, a very corpulent prince, with a coat and face of blazing scarlet. Behind them came various gentlemen and officers of state, among whom George at once recognized the famous Mr. Secretary Pitt, by his tall stature, his eagle eye and beak, his grave and majestic presence. As I see that solemn figure passing, even 100 years off, I protest I feel a present awe, and a desire to take my hat off. I am not frightened at George II, nor are my eyes dazzled by the portentous appearance of His Royal Highness the Duke of Culloden and Fontenoy, but the great commoner, the terrible cornet of horse. His figure bestrides our narrow aisle of a century back like a colossus, and I hush as he passes in his gouty shoes, his thunderbolt hand wrapped in flannel. Perhaps as we see him now, issuing with dark looks from the royal closet, angry scenes have been passing between him and his august master. He has been boring that old monarch for hours with prodigious long speeches, full of eloquence, voluble with the noblest phrases upon the commonest topics, but, it must be confessed, utterly repulsive to the little shrewd old gentleman, at whose feet he lays himself, as the phrase is, and who has the most thorough dislike for fine poetry and for fine prose too. The sublime minister passes solemnly through the crowd, the company ranges itself respectfully round the wall, and His Majesty walks round the circle, his royal son lagging a little behind, and engaging select individuals in conversation for his own part. The monarch is a little, keen, fresh-coloured old man, with very protruding eyes, attired in plain, old-fashioned, snuff-coloured clothes and brown stockings, his only ornament the blue ribbon of his Order of the Garter. He speaks in a German accent, but with ease, shrewdness, and simplicity, addressing those individuals whom he has a mind to notice, or passing on with a bow. He knew Mr. Lambert well, who had served under His Majesty at Dettingen, and with his royal son in Scotland, and he congratulated him good-humouredly on his promotion. It is not always, His Majesty was pleased to say, that we can do as we like, but I was glad when, for once, I could give myself that pleasure in your case, General, for my army contains no better officer as you. The veteran blushed and bowed, deeply gratified at this speech. Meanwhile, the best of monarchs was looking at Sir Miles Warrington, whom His Majesty knew perfectly, as the eager recipient of all favours from all ministers, and at the young gentleman by his side. Who is this? The defender of the faith condescended to ask, pointing towards George Warrington, who stood before his sovereign in a respectful attitude, clad in poor Harry's best embroidered suit. With the deepest reverence Sir Miles informed his king, that the young gentleman was his nephew, Mr. George Warrington, of Virginia, who asked leave to pay his humble duty. This, then, is the other brother? The venerated prince deigned to observe. He came in time, else the other brother would have spent all the money. My Lord Bishop of Salisbury, why do you come out in this bitter weather? You had much better stay at home." And with this, the revered wielder of Britannia's sceptre passed on to other lords and gentlemen of his court. Sir Miles Warrington was deeply affected at the royal condescension. He clapped his nephew's hands. "God bless you, my boy," he cried. "I told you that you would see the greatest monarch and the finest gentleman in the world. Is he not so, my Lord Bishop?" "That he is," cried his lordship, clasping his ruffled hands, and turning his fine eyes up to the sky. "The best of princes and of men, that is Master Louis, my Lady Yarmouth's favourite nephew," says Lambert, pointing to a young gentleman who stood with a crowd round him, and presently the stout Duke of Cumberland came up to our little group. His Royal Highness held out his hand to his old companion in arms. "Congratulate you on your promotion, Lambert," he said good-naturedly. Sir Miles Warrington's eyes were ready to burst out of his head with rapture. "I owe it, sir, to your Royal Highness's good offices," said the grateful general. "Not at all, not at all, ought to have had it a long time before. Always been a good officer, perhaps there'll be some employment for you soon. This is the gentleman whom James Wolfe introduced to me, his brother, sir. Oh, the real fortunate youth. You were with poor Ned Braddock in America a prisoner, and lucky enough to escape. Come and see me, sir, in Pall Mall. Bring him to my levee, Lambert." And the broad back of the royal prince was turned to our friends. "It is raining. You came on foot, General Lambert. You and George must come home in my coach. You must and shall come home with me, I say. By George, you must." "I'll have no denial," cried the enthusiastic baronet, and he drove George and the general back to Hill Street, and presented the latter to my Lady Warrington and his darlings, Flora and Dora, and insisted upon their partaking of a collation, as they must be hungry after their ride. "What, there is only cold mutton? Well, an old soldier can eat cold mutton. And a good glass of my Lady Warrington's own cordial, prepared with her own hands, will keep the cold wind out. Delicious cordial. Capital mutton. Our own, my dear General," says the hospitable baronet, "our own from the country, 6 years old if a day. We keep a plain table, but all the Warringtons since the Conqueror have been remarkable for their love of mutton, and our meal may look a little scanty, and is, for we are plain people, and I am obliged to keep my rascals of servants on board wages. Can't give them 7-year-old mutton, you know," Sir Miles, in his nephew's presence and hearing, described to his wife and daughters George's reception at court in such flattering terms that George hardly knew himself, or the scene at which he had been present, or how to look his uncle in the face, or how to contradict him before his family in the midst of the astonishing narrative he was relating. Lambert sat by for a while with open eyes. He, too, had been at Kensington. He had seen none of the wonders which Sir Miles described. "We are proud of you, dear George. We love you, my dear nephew. We all love you, we are all proud of you." "Yes, but I like Harry best," says a little voice. "Not because you are wealthy. Scrooby, take Master Miles to his governor. Go, dear child. Not because you are blessed with great estates and an ancient name, but because, George, you have put to good use the talents with which heaven has adorned you, because you have fought and bled in your country's cause, in your monarch's cause, and as such are indeed worthy of the favour of the best of sovereigns. General Lambert, you have kindly condescended to look in on a country family, and partake of our unpretending meal. I hope we may see you some day when our hospitality is a little less homely. Yes, by George, General, you must and shall name a day when you and Mrs. Lambert, and your dear girls, will dine with us. I'll take no refusal now, by George I won't. Balls the night, you will accompany us, I trust, to my drawing-room," says my lady, rising. Mr. Lambert pleaded to be excused, but the ladies on no account would let dear George go away. No, positively, he should not go. They wanted to make acquaintance with their cousin. They must hear about that dreadful battle and escape from the Indians. Tom Claypole came in and heard some of the story. Flora was listening to it with her handkerchief to her eyes, and little Miles had just said, "Why do you take your handkerchief, Flora? You're not crying a bit." Being a man of great humour, Martin Lambert, when he went home, could not help entertaining his wife with an account of the new family with which he had made acquaintance. A certain cant word called humbug had lately come into vogue. Will it be believed that the general used it to designate the family of this virtuous country gentleman? He described the eager hospitalities of the father, the pompous flatteries of the mother, and the daughter's looks of admiration, the toughness and security of the mutton, and the abominable taste and odour of the cordial, and we may be sure Mrs. Lambert contrasted Lady Warrington's recent behavior to poor Harry with her present conduct to George. "Is this Miss Warrington really handsome?" asks Mrs. Lambert. "Yes, she is very handsome indeed, and the most astounding flirt I have ever set eyes on," replies the General, the hypocrite. "I have no patience with such people," cries the lady, to which the General, strange to say, only replied by the monosyllable "Beau." "Why do you say beau, Martin?" asks the lady. "I say beau to a goose, my dear," answers the General, and his wife vows she does not know what he means, or of what he is thinking, and the General says, "Of course not." Chapter 59, in which we are treated to a play. The real business of life, I fancy, can form but little portion of the novelist's budget. When he is speaking of the profession of arms, in which men can show courage or the reverse, and in treating of which the writer naturally has to deal with interesting circumstances, actions, and characters, introducing recitals of danger, devotedness, heroic deaths, and the like, the novelist may perhaps venture to deal with actual affairs of life, but otherwise, they scarcely can enter into our stories. The main part of Ficulenus's life, for instance, is spent in selling sugar, spices and cheese, of Causidicus's in poring over musty volumes of black-letter law, of Sartorius's in sitting, cross-legged, on a board after measuring gentlemen for coats and breeches. What can a storyteller say about the professional existence of these men? Would a real rustical history of hobnails and 18pence a day be endurable? In the days whereof we are writing, the poets of the time chose to represent a shepherd in pink breeches and a chintz waistcoat, dancing before his flocks, and playing a flageolet tied up with a blue satin ribbon. I say, in reply to some objections which have been urged by potent and friendly critics, that of the actual affairs of life the novelist cannot be expected to treat with the almost single exception of war before named. But law, stockbroking, polemical theology, linen drapery, apothecary business, and the like, how can writers manage fully to develop these in their stories? All authors can do, is to depict men out of their business in their passions, loves, laughters, amusements, hatreds, and what not, and describe these as well as they can, taking the business part for granted, and leaving it as it were for subaudition. Thus, in talking of the present or the past world, I know I am only dangling about the theatre lobbies, coffee houses, ridottos, pleasure haunts, fair booths, and feasting and fiddling rooms of life, that, meanwhile, the great serious past or present world is plodding in its chambers, toiling at its humdrum looms, or jogging on its accustomed labours, and we are only seeing our characters away from their work. Corydon has to cart the litter and thresh the barley, as well as to make love to Phyllis. Ainsleela has to dress and wash the nursery, to wait at breakfast and on her messes, to take the children out, etc., before she can have her brief sweet interview through the area railings with Bupis, the policeman. All day long have his heels to beat the stale pavement before he has the opportunity to snatch the hasty kiss or the furtive cold pie. It is only at moments, and away from these labours, that we can light upon one character or the other, and hence, though most of the persons of whom we are writing have doubtless their grave employments and avocations, it is only when they are disengaged and away from their work, that we can bring them and the equally disengaged reader together. The macaronis and fine gentlemen at White's and Arthur's continued to show poor Harry Warrington such a very cold shoulder, that he sought their society less and less, and the ring and the mall and the gaming table knew him no more. Madame de Bernstein was for her nephews braving the indifference of the world, and vowed that it would be conquered, if he would but have courage to face it, but the young man was too honest to wear a smiling face when he was discontented, to disguise mortification or anger, to parry slights by adroit flatteries or cunning impudence, as many gentlemen and gentlewomen must and do who wish to succeed in society. "You pull a long face, Harry, and complain of the world's treatment of you," the old lady said. "Fiddlededdy, sir. Everybody has to put up with impertinences, and if you get a box on the ear now you are poor and cast down, you must say nothing about it, bear it with a smile, and if you can, revenge it 10 years after. Moi qui vous parle, sir! Do you suppose I have had no humble pie to eat? All of us in our turn are called upon to swallow it, and, now you are no longer the fortunate youth, be the clever youth, and win back the place you have lost by your ill luck. Go about more than ever. Go to all the routs and parties to which you are asked, and to more still. Be civil to everybody, to all women especially. Only of course take care to show your spirit, of which you have plenty. With economy, and by your brother's, I must say, admirable generosity, you can still make a genteel figure. With your handsome person, sir, you can't fail to get a rich heiress. Tenez. You should go amongst the merchants in the city, And look out there. They won't know that you are out of fashion at the court end of the town. With a little management, there is not the least reason, sir, why you should not make a good position for yourself still. When did you go to see my Lady Yarmouth, pray? Why did you not improve that connection? She took a great fancy to you. I desire you will be constant at her ladyship's evenings, and lose no opportunity of paying court to her." Thus the old woman who had loved Harry so on his first appearance in England, who had been so eager for his company, and pleased with his artless conversation, was taking the side of the world, and turning against him. Instead of the smiles and kisses with which the fickle old creature used once to greet him, she received him with coldness. She became peevish and patronizing. She cast gibes and scorn at him before her guests, making his honest face flush with humiliation, and awaking the keenest pangs of grief and amazement in his gentle, manly heart. Madame de Bernstein's servants, who used to treat him with such eager respect, scarcely paid him now any attention. My lady was often indisposed or engaged when he called on her. Her people did not press him to wait, did not volunteer to ask whether he would stay and dine, as they used in the days when he was the fortunate youth and companion of the wealthy and great. Harry carried his woes to Mrs. Lambert. In a passion of sorrow he told her of his aunt's cruel behavior to him. He was stricken down and dismayed by the fickleness and heartlessness of the world in its treatment of him. While the good lady and her daughters would move to and fro, and busy themselves with the cares of the house, our poor lad would sit glum in a window seat, heartsick and silent. "I know you are the best people alive," he would say to the ladies, "and the kindest, and that I must be the dullest company in the world. Yes, that I am." "Well, you are not very lively, Harry," says Miss Hetty, who began to command him, and perhaps to ask herself, "What? Is this the gentleman whom I took to be such a hero? If he is unhappy, why should he be lively?" asks Theo, gently. "He has a good heart, and is pained at his friend's desertion of him. Sure there is no harm in that. I would have too much spirit to show I was hurt, though," cries Hetty, clenching her little fists. "And I would smile, though that horrible old painted woman boxed my ears. She is horrible, Mama. You think so yourself, Theo. Own, now, you think so yourself. You said so last night, and acted her coming in on her crutch, and grinning round to the company. I mayn't like her," said Theo, turning very red. "But there is no reason why I should call Harry's aunt names before Harry's face. You provoking thing, you are always right," cries Hetty, "and that's what makes me so angry. Indeed, Harry, it was very wrong of me to make rude remarks about any of your relations. I don't care about the others, Hetty, but it seems hard that this one should turn upon me. I had got to be very fond of her, and you see, it makes me mad, somehow, when people I'm very fond of turn away from me, or act unkind to me. Suppose George were to do so?" asks Hetty. You see, it was George and Hetty, and Theo and Harry, amongst them now. "You are very clever and very lively, and you may suppose a number of things, but not that, Hetty, if you please," cried Harry, standing up and looking very resolute and angry. "You don't know my brother as I know him, or you wouldn't take such a liberty as to suppose my brother George could do anything unkind or unworthy." Mr. Harry was quite in a flush as he spoke. Hetty turned very white. Then she looked up at Harry, and then she did not say a single word. Then Harry said, in his simple way, before taking leave, "I'm very sorry, and I beg your pardon, Hetty, if I said anything rough, or that seemed unkind, but I always fight up if anybody says anything against George." Hetty did not answer a word out of her pale lips, but gave him her hand, and dropped a prim little curtsy. When she and Theo were together at night, making curl-paper confidences, "Oh," said Hetty, "I thought it would be so happy to see him every day, and was so glad when Papa said we were to stay in London. And now I do see him, you see, I go on offending him. I can't help offending him, and I know he is not clever, Theo. But oh, isn't he good, and kind, and brave? Didn't he look handsome when he was angry?" "You silly little thing, you are always trying to make him look handsome," Theo replied. It was Theo and Hetty, and Harry and George, among these young people, then, and I dare say the reason why General Lambert chose to apply the monosyllable boat to the mother of his daughters, was as a rebuke to that good woman for the inveterate love of sentiment and propensity to matchmaking which belonged to her, and every other woman in the world whose heart is worth a fig, and as a hint that Madame Lambert was a goose if she fancied the two Virginian lads were going to fall in love with the young women of the Lambert house. Little Het might have her fancy, little girls will, but they get it over, and you know, Molly, which dear, soft-hearted Mrs. Lambert could not deny, "You fancied somebody else before you fancied me," says the General. But Harry had evidently not been smitten by Hetty, and now he was superseded, as it were, by having an elder brother over him, and could not even call the coat upon his back his own. Master Harry was no great catch. Oh yes, now he is poor we will show him the door, as all the rest of the world does, I suppose, says Mrs. Lambert. That is what I always do, isn't it, Molly? Turn my back on my friends in distress? Asks the General. No, my dear. I'm a goose, now, and that I own, Martin, says the wife, having recourse to the usual pocket handkerchief. Let the poor boy come to us and welcome. Ours is almost the only house in this selfish place where so much can be said for him. He is unhappy, and to be with us puts him at ease. In God's name let him be with us, says the kind-hearted officer. Accordingly, whenever poor crestfallen Hal wanted a dinner, or an evening's entertainment, Mr. Lambert's table had a corner for him. So was George welcome, too. He went among the Lamberts, not at first with the cordiality which Harry felt for these people, and inspired among them, for George was colder in his manner, and more mistrustful of himself and others than his twin brother, but there was a goodness and friendliness about the family which touched almost all people who came into frequent contact with them, and George soon learned to love them for their own sake, as well as for their constant regard and kindness to his brother. He could not but see and own how sad Harry was, and pity his brother's depression. In his sarcastic way, George would often take himself to task before his brother for coming to life again, and say, "Dear Harry, I am George the unlucky, though you have ceased to be Harry the fortunate." Florac would have done much better not to pass his sword through that Indian's body, and to have left my scalp as an ornament for the fellow's belt. I say he would, sir. At White's the people would have respected you. Our mother would have wept over me, as a defunct angel, instead of being angry with me for again supplanting her favorite. You are her favorite, you deserve to be her favorite, everybody's favorite. Only, if I had not come back, your favorite, Maria, would have insisted on marrying you, and that is how the gods would have revenged themselves upon you for your prosperity. I never know whether you are laughing at me or yourself, George, says the brother. I never know whether you are serious or jesting. Precisely my own case, Harry, my dear, says George. But this I know, that there never was a better brother in the world, and never better people than the Lamberts. Never was truer word said, cries George, taking his brother's hand. And if I'm unhappy, 'tis not your fault nor their fault nor perhaps mine, George, continues the younger. 'Tis fate, you see, 'tis the having nothing to do. I must work, and how, George? That is the question. We will see what our mother says. We must wait till we hear from her, says George. I say, George, do you know, I don't think I should much like going back to Virginia? Says Harry, in a low, alarmed voice. What? In love with one of the lasses here? Love Emma like sisters with all my heart, of course, dearest, best girls. But, having come out of that business, thanks to you, I don't want to go back, you know. No. No. It is not for that I fancy staying in Europe better than going home. But, you see, I don't fancy hunting, duck shooting, tobacco planting, whist playing, and going to sermon, over and over and over again, for all my life, George. And what else is there to do at home? What on earth is there for me to do at all, I say? That's what makes me miserable. It would not matter for you to be a younger son, you are so clever you would make your way anywhere, but, for a poor fellow like me, what chance is there? Until I do something, George, I shall be miserable, that's what I shall. Have I not always said so? Art thou not coming round to my opinion? What opinion, George? You know pretty much whatever you think, I think, George, says the dutiful junior, that Florac had best have left the Indian to take my scalp, my dear, at which Harry bursts away with an angry exclamation, and they continue to puff their pipes in friendly union. They lived together, each going his own gait, and not much intercourse, save that of affection, was carried on between them. Harry never would venture to meddle with George's books, and would sit as dumb as a mouse at the lodgings whilst his brother was studying. They removed presently from the court end of the town, Madame de Bernstein fishing and shying at their change of residence. But George took a great fancy to frequenting Sir Hans Sloane's new reading room and museum, just set up in Montague House, and he took cheerful lodgings in Southampton Row, Bloomsbury, looking over the delightful fields towards Hampstead, at the back of the Duke of Bedford's gardens. And Lord Rotham's family coming to Mayfair, and Mr. Lambert having business which detained him in London, had to change his house, too, and engaged furnished apartments in Soho, not very far off from the dwelling of our young men, and it was, as we have said, with the Lamberts that Harry, night after night, took refuge. George was with them often, too, and, as the acquaintance ripened, he frequented their house with increasing assiduity, finding their company more to his taste than that of Aunt Bernstein's polite circle of gamblers, than Sir Miles Warrington's port and mutton, or the daily noise and clatter of the coffee houses. And as he and the Lambert ladies were alike strangers in London, they partook of its pleasures together, and, no doubt, went to Vauxhall and Ranelagh, to Marybone Gardens, and the play, and the Tower, and wherever else there was honest amusement to be had in those days. Martin Lambert loved that his children should have all the innocent pleasure which he could procure for them, and Mr. George, who was of a most generous, open-handed disposition, liked to treat his friends likewise, especially those who had been so admirably kind to his brother. With all the passion of his heart Mr. Warrington loved a play. He had never enjoyed this amusement in Virginia, and only once or twice at Quebec, when he visited Canada, and when he came to London, where the two houses were in their full glory. I believe he thought he never could have enough of the delightful entertainment. Anything he liked himself, he naturally wished to share amongst his companions. No wonder that he was eager to take his friends to the theatre, and we may be sure our young country folks were not unwilling. Shall it be Drury Lane or Covent Garden, ladies? There was Garrick and Shakespeare at Drury Lane. Well, will it be believed? The ladies wanted to hear the famous new author whose piece was being played at Covent Garden. At this time a star of genius had arisen, and was blazing with quite a dazzling brilliancy. The great Mr. John Home, of Scotland, had produced a tragedy, than which, since the days of the ancients, there had been nothing more classic and elegant. What had Mr. Garrick meant by refusing such a masterpiece for his theatre? Say what you will about Shakespeare, in the works of that undoubted great poet, who had begun to grow vastly more popular in England since Monsieur Voltaire attacked him, there were many barbarisms that could not but shock a polite auditory, whereas, Mr. Home, the modern author, knew how to be refined in the very midst of grief and passion, to represent death, not merely as awful, but graceful and pathetic, and never condescended to degrade the majesty of the tragic muse by the ludicrous apposition of buffoonery and familiar punning, such as the elder playwrights certainly had resort to. Besides, Mr. Holmes' performance has been admired in quarters so high, and by personages whose taste was known to be as elevated as their rank, that all Britons could not but join in the plaudits for which august hands had given the signal. Such, it was said, was the opinion of the very best company, in the coffee houses, and amongst the wits about town. Why, the famous Mr. Gray, of Cambridge, said there had not been for 100 years any dramatic dialogue of such a true style, and as for the poet's native capital of Edinburgh, where the piece was first brought out, it was even said that the triumphant Scots called out from the pit, in their dialect, "Where's Willie Shakespeare new? I should like to see the man who could beat Willie Shakespeare," says the General, laughing. "Mere national prejudice," says Mr. Warrington. "Beat Shakespeare, indeed," cries Mrs. Lambert. "Pooh, pooh. You have cried more over Mr. Sam Richardson than ever you did over Mr. Shakespeare, Molly," remarks the General. "I think few women love to read Shakespeare. They say they love it, but they don't." "Oh, Papa," cry three ladies, throwing up three pair of hands. "Well, then, why do you all three prefer Douglas? And you, boys, who are such Tories, will you go see a play which is wrote by a Whig Scotchman, who was actually made prisoner at Falkirk, relicta non bene pamula," says Mr. Jack the scholar. "Nay, it was relicta bene pamula," cried the General. "It was the Highlanders who flung their targes down, and made fierce work among us redcoats. If they had fought all their fields as well as that, and young Perkin had not turned back from Derby, I know which side would be rebels, and who would be called the Young Pretender," interposed George. "Hush. You must please to remember my cloth, Mr. Warrington," said the General, with some gravity, "and that the cockade I wear is a black, not a white one. Well, if you will not love Mr. Home for his politics, there is, I think, another reason, George, why you should like him. I may have Tory fancies, Mr. Lambert, but I think I know how to love and honour a good Whig," said George, with a bow to the General. "But why should I like this Mr. Home, sir?" "Because, being a Presbyterian clergyman, he has committed the heinous crime of writing a play, and his brother parsons have barked out an excommunication at him. They took the poor fellow's means of livelihood away from him for his performance, and he would have starved, but that the Young Pretender on our side of the water has given him a pension. If he has been persecuted by the parsons, there is hope for him," said George, smiling. "And henceforth I declare myself ready to hear his sermons. Mrs. Woffington is divine in it, though not generally famous in tragedy. Barry is drawing tears from all eyes, and Garrick is wild at having refused the piece. Girls, you must bring each half a dozen handkerchiefs. As for Mama, I cannot trust her, and she positively must be left at home. But Mama persisted she would go, and, if need were to weep, she would sit and cry her eyes out in a corner. They all went to Covent Garden, then. The most of the party duly prepared to see one of the masterpieces of the age in drama. Could they not all speak long pages of Congreve? Had they not wept and kindled over Otway and Rowe? O ye past literary glories, that were to be eternal, how long have you been dead? Who knows much more now than where your graves are? Poor, neglected muse of the bygone theatre. She pipes for us, and we will not dance. She tears her hair, and we will not weep. And the immortals of our time, how soon shall they be dead and buried, think you? How many will survive? How long shall it be ere Nox et Domus Plutonia shall overtake them? So away went the pleased party to Covent Garden to see the tragedy of the immortal John Home. The ladies and the general were conveyed in a glass coach, and found the young men in waiting to receive them at the theatre door. Hence they elbowed their way through a crowd of torch boys, and a whole regiment of footmen. Little Hetty fell to Harry's arm in this expedition, and the blushing Miss Theo was handed to the box by Mr. George. Gumby had kept the places until his masters arrived, when he retired, with many bows, to take his own seat in the footman's gallery. They had good places in a front box, and there was luckily a pillar behind which Mama could weep in comfort. And opposite them they had the honour to see the august hope of the Empire, His Royal Highness George Prince of Wales, with the Princess Dowager his mother, whom the people greeted with loyal, but not very enthusiastic, plaudits. That handsome man standing behind His Royal Highness was my Lord Bute, the Prince's groom of the stole, the patron of the poet whose performance they had come to see, and over whose work the royal party had already wept more than once. How can we help it, if during the course of the performance, Mr. Lambert would make his jokes and mar the solemnity of the scene? At first, as the reader of the tragedy well knows, the characters are occupied in making a number of explanations. Lady Randolph explains how it is that she is so melancholy. Married to Lord Randolph somewhat late in life, she owns, and his lordship perceives, that a dead love yet occupies all her heart, and her husband is fain to put up with this dismal, second-hand regard, which is all that my lady can bestow. Hence, an invasion of Scotland by the Danes is rather a cause of excitement than disgust to my lord, who rushes to meet the foe, and forgets the dreariness of his domestic circumstances. Welcome, Vikings and Norsemen. Blow, northern blasts, the invaders' keels to Scotland's shore. Randolph and other heroes will be on the beach to give the foemen a welcome. His lordship has no sooner disappeared behind the trees of the forest, but Lady Randolph begins to explain to her confidant the circumstances of her early life. The fact was, she had made a private marriage, and what would the confidant say, if, in early youth, she, Lady Randolph, had lost a husband? In the cold bosom of the earth was lodged the husband of her youth, and in some cavern of the ocean lies her child and his. Up to this the general behaved with as great gravity as any of his young companions to the play, but when Lady Randolph proceeded to say, alas, hereditary evil was the cause of my misfortunes, he nudged George Warrington, and looked so droll, that the young man burst out laughing. The magic of the scene was destroyed after that. These two gentlemen went on cracking jokes during the whole of the subsequent performance, to their own amusement, but the indignation of their company, and perhaps of the people in the adjacent boxes. Young Douglas, in those days, used to wear a white satin shape slashed at the legs and body, and when Mr. Barry appeared in this droll costume, the general vowed it was the exact dress of the Highlanders in the late war. The Chevalier's Guard, he declared, had all white satin slashed breeches, and red boots only they left them at home. My dear, adds this wag, not one pennyworth of sublimity would he or George allow henceforth to Mr. Holmes' performance. As for Harry, he sate in very deep meditation over the scene, and when Mrs. Lambert offered him a penny for his thoughts, he said, that he thought, young Norval, Douglas, what d'ye call the fellow in white satin who looked as old as his mother was very lucky to be able to distinguish himself so soon. I wish I could get a chance, Aunt Lambert, says he, drumming on his hat, on which Mama sighed, and Theo, smiling, said, we must wait, and perhaps the Danes will land. How do you mean? Asks simple Harry. Oh, the Danes always land, poor key skater tenderer, says kind Theo, who had hold of her sister's little hand, and, I dare say, felt its pressure. She did not behave unkindly, that was not in Miss Theo's nature, but somewhat coldly to Mr. George, on whom she turned her back, addressing remarks, from time to time, to Harry. In spite of the gentleman's scorn, the women chose to be affected. A mother and son, meeting in love and parting in tears, will always awaken emotion in female hearts. Look, Papa. There is an answer to all your jokes," says Theo, pointing towards the stage. At a part of the dialogue between Lady Randolph and her son, one of the grenadiers on guard on each side of the stage, as the custom of those days was, could not restrain his tears, and was visibly weeping before the side box. "You are right, my dear," says Papa. "Didn't I tell you she always is?" Interposes Hetty. "Yonder sentry is a better critic than we are, and a touch of nature masters us all. Tame a new curate," cries the young student from college. George felt abashed somehow, and interested too. He had been sneering, and Theo sympathizing. Her kindness was better, nay, wiser than his skepticism, perhaps. Nevertheless, when, at the beginning of the fifth act of the play, young Douglas, drawing his sword and looking up at the gallery, bawled out, "Ye glorious stars! High heaven's resplendent host! To whom I oft have of my lot complained, hear and record my soul's unaltered wish, living or dead, let me but be renowned. May heaven inspire some fierce gigantic Dane to give a bold defiance to our host. Before he speaks it out, I will accept, like Douglas conquer, or like Douglas die." The gods, to whom Mr. Barry appealed, saluted this heroic wish with immense applause, and the general clapped his hands prodigiously. His daughter was rather disconcerted. "This Douglas is not only brave, but he is modest," says Papa. "I own I think he need not have asked for a gigantic Dane," says Theo, smiling. As Lady Randolph entered in the midst of the gallery thunder, when the applause had subsided, Lady Randolph is made to say, "My son, I heard a voice." "I think she did hear a voice," cries Papa. Why, the fellow was bellowing like a bull of Bashan. And the general would scarcely behave himself from thenceforth to the end of the performance. He said he was heartily glad that the young gentleman was put to death behind the scenes. When Lady Randolph's friend described how her mistress had flown like lightning up the hill, and plunged herself into the empty air, Mr. Lambert said he was delighted to be rid of her. "And as for that story of her early marriage," says he, "I have my very strongest doubts about it." "Nonsense, Martin. Look, children. Their Royal Highnesses are moving." The tragedy over, the Princess Dowager and the Prince were, in fact, retiring, though, I dare say, the latter, who was always fond of a farce, would have been far better pleased with that which followed than he had been with Mr. Holmes' dreary tragic masterpiece, Chapter 60, which treats of Macbeth, a supper, and a pretty kettle of fish. When the performances were concluded, our friends took coach for Mr. Warrington's lodging, where the Virginians had provided an elegant supper. Mr. Warrington was eager to treat them in the handsomest manner, and the general and his wife accepted the invitation of the two bachelors, pleased to think that they could give their young friends pleasure. General and Mrs. Lambert, their son from college, their two blooming daughters, and Mr. Spencer of the Temple, a new friend whom George has met at the coffee house, formed the party, and partook with cheerfulness of the landlady's fare. The order of their sitting I have not been able exactly to ascertain, but, somehow, Miss Theo had a place next to the chickens and Mr. George Warrington, whilst Miss Hetty and Aham divided the attentions of Mr. Harry. Mrs. Lambert must have been on George's right hand, so that we have but to settle the three places of the general, his son, and the Templar. Mr. Spencer had been at the other theatre, where, on a former day, he had actually introduced George to the green room. The conversation about the play was resumed, and some of the party persisted in being delighted with it. "As for what our gentlemen say, sir," cries Mrs. Lambert to Mr. Spencer, "you must not believe a word of it. 'Tis a delightful piece, and my husband and Mr. George behaved as ill as possible. We laughed in the wrong place, and when we ought to have cried. The general owned, that's the truth. You caused all the people in the boxes about us to look round and cry hush. You made the pit folks say, silence in the boxes, yonder. Such behavior I never knew, and quite blushed for you, Mr. Lambert. Mamma thought it was a tragedy, and we thought it was a piece of fun," says the general. "George and I behaved perfectly well, didn't we, Theo?" "Not when I was looking your way, Papa," Theo replies. At which the general asks, "Was there ever such a saucy baggage scene?" "You know, sir, I didn't speak till I was bid," Theo continues, modestly. "I own I was very much moved by the play, and the beauty and acting of Mrs. Woffington. I was sorry that the poor mother should find her child, and lose him. I am sorry, too, Papa, if I oughtn't to have been sorry," adds the young lady, with a smile. "Women are not so clever as men, you know, Theo," cries Hetty from her end of the table, with a sly look at Harry. "The next time we go to the play, please, Brother Jack, pinch us when we ought to cry, or give us a nudge when it is right to laugh." "I wish we could have had the fight," said General Lambert, "the fight between little Norval and the gigantic Norwegian. That would have been rare sport, and you should write, Jack, and suggest it to Mr. Rich, the manager. I have not seen that, but I saw Slack and Broughton at Marybone Gardens," says Harry, gravely, and wondered if he had said something witty, as all the company laughed so. "It would require no giant," he added, "to knock over yonder little fellow in the red boots. I, for one, could throw him over my shoulder. Mr. Garrick is a little man." "But there are times when he looks a giant," says Mr. Spencer. "How grand he was in Macbeth, Mr. Warrington. How awful that dagger scene was. You should have seen our host, ladies. I presented Mr. Warrington, in the green room, to Mr. Garrick and Mrs. Pritchard, and Lady Macbeth did him the honour to take a pinch out of his box." "Did the wife of the Thane of Cawdor sneeze?" asked the General, in an awful voice. "She thanked Mr. Warrington, in tone so hollow and tragic, that he started back, and must have upset some of his rappee, for Macbeth sneezed thrice. 'Macbeth, Macbeth, Macbeth,' cries the General, and the great philosopher who was standing by Mr. Johnson, says, 'You must mind, Davy, lest thy sneeze should awaken Duncan,' who, by the way, was talking with the three witches as they sat against the wall." "What? Have you been behind the scenes at the play?" "Oh, I would give worlds to go behind the scenes," cries Theo, "and see the ropes pulled, and smell the tallow candles, and look at the pasteboard gold, and the tinsel jewels, and the painted old women, Theo." "No. Do not look too close," says the skeptical young host, demurely drinking a glass of hock. "You were angry with your papa and me." "Nay, George," cries the girl, "nay. I say, yes. You were angry with us because we laughed when you were disposed to be crying." "If I may speak for you, sir, as well as myself," says George, with a bow to his guest, General Lambert, "I think we were not inclined to weep, like the ladies, because we stood behind the author's scenes of the play, as it were. Looking close up to the young hero, we saw how much of him was rant and tinsel, and as for the pale, tragical mother, that her pallor was white chalk, and her grief her pocket handkerchief." "Oh now, Theo, you thought me very unfeeling? If you find it out, sir, without my owning it, what is the good of my confessing?" says Theo. "Suppose I were to die?" Goes on George, "and you saw Harry in grief, you would be seeing a genuine affliction, a real tragedy. You would grieve too. But you wouldn't be affected if you saw the undertaker in weepers and a black cloak." "Indeed, but I should, sir," says Mrs. Lambert, "and so, I promise you, would any daughter of mine. Perhaps we might find weepers of our own, Mr. Warrington," says Theo. "In such a case, would you?" cries George, and his cheeks and Theo's simultaneously flushed up with red, I suppose because they both saw Hetty's bright young eyes watching them. "The elder writers understood but little of the pathetic," remarked Mr. Spencer, the Temple wit. "What do you think of Sophocles and Antigone?" calls out Mr. John Lambert. "Faith, our wits trouble themselves little about him, unless an Oxford gentleman comes to remind us of him. I did not mean to go back further than Mr. Shakespeare, who, as you will all agree, does not understand the elegant and pathetic as well as the moderns. Has he ever approached Belvidera, or Monimia, or Jane Shore, or can you find in his comic female characters the elegance of Congreve?" And the Templar offered snuff to the right and left. "I think Mr. Spencer himself must have tried his hand," asks someone. "Many gentlemen of leisure have. Mr. Garrick, I own, has had a piece of mine and returned it, and I confess that I have 4 acts of a play in one of my boxes," says George. "I'll be bound to say it's as good as any of them," whispers Harry to his neighbor. "Is it a tragedy or a comedy?" asks Mrs. Lambert. "Oh, a tragedy, and 2 or 3 dreadful murders at least." George replies, "Let us play it, and let the audience look to their eyes." "Yet my chief humor is for a tyrant," says the General. "The tragedy, the tragedy." "Go and fetch the tragedy this moment, Gumbo," calls Mrs. Lambert to the black. Gumbo makes a low bow and says, "Tragedy?" "Yes, madame, in the great cowskin trunk, Gumbo," George says, gravely. Gumbo bows and says, "Yes, sir," with still superior gravity. "But my tragedy is at the bottom of I don't know how much linen, packages, books, and boots." "Hetty, never mind, let us have it," and fling the linen out of window, cries Miss Hetty, "and the great cowskin trunk is at our agent's at Bristol, so Gumbo must get post horses, and we can keep it up till he returns the day after tomorrow," says George. The ladies groaned a comical "oh." And Papa, perhaps more seriously, said, "Let us be thankful for the escape. Let us be thinking of going home too. Our young gentlemen have treated us nobly, and we will all drink a parting bumper to Madam Esmond Warrington of Castlewood, in Virginia. Suppose, boys, you were to find a tall, handsome stepfather when you got home? Ladies as old as she have been known to marry before now. To Madam Esmond Warrington, my old schoolfellow. Cries Mrs. Lambert. I shall write and tell her what a pretty supper her sons have given us, and, Mr. George, I won't say how ill you behaved at the play. And, with this last toast, the company took leave. The General's coach and servant, with a flamp, being in waiting to carry his family home. After such an entertainment as that which Mr. Warrington had given, what could be more natural or proper than a visit from him to his guests, to inquire how they had reached home and rested? Why, their coach might have taken the open country behind Montague House, in the direction of Oxford Road, and been waylaid by footpads in the fields. The ladies might have caught cold or slept till after the excitement of the tragedy. In a word, there was no reason why he should make any excuse at all to himself or them for visiting his kind friends, and he shut his books early at the Sloane Museum, and perhaps thought, as he walked away thence, that he remembered very little about what he had been reading. Pray, what is the meaning of this eagerness, this hesitation, this shying and shilly-shallying, these doubts, this tremor as he knocks at the door of Mr. Lambert's lodgings in Dean Street, and survey the footman who comes to his summons? Does any young man read? Does any old one remember? Does any wearied, worn, disappointed pulseless heart recall the time of its full beat and early throbbing? It is ever so many 100 years since some of us were young, and we forget, but do not all forget. No, madame, we remember with advantages, as Shakespeare's Harry promised his soldiers they should do if they survived Agincourt and the day of Street Crispin. Worn old chargers turned out to grass. If the trumpet sounds over the hedge, may we not kick up our old heels, and gallop a minute or so about the paddock, till we are brought up roaring? I do not care for clown and pantaloon now, and think the fairy ugly, and her verses insufferable, but I like to see children at a pantomime. I do not dance, or eat supper any more, but I like to watch Eugenio and Flirtelet whirling round in a pretty waltz, or Lucinda and Ardentio pulling a cracker. Burn your little fingers, children. Blaze out little kindly flames from each other's eyes. And then draw close together and read the motto, that old namby-pamby motto, so stale and so new. I say, let her lips read it, and his construe it, and so divide the sweetmeat, young people, and crunch it between you. I have no teeth. Bitter almonds and sugar disagree with me, I tell you, but, for all that, shall not bonbons melt in the mouth? We follow John upstairs to the General's apartments, and enter with Mr. George Esmond Warrington, who makes a prodigious fine bow. There is only one lady in the room, seated near a window. There is not often much sunshine in Dean Street. The young lady in the window is no especial beauty, but it is springtime, and she is blooming vanilla. A bunch of fresh roses is flushing in her honest cheek. I suppose her eyes are violets. If we lived 100 years ago, and wrote in the Gentleman's or the London Magazine, we should tell Mr. Sylvanus Urban that her neck was the lily, and her shape the nymphs. We should write an acrostic about her, and celebrate our Lambertella in an elegant poem, still to be read between a neat new engraved plan of the city of Prague and the King of Prussia's camp, and a map of Maryland and the Delaware counties. Here is Miss Theo blushing like a rose. What could Mamma have meant an hour since by insisting that she was very pale and tired, and had best not come out today with the rest of the party? They were gone to pay their compliments to my Lord Rotham's ladies, and thank them for the house in their absence, and Papa was at the Horse Guards. He is in great spirits. I believe he expects some command, though Mamma is in a sad tremor lest he should again be ordered abroad. Your brother and mine are gone to see our little brother at his school at the Charterworks. My brothers are both to be clergymen, I think, Miss Theo continues. She is assiduously hemming at some article of boyish wearing apparel as she talks. 100 years ago, young ladies were not afraid either to make shirts, or to name them. Mind, I don't say they were the worse or the better for that plain stitching or plain speaking, and have not the least desire, my dear young lady, that you should make puddings or I should black boots. So Harry has been with them? He often comes, almost every day, Theo says, looking up in George's face. Poor fellow. He likes us better than the fine folks, who don't care for him now he is no longer a fine folk himself, adds the girl, smiling. Why have you not set up for the fashion, and frequented the chocolate houses and the race courses, Mr. Warrington? Has my brother got so much good out of his gay haunts or his grand friends, that I should imitate him? You might at least go to Sir Miles Warrington, sure his arms are open to receive you. Her ladyship was here this morning in her chair, and to hear her praises of you. She declares you are in a certain way to preferment. She says His Royal Highness the Duke made much of you at court. When you are a great man will you forget us, Mr. Warrington? Yes, When I'm a great man I will, Miss Lambert. Well, Mr. George, then. Mr. George, when Papa and Mama are here, I suppose there need be no mistering, says Theo, looking out of the window, ever so little frightened. And what have you been doing, sir? Reading books, or writing more of your tragedy? Is it going to be a tragedy to make us cry, as we like them, or only to frighten us, as you like them? There is plenty of killing, but, I fear, not much crying. I have not met many women. I have not been very intimate with those. I dare say what I have written is only taken out of books or parodied from poems which I have read and imitated like other young men. Women do not speak to me, generally. I am said to have a sarcastic way which displeases them. Perhaps you never cared to please them? Inquires Miss Theo, with a blush. I displeased you last night, you know I did. Yes, only it can't be called displeasure, and afterwards thought I was wrong. Did you think about me at all when I was away, Theo? Yes, George, that is, Mr. Well, George. I thought you and Papa were right about the play, and, as you said, that it was no real sorrow, only affectation, which was moving us. I wonder whether it is good or ill fortune to see so clearly? Hetty and I agreed that we would be very careful, for the future, how we allowed ourselves to enjoy tragedy. So, be careful when yours comes. What is the name of it? He is not christened. Will you be the godmother? The name of the chief character is. But at this very moment Mama and Miss Hetty arrived from their walk, and Mama straightway began protesting that she never expected to see Mr. Warrington at all that day. That is, she thought he might come. That is, it was very good of him to come, and the play and the supper of yesterday were all charming, except that Theo had a little headache this morning. I dare say it is better now, Mama, says Miss Hetty. Indeed, my dear, it never was of any consequence, and I told Mama so, says Miss Theo, with a toss of her head. Then they fell to talking about Harry. He was very low. He must have something to do. He was always going to the military coffee house, and perpetually poring over the King of Prussia's campaigns. It was not fair upon him, to bid him remain in London, after his deposition, as it were. He said nothing, but you could see how he regretted his previous useless life, and felt his present dependence, by the manner in which he avoided his former haunts and associates. Passing by the guard at St. James's, with John Lambert, he had said to Brother Jack, "Why mayn't I be a soldier too? I am as tall as yonder fellow, and can kill with a fowling piece as well as any man I know. But I can't earn so much as 6 pence a day. I have squandered my own bread, and now I am eating half my brother's. He is the best of brothers, but so much the more shame that I should live upon him. Don't tell my brother, Jack Lambert." And my boy promised he wouldn't tell, says Mrs. Lambert. No doubt. The girls were both out of the room when their mother made this speech to George Warrington. He, for his part, said he had written home to his mother that half his little patrimony, the other half likewise, if wanted, were at Harry's disposal, for purchasing a commission, or for any other project which might bring him occupation or advancement. He has got a good brother, that is sure. Let us hope for good times for him, sighs the lady. The Danes always come poor quisque tenderer, George said, in a low voice. What, you heard that? Ah, George. My Theo is an R. Never mind what she is, George Warrington, cried the pleased mother, with brimful eyes. Bah. I am going to make a gaby of myself, as I did at the tragedy. Now Mr. George had been revolving a fine private scheme, which he thought might turn to his brother's advantage. After George's presentation to His Royal Highness at Kensington, more persons than one, his friend General Lambert included, had told him that the Duke had inquired regarding him, and had asked why the young man did not come to his levee. Importunity so august could not but be satisfied. A day was appointed between Mr. Lambert and his young friend, and they went to pay their duty to His Royal Highness at his house in Pall Mall. When it came to George's turn to make a bow, the Prince was especially gracious. He spoke to Mr. Warrington at some length about Braddock and the war, and was apparently pleased with the modesty and intelligence of the young gentleman's answers. George ascribed the failure of the expedition to the panic and surprise certainly, but more especially to the delays occasioned by the rapacity, selfishness, and unfair dealing of the people of the colonies towards the king's troops who were come to defend them. Could we have moved, sir, a month sooner, the fort was certainly ours, and the little army had never been defeated, Mr. Warrington said, in which observation His Royal Highness entirely concurred. I am told you saved yourself, sir, mainly by your knowledge of the French language, the Royal Duke then affably observed. Mr. Warrington modestly mentioned how he had been in the French colonies in his youth, and had opportunities of acquiring that tongue. The Prince, who had a great urbanity when well pleased, and the finest sense of humor, condescended to ask who had taught Mr. Warrington the language, and to express his opinion, that, for the pronunciation, the French ladies were by far the best teachers. The young Virginian gentleman made a low bow, and said it was not for him to gainsay His Royal Highness, upon which the Duke was good enough to say, in a jocose manner, that Mr. Warrington was a sly dog. Mr. W. remaining respectfully silent, the Prince continued, "Most kindly, I take the field immediately against the French, who, as you know, are threatening His Majesty's electoral dominions. If you have a mind to make the campaign with me, your skill in the language may be useful, and I hope we shall be more fortunate than poor Braddock." Every eye was fixed on a young man to whom so great a prince offered so signal a favour, and now it was that Mr. George thought he would make his very cleverest speech. "Sir," he said, "your Royal Highness's most kind proposal does me infinite honour, but what, sir?" says the Prince, staring at him. "But I have entered myself of the temple, to study our laws, and to fit myself for my duties at home. If my having been wounded in the service of my country be any claim on your kindness, I would humbly ask that my brother, who knows the French language as well as myself, and has far more strength, courage, and military genius, might be allowed to serve your Royal Highness, in the place of—" "Enough, enough, sir," cried out the justly irritated son of the monarch. "What? I offer you a favor, and you hand it over to your brother? Wait, sir, till I offer you another." And with this the Prince turned his back upon Mr. Warrington, just as abruptly as he turned it on the French a few months afterwards. "Oh, George! Oh, George! Here's a pretty kettle of fish!" groaned General Lambert, as he and his young friend walked home together.